If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MINDSHOCK True Crime. We are taking a look at the infamous disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley in this episode. This is probably the most well-known cruise ship disappearance in modern history. It has been requested many, many times on MINDSHOCK, and we are, of course, going to do a comprehensive deep dive with logic and reason at the forefront, attempting not to fall for any logical fallacies, while trying to make sense of this puzzling case and the many, many different theories that stem from it, including various sightings, international trafficking rings, and many, many conflicting statements. As always, if you enjoy the MINDSHOCK podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help keep up awareness in unsolved cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. You could also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so I believe every true crime aficionado has heard of this case. I had seen a few things about the case. I'd read about the case in the past. But, now it's time for an absolute deep dive, including footage of Amy Lynn Bradley at the cruise ship. Some people believe certain individuals can be visible in the background that may or may not have had something to do with her disappearance or leading to her disappearance in some way. Now, the other reason this case is so difficult is because the cruise ship industry as a whole has a history of covering up a certain element of crime, not just disappearances, but various other drug crime and such. There's various lawsuits and cover-ups. Some people believe the Amy Lynn Bradley case is caught up in the middle of this, and they've even found certain connections between law firms. So we'll be, of course, taking a look at that as well, but let's start off with the usual Wikipedia breakdown, just to set the stage of what is commonly reported, what is commonly known, and then we will get into MINDSHOCK land for the deep dives and examining every single possible line of evidence and every single possible theory. Amy Lynn Bradley, born May 12, 1974, is an American woman who went missing during a Caribbean cruise on the Royal Caribbean International cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas in late March 1998 at the age of 23 while en route to Curacao. Her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. She was a 23-year-old Longwood University graduate at the time of her disappearance. What's curious is they don't state a date here. They just say late March. I mean, that's kind of weird. We'll be getting into that more later. After midnight on Monday, March 23rd, 1998, Amy and her younger brother, Brad, headed to the Wait. Is the brother's name Brad Bradley? Or does he have a different last name? It doesn't say here. If your last name was Bradley, would you name your son Brad? Brad Bradley? I mean, that has a certain ring to it. I mean, sounds like a musician's name, possibly. Records show that Brad decided to return to his cabin earlier than Amy. The ship's door lock records show that Brad had entered his cabin at around 3:35 a.m. And already here we're getting into the 3:30 a.m. witching hour, etc., etc. Amy soon followed 5 minutes later. The two chatted before heading to bed. Amy's father, Ron, awoke at around 6 a.m. to check on his daughter, only to find her missing from the balcony she earlier had slept on. When authorities were alerted that Amy was missing, the Netherlands Antilles Coast Guard conducted a 4-day search in the surrounding waters and along the cruise lines to no result. Authorities began to speculate that she may have fallen overboard and drowned, but investigators have rejected this theory as Amy was known to be a strong swimmer and searches turned up no sign of her. There have been possible sightings of Bradley in Curacao. In August 98, tourists saw a woman resembling Bradley on a beach, and in 1999, a member of the U.S. Navy claimed a woman in a brothel said she was Bradley and asked him for help. And we'll, of course, be doing a deep dive on that encounter. Very, very creepy. In the years after Amy's disappearance, there would arise some new evidence leading to theories including Amy being sold into a human trafficking industry or potential remains. The case has been presented on Dr. Phil in a segment entitled The Search for Natalie Amy Bradley. The case was also presented on America's Most Wanted. You know, it's weird, too, like in a lot of cases, the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultist crowd, the mentally weak goofs who they want to pretend that human trafficking isn't that widespread or doesn't happen. And it's just so weird. I mean, I guess they're just that mentally weak that they just can't handle living in a world where people can be abducted and sold into human trafficking. I mean, yeah, there's plenty of cases where they're not sold into human trafficking, obviously, but that doesn't mean every single case is definitely 100% not human trafficking. I mean, it's just so weirdness you see online in true crime discussion. It's just one of these weird things where obviously the illogical coincidence theorists hallucinate. It's just not a possibility for whatever reason. So the parents here does say Ron Bradley and Eva Bradley. So is the brother really Brad Bradley? I mean, this is definitely mind shock. All right, background. Amy Lynn Bradley was born on May 12, 1974 in Petersburg, Virginia. She was a resident of Chesterfield County, Virginia. She attended a local university, Longwood University, graduating with a degree in physical education. She attended with a scholarship in basketball and was known for her strong swimming abilities, as well as previously worked as a lifeguard. Amy was planning to start a new job at a computer consulting firm after she graduated university. As a celebratory event, Amy decided to join her family on a cruise vacation on the Royal Caribbean International cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas en route for Curacao, a Dutch Caribbean island under the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You know, it's weird though, just a point, there's also people that argue she couldn't have drowned because she was a strong swimmer. Strong swimmers drown all the time too, especially when inebriated. So, yeah, I mean, that's something also on that side of it, the people that say she definitely couldn't have drowned. I mean, it's a theoretical possibility, is it not? Drunk people on a balcony. Now, whether she was suicidal or not, you don't have to be suicidal to have an accident. Now, the exact mechanics of how someone could have an accident in that state, I mean, who knows? But again, it's not like this thing is happening every single day. Obviously, it happens more often than people think, but it's not happening in such astronomical numbers. Let's get the exact numbers, actually. So apparently the numbers are... Wow, not that many. So between 2000 and 2016, so over 16 years, there were 270 fall overboard cases. It doesn't say they died or drowned, though. Just fell overboard. So that comes out to approximately 25 people per year. So that's 1 to 2 people per month. Other estimates are closer to 19 per year. So anywhere between 19 and 25 people per year. There are an average of 200 deaths occurring on cruise ships each year. I mean, that says on the ship, though. Not specifically falling off and drowning. Approximately 60 injuries. Just in general, not from falling off the ship. 20 people die on cruise ships per year. 25 fall off. So yeah, of the ones that fall off, they don't all die. I don't know why it's so difficult to find the numbers of how many people actually drown and die from falling off. It does say that it actually is very rare for people to survive. So 28% are rescued. So 48 out of 212 are rescued. So if there's only a 28% rescue rate, so yeah, most of them die. So we're looking at around 15 people dying from falling overboard per year. So again, yes, it doesn't happen every single day. It is relatively rare. Is this one of the cases where this happened? Obviously, this is MindShock, where we do not claim anything is true or untrue. I mean, there's still goofs just in all of these comment sections attempting to say that I'm actually claiming anything is true or untrue, or any theory is true or untrue. Obviously, this is MindShock. We don't hallucinate to know what happened or didn't happen. All we can do is logically analyze all these different theories. So let's continue on here. Prior to the disappearance, March 21st, 1998, Amy and her family boarded the cruise towards Curacao. Prior to the time of the disappearance, Amy and her brother Brad decided to stay up late dancing to a Mardi Gras nightclub party on the ship and drink alcohol with the ship's band Blue Orchid. One of the band's members, Alistair Douglas, otherwise known as Yellow, was drinking with Amy that night, where he claimed that he left the party around 1 a.m. At the time, a videographer known as Chris Fenwick was also able to capture the moment where Amy and Yellow were dancing. After a couple of hours, Brad decided to rest for the night at the family's cabin around 3:35 a.m. The ship's computerized door lock system recorded that Brad returned. Well, how would they know it was him that returned, though? It says computerized door lock, so the door lock recorded being unlocked at 3:35. Now, if there's also security camera footage or something that can corroborate it was specifically Brad, I don't see that here. So as of right now, I mean, can we only say that the door lock system was unlocked at 3:35 a.m., where Amy followed 5 minutes later? Or if there's no corroboration of this, the lock was unlocked again 5 minutes later. Brad reported that he and his sister sat on the suite's balcony and talked before he went to sleep, while Amy stayed awake for a while longer before she fell asleep shortly after. So she fell asleep on the balcony? Doesn't state here. Disappearance. Between the times of 5:15 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. March 24th, 1998, Amy's father, Ron, woke up and got up to check on the status of his children, where he saw Amy still sleeping on the lounge chair of their cabin's balcony. Okay. So I'm not going to go into different theories just yet. Let's finish the breakdown here. Ron told local papers, quote, "Could see Amy's legs from her hips down. I dozed back off to sleep. The balcony door was closed because if it hadn't been closed, I would have gotten up and closed it," end quote. So he saw her legs. Now, could he be 100% certain it was her legs? Groggy in the morning, and I don't know, because he went right back to sleep. And some people allege she was already dead at that point. We'll be getting into those theories later. When he got up at 6 a.m., however, she was missing along with her cigarettes and lighter. Okay, so 5:15 to 5:30 a.m., he sees supposedly her legs. Supposedly matching the location that Brad said she fell asleep. Now, anywhere between 30 and 45 minutes later, she's gone. So are we assuming now she disappeared during daylight? Is this after dawn? Or slightly before dawn, or at the crack of dawn? He said later, "I left to try and go find her. When I couldn't find her, I didn't really know what to think because it was very much unlike Amy to leave and not tell us where she was going." After Ron searched the common areas of the cruise, Ron woke up the rest of the family and told them Amy was missing at 6:30 a.m. So he looked for her for about a half an hour. Investigation. Amy's family immediately reported the missing case to the onboard crew, where they continued to plead with the crew members to keep the 2,000 passengers from disembarking the cruise and to make an announcement to assist in finding Amy. However, the team at the purser's office informed them that it was too early to make a ship-wide announcement. Now, this is a tough case, too, because if this is 6:30-ish, and she's only, because he claims to have actually seen her, or did he not tell them that? Did he tell them she was missing from the night before? Because if somebody's missing for 1 hour, I mean, I don't know. It's on a cruise, it's a confined area, but yeah, I mean, what is someone to do? Is the crew really going to make an announcement less than an hour if somebody's missing? I mean, I don't know. What should they do? Maybe. Okay, so the crew agreed to issue an announcement at 7:50 a.m. after a majority of the passengers left the ship, announcing, quote, "Will Amy Bradley please come to the purser's desk," end quote. Between 12:15 and 1 p.m., the cruise staff searched through the ship but could not find Amy. The delay that the crew put on the search and the investigation of the disappearance has been said to have led to lowering the chance of finding Amy by allowing the passengers to disembark, ignoring the Bradley family's advice. So, I mean, what are they thinking? That one of the passengers left with Amy? Or if one of the passengers killed Amy, threw her overboard, and then left, I mean, at that point it would have been too late. But one of the biggest curiosities of this case is, of course, the timeline window. Because if he really did see her legs, because he's stating here he could see Amy's legs from her hips down. So is that 100% definitive verification that it's her legs? And if so, did he see her stomach moving up and down? Could he verify that the person in the chair was still alive, or did he just assume that? I mean, this is a tight window here because she's there. I mean, is it? Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough with this because is it possible she really did disappear the night before? But then how would this be explained? Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough here. It's really tough. The Dutch Caribbean Coast Guard conducted a 4-day search that ended on March 27th, 1998, and Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines chartered a boat to continue looking for her. The Coast Guard used 3 helicopters and a radar plane to assist in the search. Possible sightings. Initially, the authorities suspected that Amy had either fallen overboard or committed suicide. You know what's weird is just these automatic assumptions of suicide. I mean, even let's say she was documented as being suicidal. Let's say she had a bunch of other suicide attempts. Obviously, I'm not saying that, or a person who had gone missing, not specifically Amy here. Just because there's a history of suicide attempts, there's no magical Dungeons and Dragons spell that protects a suicidal person from harm from other predators or other humans. I mean, this is a weird hallucination that a lot of coincidence theorists or just the Dunning-Kruger crowd, they just hallucinate that if someone's suicidal, they must have committed suicide, and they're just all of these potential criminals or actual criminals, serial killers, whoever, they would just magically leave alone anybody who's suicidal. It's really weird. And of course, even someone suicidal, particularly females, they don't follow through. They don't successfully commit suicide. Whereas males statistically are more likely to actually follow through and not just attempt. But however, this speculation was soon discredited as Amy was known to be a strong swimmer and her body was never found in the waters, as well as no evidence of foul play. So also, do we know exactly how well the waters were searched? So this is the 90s, late 90s. I mean, obviously there's a good amount of technology. They did use radar planes, but again, it's I mean, yeah, you would think if it was an extremely thorough search, if the body was there, they would have found it, but who knows? On the morning of the disappearance, 2 passengers told Ron that they saw a woman matching Amy's description taking an elevator to the ship's deck with cigarettes and a lighter. However, this did not lead to any findings. So not 1, but 2 passengers. Another witness was a cab driver, where he stated that a woman matching Amy's description approached him and said she urgently needed a phone. This sighting was never confirmed by authorities. The other thing with the Dunning-Kruger crowd and the authority-worshipping cultists, the coincidence theorists, they hallucinate that if a sighting wasn't confirmed, it wasn't a real sighting and it should just be dismissed. If it wasn't confirmed, that just means we have no way of knowing whether it was or it wasn't legitimate, so it could have been her. And even sightings that are confirmed, that doesn't mean they're really true. I mean, there's just this weird hallucination by a lot of coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists that police don't make mistakes. So-called authorities don't make mistakes. They're completely infallible. And this is why so many cases are unsolved, because of these weird hallucinations. Obviously, on MINDSHOCK, we don't commit these logical fallacies like appeal to authority or any of these hallucinations that humans are infallible or any of that nonsense. In August 98, a Canadian computer engineer claimed to have seen Amy walking down with two men on a beach in Curacao 5 months after the disappearance was made public. So this is kind of weird, though. If she was taken for human trafficking, would they still be in the exact area, hanging out on a beach in the exact area where she was taken from 5 months later? Unless one wants to argue that they just, were on the down low for all these months, and then 5 months later they ventured out. But what are they doing? Just hanging out on the beach? Well, actually, this is kind of weird. The witness noted that the woman was constantly trying to get his attention until he lost sight of her at a nearby cafe. The woman's tattoos were reportedly identical to Bradley's, and the man said he was 2 feet away from her, and he was sure it was her with complete certainty. Would she be? So this is kind of weird, though. I mean, obviously we have Stockholm Syndrome. We have a few different psychological conditions or just outright fear. But if a human trafficking victim is in public with, let's say, 2 men with her, would she make a run for it? Or had she made runs for it in the past and was beaten for it, so now she felt like she couldn't get away? I mean, it's kind of hard to... Some people say, oh, well, if it was really her, she would have just ran away. But, I mean, it's really hard to know that for certain. I mean, obviously, everybody's different. And then if you're being held for months and months, particularly if there have been previous unsuccessful attempts for which there were consequences, yeah, I mean, it's tough to really say what someone would or wouldn't do in that situation. In January 99, a U.S. Navy petty officer claimed to have seen a woman who claimed to be Amy Bradley at a brothel in Curacao. He claimed she told him that her name was Amy Bradley, and she begged him for help, explaining that she was held against her will and not allowed to leave, and did not report the incident earlier as he feared for his career in the Navy, having been in a brothel. I mean, is that really true, though? I mean, the Navy in particular has a certain reputation with brothels, but so do all military. I mean, it's kind of weird. Would he really... I mean, how high-ranking was he? He was a petty officer? I mean, petty officers are junior, mid-grade, non-commissioned officer. They are typically equal to a sergeant in comparison to other military branches. Okay, so not the lowest on the totem pole. Obviously nowhere near the highest, but not the lowest. So, okay, but still. The witness only contacted Amy's family after he retired and saw her picture in a magazine. There was no evidence to support the witness's claim. And again, hard to say what somebody would do. One could argue even a more honorable officer who is still fearing for his reputation might have carried her out of there and left her at a police station, unless some believe the local police were involved in human trafficking, which, of course, there's documented evidence of. I'm not talking about in Curacao, but in certain areas of the world, there's, of course, been documented evidence of police being complicit, involved on the payoff. I don't know what level of corruption exists in Curacao, but the whole thing is kind of weird. Would she have really still been in the exact area where she was taken? Is that common of human trafficking victims? I don't know anything about human trafficking in that particular area and in cruise ships, but generally in other areas of the world, victims are usually taken elsewhere, sometimes even overseas. I mean, were there a lot of posters? I mean, how much awareness was being spread in Curacao of the disappearance? I mean, it's a little weird. There was another potential sighting in March 2005 when a witness named Judy Maurer claimed to have seen Bradley in a department store restroom in Barbados. She claimed a woman entered the restroom accompanied by 3 men who proceeded to threaten her if she did not follow through on a deal. She alleges that after the men left, she approached the distraught woman who had said that her first name was Amy and that she was from Virginia. See, this is a problem because if the account is true, okay, Amy's a very common name, so that means almost nothing. So she's from Virginia, so that's a 1/50th chance if she's from the U.S. and far greater if she's, because this is Barbados, so this isn't even in the U.S. So theoretically, you'd have to add in all the different states, provinces, districts, and all these Western countries and European countries. So statistically, if this woman is telling the truth, an Amy from Virginia in this Caribbean area, I mean, obviously that carries a bit more weight. So she said she was from Virginia before the men re-entered and took her away. Maurer called the authorities, and they created composite sketches of the three men and the woman based on her account. Wow. Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of issues here. A lot of issues. Events after the disappearance. In more recent years, Amy's case has been revisited a couple of times. The cold case has resurfaced on America's Most Wanted and an episode on Dr. Phil. In the fall of '99, Amy's parents received an email from a self-proclaimed Navy SEAL soldier, Frank Jones. I wonder if that's his real name. Frank told the family that he was a former U.S. Army special officer with a team of experienced soldiers who might be able to rescue Amy. Jones had claimed that his team had seen Amy being held by heavily armed Colombian personnel in a housing complex surrounded by barbed wire. The team also gave an accurate description of Amy's tattoos and sang the lullaby that Amy's mother used to sing for Amy. Wow. I mean, that's kind of crazy. Over the next few months, Frank would feed news to the family and provide reports on sightings of their daughter. When Jones told them they were going to attempt a rescue, he added that more funds were needed. The Bradleys sent Jones a total of $210,000 to fund the setup for Amy's search and had expected a call from Jones and his team for the results of the rescue mission that never came. Jones had made the story up and had tried to scam the Bradleys of money. In February 2002, federal prosecutors in Richmond charged him with defrauding the Bradleys of $24,444 and the National Missing Children's Organization of $186,416. Jones pled guilty in April of mail fraud and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. You know what's weird, though? So he just guessed the lullaby? I mean, how many different lullabies are there? I mean, there's not infinite lullabies, but... The other weird thing is, so in fall of '99, so this was after her tattoos were made public, so that wouldn't necessarily be surprising, would it? But the weird thing is, and again, this is MINDSHOCK, I am not going to discount any possibility, if there is widespread corruption, and it isn't some kind of high-ranking trafficking scheme, possibly involving U.S. government officials, would they simply bribe Jones or threaten him into saying that it was a scam, even if it wasn't? See, this is something coincidence theorists, they're just too mentally weak to even consider. I'm not saying this is true in any way. I'm not saying this is even likely. But I'm saying if it were true, obviously people can be bribed or threatened. I mean, this isn't rocket science. I mean, this always takes me back to the alien autopsy for some reason. If you haven't checked out the MINDSHOCK episode on the alien autopsy, so there's a claim that the guys that made it up, they admitted to it. And for whatever reason, coincidence theorists, authority-worshipping cultists, they pretend that under no circumstances, if it were real, that anyone would ever be paid off to say that it was fake. I mean, it's just this level of goofery. We're living in really weird times. Not that that's true, but obviously that's a theoretical possibility, a very strong one if there's some kind of level of corruption involved. Or, you know, discrediting people. So that's my thought there, but where is he claiming that this housing complex surrounded by barbed wire, where is he claiming that this is exactly? Another incident involved the finding of a jawbone that was washed ashore in Aruba in 2010. Initially, it was thought to be the jawbone of another missing persons case, Natalie Holloway, but once the jawbone was cleared of Holloway. I will be doing a Natalie Holloway podcast. That's also been highly requested. There's a lot of problems with that case, obviously. It's just, there's so many problems with that case. Authorities ceased any further testing despite the fact that there were 9 other Caribbean vacationers that were said to be missing. No DNA testing was done on the material. They say that the bone is human and was likely from a Caucasian origin. Well, why haven't they tested it? Again, just weirdness. Bradley's mother and father appeared on the November 17th, 2005 episode of Dr. Phil. An image of a young woman resembling Bradley that was emailed to her parents was shown on the program, and it was suggested that she might have been sold into sexual slavery. An email was sent to the Bradley family website containing 2 photographs of a woman that closely resembled Amy. The photographs were observed by a member of an organization that attempts to track victims on sites that feature sex workers. The woman in the photo has said to appear distraught and despondent, and was a sex worker known as Jazz. J-A-S. And we'll be diving deeper there because there have actually been some so-called amateur sleuths that have followed up with that. Theories on the disappearance. There are some theories that are circulating the internet in regard to the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. One of these theories was that she was kidnapped and sold into the illegal human trafficking industry in the Caribbean. This theory is supported by various sources of evidence, including a key witness from a U.S. Navy officer, claiming that he heard a worker at a brothel in the Caribbean claiming to be Amy, and a 2005 photo that was emailed to Amy's family. Another piece of evidence would include the inconsistencies of the witnesses on the night of the disappearance. In People magazine, Amy's mother stated, quote, "I remember watching people watch her admiringly," and later goes on to say, "Amy would have been a trophy," end quote. This theory also includes suspicions of the staff and band members on the cruise on the night of the disappearance. One of these suspicions include an inconsistent story that the band member Yellow presented to the authorities as opposed to what CCTV has captured that night. Many people suspected that the waiter was also involved with the disappearance. Throughout the night, Amy's family was approached by the same waiter asking to pass on a note to Amy for him involving an invitation for her to go drinking with him once they reached the shore. In addition, the professional photographer had printed out all the photos taken throughout the cruise to sell at the stall, but the family could not find any of Amy's photos, making them think that the photos had been removed by somebody. Wow. That is kind of weird, especially if he took tons of photos, because he printed out photos throughout the cruise. So assuming he took photos of most of, I mean, especially if she's dancing front and center at a nightclub, you would think there would be some photos of her, or at least in the background at some point. Another theory authorities considered was that Amy was murdered on the ship and thrown overboard. However, the only evidence supporting this is the discovery of a jawbone which washed ashore on a beach in Aruba. Also keep in mind there's several other disappearances. The final theory includes Amy falling overboard or committing suicide as initially suggested by the authorities. Amy Lynn Bradley was declared legally dead on March 24th, 2010, 12 years after the disappearance, with no witnesses and no body found. And there's plenty to go over on the reasoning behind that as well. But just to touch upon, again, the staff at on the cruise ship that her parents thought might be responsible in some way. This reminds me of more than one story of actual bartenders slipping even female bartenders slipping drugs into young women's drinks to be taken away by traffickers all over the world. I mean, not just in first world countries, obviously. To think that that's completely impossible on a cruise ship, I mean, that's appeal to incredulity is a logical fallacy for a reason. I mean, I don't know if there's precedent on cruise ships, but there's clearly precedent at restaurants and bars and other establishments. Aftermath and rewards. The FBI is currently offering a reward of up to $25,000 for any information that could potentially lead to the recovery of Amy Lynn Bradley or leads to an arrest or conviction of the person or persons responsible for Amy's disappearance. On top of this, the family is offering $250,000 for information leading to her safe return. And the family also has a reward of $50,000 for information leading to her current location. Her case was featured on America's Most Wanted and the television show Disappeared. Her case was also the subject of episode 59 on the Case File podcast and the podcast Crime Junkie and the Casual Criminalist. And now on MindShock. Renewed attention was paid to her case after the disappearance of Natalie Holloway in 2005. Yeah, this is definitely a tough one. This is perplexing to say the least. I am, of course, bothered by the inconsistent witness statements. I mean, the photographer on the cruise not having a single picture of Amy, not even in the background anywhere. I mean, that's kind of weird. Who else finds that kind of weird? And then, of course, the crew personnel who may have had nothing to do with her being trafficked, but simply not wanting to cause any kind of panic or alarm by issuing an immediate warning or notice or whatever before all these passengers disembarked. Okay, so let's go a little deeper into the sightings on the ship, and then we'll get to the other sightings. So Ranker.com actually has a write-up here, shocking facts about Amy Lynn Bradley, the woman who disappeared at sea, posted by Phil Gibbons, September 23rd, 2021. March 24th, 98, Amy Lynn Bradley went missing from a cruise ship en route to Curacao from Aruba. Although the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley did not initially generate the same media response precipitated by other cruise ship disappearances, over time, the baffling circumstances of her case and repeated accounts of her being sighted throughout the Caribbean have elevated the mystery surrounding her fate to a high-profile incident. Additionally, a sinister photograph purportedly of Amy surfaced on a maturely themed website in 2005 and added fuel to the theory that the missing woman was forced to sell her body. Around 20 years after the mysterious disappearance, theories about what happened to Amy Lynn Bradley only add to the uncertainty and dread surrounding one of the most disturbing missing persons cases in history. So there are a few new details here that are quite curious, so let's go over them. Amy Bradley left her family's stateroom and was never seen again. March 23rd, 98, Ron and Eva Bradley, their 23-year-old daughter Amy, and their son Brad were enjoying their third day on the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas. As the ship docked in Curacao after visiting Aruba, the family attended a dinner party on the upper deck of the ship. Amy and Brad both danced until the early morning hours, and Amy was seen dancing with a band member on a ship disco dance floor. However, both Brad and Amy entered their stateroom between 3:30 and 4 a.m. And again, I ask, exactly how was that corroborated on the CCTV? Ron Bradley would recall seeing his daughter in a chair on the room's balcony when he briefly woke up at approximately 5 a.m. And another thing, too, did he just randomly wake up, or did he hear something, or possibly a person outside, didn't realize that that's what woke him up, but simply didn't see that individual? When he woke up again around 6, Amy was gone. The only missing items were her cigarettes and a lighter. She clearly intended to leave briefly, as she did not even bring shoes, ID, or any other important items with her. Her family never saw her again. I'm not sure about that, because this is presupposing she left of her own volition, and I'm still trying to figure out if it can be 100% determined that that was her on the balcony. And if she was alive. Because if someone's trying to frame this as she left, they could have carried her out and taken her cigarettes and lighter. Because obviously anybody that's, has any kind of wherewithal, obviously this wouldn't be some kind of emotionally distraught psycho. If this is all part of a human trafficking ring and they're well versed in staging disappearances, clearly they would grab the cigarettes and lighter to make it appear like she went out for a smoke. A 2005 website photograph showed someone similar to Amy. Since her disappearance in 98, there have been several alleged sightings of Amy Lynn Bradley. The most disturbing was a 2005 email sent to the Bradley family website, which contained 2 photographs of a woman. These photographs were observed by a member of an organization that attempts to track potential victims on sites that feature sex workers. The photos depict a scantily clad woman who closely resembles Amy, but who also appears to be both distraught and despondent. One of these photos was seen publicly when the Bradley family appeared on the Dr. Phil show. A U.S. serviceman claims to have encountered Amy in a brothel. Another disturbing sighting occurred in January 99 when a Navy petty officer claimed to have encountered Amy in a hotel brothel in Curacao. Recognizing him as American, Amy supposedly told the individual her name, said that she was being held against her will, and asked for help. Unfortunately, the officer kept the information to himself, fearing the repercussions that would come with his solicitation of a sex worker. He only contacted the Bradleys through the website after his retirement. I mean, still putting yourself in his shoes. If you're particularly like a big, strong military man, would you? Yes, obviously it's understandable that he did not want to be known that he visited such a place. That's fine. Why not carry her out of there, drop her a block from the police station and watch her walk into the station from a distance? I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this. I mean, this isn't a hotel brothel. I mean, was it heavily armed with like mafioso type human traffickers? Because if so, that's a problem. If not, I mean, what's the deal there? We'll get back to that later. A band member may have been involved in Amy's abduction. After dinner, on the evening of March 23rd, Amy Bradley entered the disco of the ship and was observed dancing continuously with a member of a band that was performing on the ship. This individual, Alistair Yellow Douglas, and Amy were even videotaped repeatedly by a camera person producing a promotional piece for the cruise line. Footage surfaced when the video producer heard about Amy's disappearance and assumed she must be in some of the video from the evening in question. After Amy left her room, she was seen near the disco with Douglas at approximately 6 a.m. So hold on a second. Mind-blowing information. So she went back, well, not in the disco, near the disco with Douglas at 6 a.m. A witness would subsequently claim to have seen Douglas hand Bradley a dark drink, possibly coffee. Other witnesses saw Douglas leaving the area by himself, but Amy was never seen again. Police eventually cleared Douglas after a polygraph, but before the FBI got a hold of the disco video. So, and this was not police that cleared him? This was local police, not FBI? I mean, this is kind of weird. Was he ever reinvestigated or re-interviewed by FBI or more experienced people other than local police? I mean, the phrasing here is it says the police cleared him, not the FBI. Now, what's weird here, the other witnesses that claimed he left by himself, were those his buddies and fellow traffickers? So the witness that saw him with Amy, is that a legit witness? And then the other witnesses provided him the alibi to throw everybody off the trail. Is that what happened there? But let's go a little deeper here. Actually, before we get into that, I actually don't even recall this witness. Also from the Ranker right up here. I mean, this is total mind shock land. Like, all the coincidence theorists better hold on to their hats here. Even before Amy disappeared, there were a few odd instances around the ship. 3 of the waiters on the ship were quite friendly with Amy almost immediately. While the ship was docked in Aruba, one of them even asked Amy's father about her whereabouts by name. And so they were only on this cruise ship for a few days. Was it 3 days? And they were already that friendly, knew her by name. When asked why he was looking for her, he told Mr. Bradley that they, presumably members of the waitstaff, wanted to take her to Carlos and Charlie's, the same bar that Natalie Holloway disappeared from in 2005. Amy subsequently told her father that the waiters gave her the creeps and that she didn't want anything to do with them. That night, when the ship staff posted photos taken of all the dinner participants, Amy's mother noticed that all of her daughter's photos were missing, despite the gallery supervisor clearly remembering they were posted earlier. So not only do we have verification that Amy was in all these photos, but we also supposedly, again, if this was vetted and not just from whoever, the gallery supervisor clearly remembered they were posted earlier. So they were all posted. Somebody took all her photos down. That's kind of weird. Now, let's not fall for false dichotomies here. It's very possible that these were creepy waiters that liked Amy and had nothing to do with her disappearance. They were just these creepy scumbags that wanted to take her to a bar and who knows what else, but they weren't responsible for whatever happened to her. They were separate from the potential traffickers or just the potential individual that could have harmed her or taken her away. I mean, this is really, really weird. Anyone else find it weird that the members of the waitstaff wanted to take her to Carlos and Charlie's? Like, what goes on that bar? Another note I found here on Lilith Nova Blogspot. She apparently brought 9 pairs of shoes on the cruise trip, but she didn't take a single pair, so not a single pair was missing. And so there is security footage of her near the disco with Douglas at approximately 6 a.m. Wow, this is also insane. A few more details here from Lilith Nova Blogspot. By the time the search of the ship began at 8 a.m., many of the ship's guests and staff already left the vessel for the day. The family was told that no announcement would be made, no photographs would be posted concerning Amy's disappearance, as this would be too disturbing to other passengers. The Bradleys left the ship in Curacao, but flew to Saint Martin and reboarded the cruise ship when they were told by the FBI the search for Amy had only included bathrooms and common areas and ignored staterooms and employee living quarters. That's kind of insane. So they never even searched, they only searched the bathrooms and common areas somewhere where if somebody was kidnapped Amy, obviously she wouldn't be there. So they didn't search any employee areas or any rooms, any private rooms. I mean, this is insane. The FBI eventually boarded the ship, but their investigation went nowhere. And Royal Caribbean went on to claim Amy probably was intoxicated and fell overboard, despite having no evidence such an incident occurred. The waters in the sea were searched, and no sign of Amy emerged. The FBI conducted a thorough investigation of Amy Bradley, her hometown friends, co-workers, neighbors. The rest of her family also successfully underwent polygraph examinations, and even her college athletic coaches were interviewed and exonerated. FBI found that Amy sent numerous postcards on the first days of the voyage, had just adopted a dog, recently graduated from college, and was supposed to start a new job. In other words, hardly the behaviors or outlooks of someone who is suicidal or intent on disappearing. All of the background checks and investigations pointed to an involuntary disappearance. Also, some more information about the August 98 sighting. A Canadian encountered two men and a woman walking on the beach near Port of Maria in Curacao. When he spoke in a loud voice in English to a friend who was a few feet away, the woman suddenly turned around and began to walk in his direction. Just as the woman was about to speak with him, one of the two men distinctly signaled her to walk away. Then they grabbed her and shuffled her into a small cafe. On the way, she kept trying to point out her tattoos to the Canadian man. And while in the coffee shop, continued to stare at the Canadian man. I mean, that's really creepy. So what is she doing? She's like, if she's got some kind of tank or t-shirt, is she like rolling up the sleeve and pointing to her tattoos or something? He had no idea who Amy was until he eventually saw her profiled on the television show Unsolved Mysteries. When he contacted the Bradleys, he was able to describe Amy's distinctive tattoos as he observed her from only a few feet away. He claims to be 100% sure the woman he saw was Amy Bradley. So True Crime Diva posted this article on Evil at Sea, Disappearance of Amy Bradley, September 30th, 2012, with a little bit more information about the witness who saw her with the band member. A witness claimed she saw Amy with Yellow at 6 a.m. in the disco. The witness was up early because she was going to disembark at Curacao, so she decided to go to the disco to wait. Yellow brought Amy a dark drink, coffee or Coke, it is presumed. The witness left the disco shortly after that. The woman took a polygraph and passed and testified before a grand jury. So some people who just dismissed the witness as mistaken, apparently here, she testified before a grand jury and was even polygraphed. Obviously, brain fingerprint scanning is the way to go these days, but I mean, yeah, this was not just a rumor or someone making a casual statement. She actually testified before a grand jury. Other witnesses saw Yellow after he left the disco in the glass elevator. He was alone. I also read that Amy was with him. So apparently, this is where we go to the rumor mill, because some apparently unsubstantiated or possibly misreported or non-definitive witnesses, some say he was alone, some say he's with her. I mean, that's kind of weird. Now this photograph here. Okay, so here's a little bit more to the story. In 1999, an American sailor reported he went to a brothel on Curacao and was approached by a young woman who told him her name was Amy Bradley. She asked for his help. At this point, two men in the bar escorted her upstairs. Fearing he would get in trouble by higher-ups for being at the brothel, he didn't mention the sighting until months later. By that time, the brothel had burned down. So it wasn't a case of him already being upstairs and wandering around rooms. So there were two men who escorted her upstairs. So she walked up to him in a lobby. It doesn't say lobby. He went to a brothel. He was approached by a young woman. So was it some kind of common area where he was approached by her and two men escorted her upstairs? So did they hear what she was saying? And that's why they escorted her upstairs? So this is a good amount of time later. I mean, that's a little weird. Now, in this photograph here, 2005, HYScience.com received pictures from a reader, Alan Kay. He says he found the following images on an adult website. Now, this woman clearly does look like Amy Lynn Bradley. She would have been about 31 years old, which she does look in the range of. I mean, it's definitely weird. We're going to actually get to that as well. Some interesting comments here. Superman 2050, this is all on True Crime Diva. Superman 2050 posted this September 25th, 2020. It's possible she can be in Cuba right now. The police need to search there. Now, is that just a random comment? I mean, it's kind of a specific comment. I mean, the Caribbean is quite vast. I mean, he specifically said Cuba. Some people think there's ties to South America as well, but... Stacy posted this January 6, 2017. I was shocked when I read this story. I feel, for my opinion, the captain of the ship was involved, and Alistair Douglas feel captain of the cruise has to be involved in this horrid human trafficking, because anybody's initial reaction would be to block off all the ship until Amy was found and ring authorities to come to the ship to do the search as well. Why would you be thinking of the passengers or disturbing them once the girl was found and was the main priority at the time? Surely the passengers would have understood. And sightings of Amy just shocked me because obviously there hasn't been nowhere getting searched properly to catch these guys doing it. Legal system in everywhere really needed to take things more seriously because it could have been someone close to them. Yeah, I mean, unless there's a policy by the cruise ship to simply not draw attention to any kind of crime, which there apparently is on a lot of these cruise lines. So let's go to Chris Fenwick, the videographer who took this video of Amy dancing with yellow. I mean, it's kind of hard to see exactly how close they're dancing, but some people seem to think that they're very, very comfortable with each other. I don't see them holding hands, but, I mean, I don't know. Some commenters are saying it looks like they were really close and possibly holding hands. So this is from chrisfenwick.com. He posted, Amy Bradley is missing, Monday, March 1st, 2010. My involvement with Amy Bradley, last updated July 27, 2001. Well, and it was reposted 2010, I guess. Okay. I have finally made the video mentioned in the story publicly available on YouTube. My name is Chris Fenwick. I am a television director and video editor. In the spring of '98, I was working for a corporate client on the Rhapsody of the Seas, a Royal Caribbean cruise ship. My job was to produce an entertaining video for my client. The video was to be shown on the last night of the cruise. I had one cameraman working with me that came with us from California, and we also paid Royal Caribbean for the partial use of their staff video engineer. His name was Steve. Because of the nature of editing in the short turnaround environment, I spent nearly the entire duration of the cruise in my cabin working. When I tell people that I was working for 10 days at sea on a cruise ship, they assume it was just a walk in the park. However, it was a difficult week, very hard work, and long hours. Wednesday, March 24th, 1998 morning. On Wednesday morning, rumors and stories began to circulate around the cruise ship that some girl had committed suicide. We heard these stories from Steve, the crew member who was working with us. As sad as the story is of a young woman being on a cruise in the Caribbean and still decided that she needed to end her life, I still had a whole lot of work to do. I couldn't be distracted by the news. Steve, in black with the video camera, and Bob Briggs, the director camera operator who came from California. Thursday, March 25th, 98. On or about Thursday afternoon, I decided to take Steve up on his offer to come and see his edit suite that was on board the ship. Being kind of a gear slut, I'm always interested in equipment used in my industry. During my short visit to see Steve in his edit suite, he casually informed me that he had been instructed by ship security to make sure there were no images of the missing girl in his cruise video. The type of videotape that you would buy at the end of your cruise showing all the great things that you had done all week on board. Thursday afternoon, someone came by and posted a flyer on my door while I was working. It was a yellow piece of paper, as I remember, could have been white, that had a photo of the missing girl. Her name was Amy Bradley. I put the flyer in my room but continued to work. I had 2 computer systems and an edit system in my stateroom. Somehow, by Thursday evening, I had heard that maybe she had not committed suicide, but there was a possibility that she was abducted. There was even a suspect. His name was Yellow, obviously a nickname, but he was the bass player in one of the ship's bands. I am not sure where I came across this info, although it was probably through Steve and his inside behind-the-scenes contacts. The reason I remember this is that at some time late Thursday evening, I took a break from my work to go to the studio on the 11th deck of the boat and have a soda and watch the people dance. I remember seeing yellow around the disco, and I vividly remember thinking, wow, there is that guy they think took the girl. He looks kind of creepy. I went back to my room to work more. Now, I'm always hesitant to kind of take too much from intuition, but are multiple people here stating that this guy's creepy, the waiters are creepy? Is it creepy because they're all connected? And that, I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Friday, March 26, 98, 3 a.m. Sometime later that night, probably around 3 a.m., I took another walk to stretch my legs. It was not unusual for me to work all night and sleep during the day. While I was standing on the 8th deck, my deck, looking over the large center atrium of the boat, I witnessed two young girls, probably around 19 or 20, walk toward the stern of the boat on the starboard side. Minutes later, a young man ran from where the women had walked toward the bow of the boat. Soon, a woman with blonde hair and another gentleman, and at least one man from the Royal Caribbean, began to congregate on what may have been the 6th deck across from where I was standing. They began to question the two young girls. It was around this time that it became obvious to me that the people I was watching was the family of the missing girl. I was curious as to why this meeting was taking place in the middle of the night, and being wide awake, I decided to eavesdrop to find out what I could. Apparently, the two girls had seen Amy Bradley, the missing girl, during the early morning hours of the day she vanished. They were trying to find out anything and everything that the two girls had seen. What I witnessed was the older woman was immensely distraught. I overheard her saying, quote, "Please think very carefully. Did you see anything else? Are you sure you didn't hear anything else? Are you sure you didn't see anything else?" End quote. The poor woman was so frantic, I just remember everyone trying to get her to calm down and be cool. Later, I found out her name was Eva Bradley. After seeing the frantic nature of the woman, it kind of put the humanity on the story for me. It dawned on me that the woman who had disappeared on Tuesday morning, and we had heard that she had been in the disco on Monday night, if that was the case, we were in the disco with one of our cameras on Monday night. Maybe I had some video of Amy in my room on one of my videotapes. I returned to my room and began scanning through tapes that would have been shot on that night. Amazingly enough, on the last tape of the night and the last shot of the tape, there was indeed a shot of Amy dancing on the dance floor. The part that was really creepy to me was that the shot revealed that Amy was dancing with Yellow, the man that was suspected of having something to do with her disappearance. Immediately, I got out a blank Beta SP tape, a broadcast tape format, and made a component-level dub of the master tape showing Amy dancing with Yellow. I wrote my name and room number on the tape label and put it in a box. I then returned to the location of the early morning meeting between the crew and the Bradley family and the two young girls. There was a man there, but the meeting had broken up. And props to this guy. I mean, seriously, props to this guy. Friday morning, 4 a.m., I approached this man and asked if he was part of the Bradley family. He informed me that he was a good friend of the family. I told him my story and how I came to have this tape in my possession, and told him that I would gladly meet with the family if they wished to see the tape in my room. The man told me that he would take care of it and thank me for his help. It was now somewhere around 4 a.m. I returned to my room to sleep. Friday morning, 9 a.m. Later that morning, I went to where breakfast was being served and witnessed the Bradleys and the man I gave the tape to having breakfast together. I was dying to know if the Bradleys wanted to see the tape, but I didn't want to impose on their time. They were visibly distraught. However, the man I gave the tape to walked away from the table for a moment, and I approached him and asked if he had given the tape to the family. At that time, he had told me that he had given the videotape of Amy dancing with Yellow to the authorities. Friday afternoon. This is where the story gets really interesting to me. Mid-afternoon on Friday, while I was in my room working, I received a phone call. The man on the phone told me that his name was Lou Costello. I probably made some sort of joke about Abbott. He asked me if I was the guy with the videotape of the missing girl. I told him yes, I was. At that point, he told me that he was going to have to get that tape from me. I informed him that there was no way I was going to give up the master tapes. I never give away master tapes, and that besides that, it was on a tape format that I'm sure he didn't have access to. After all, I had seen the onboard edit facilities. And that I would be glad to make a broadcast quality dub of the tape if he liked. He then informed me that the FBI were involved in this and that they would want the original tapes. I told him that if that was the case and the FBI wanted my master tapes, then they would have to contact me. Smart guy. He's not going to be hoodwinked here. I also informed Mr. Costello that the entire reason for me being on this boat was to finish editing the tape that needed to air that night at midnight in the ship theater. I would be done with my duties around 12:30, and I would be glad to help him or make copies or whatever at that time. However, would he please allow me the time I needed to finish my job? At that, I believe Mr. Costello said he would be in contact with me later, and then he hung up. That was the last I heard from Mr. Costello. I finished my job, I packed my equipment, and the next day I got off the boat in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and went home to San Francisco. You know, if they have all these digital locks and all this stuff, would they also be able to trace where that call came from? Months later, maybe 4 to 6 months later, after telling the story of the missing girl to everyone I knew, it occurred to me that no one had ever called to get the master tapes that Lou Costello had insisted the FBI was going to need. So I took it upon myself to call the FBI. I have no recollection of what office I called or who I talked to, but someone took a message that I had a videotape of dancing with the person that was believed to be involved in her disappearance. The person who took the message informed me that it would be forwarded to the officers in charge of the case. At that point, I felt that I had done everything that I could do. December 98. Somewhere around December 98, I watched the story of Amy Bradley and America's Most Wanted on television. I was somewhat surprised that they did not show the tape that I had supplied to the authorities through the man that was the friend of the Bradleys. Summer 99. Then in the summer of 99, Amy Bradley's story was on TV again, but this time it was on Unsolved Mysteries. After the segment aired, my older brother called me and asked if I had seen the piece and wondered why the video that I had was not part of the story. I informed him that I had no idea. Unknown to me, my brother had called the Unsolved Mysteries hotline and asked about the videotape and wondered if they knew about its existence. A few days later, my brother got a call from Eva Bradley, the mother of Amy. She talked with him and he informed her of some of the details of my story, and Eva asked if she could talk with me. Soon, Eva Bradley and I were talking on the phone. After hearing some of the ordeal and the pain that she and her family had gone through, I told them that I would do what I could to help. I found out that the man that I had given the tape to was Mike McCord. Mike is Ron Bradley's boss. Ron is Amy's father. The Bradleys were on a business trip that was a perk of the salespeople in their company. Mike McCord apparently had given my tape to one of the FBI officers that was handling Amy's disappearance. It was the last time that the copy of the tape was seen. Okay, this is really mind-shocking and creepy on so many levels, because initially, like reading the beginning of this account, I was going to assume that this man that was with them was somebody from the cruise line, and he just took the tape and hid it for whatever reason, either involved or not involved, and just wanted to sweep it all under the rug or whatever the case may be. I mean, this is really weird. This is his boss, so he never gave them the tape, or allegedly he gave the FBI the tape, but I mean, this is weird. So my own commentary, so this is Chris Fenwick's commentary here. The images on the tape are interesting and quite frankly kind of creepy. However, the pictures are not the most interesting thing about the videotape. What is more interesting is the tape's story, its journey, and its eventual disappearance. I gave the tape to Mike McCord. Mike tells us he gave the tape to the FBI. 12 hours later, I get a call from Lou Costello, head of security. Lou Costello is head of ship security, but he has no connection officially with the FBI. McCord gave the tape to an FBI agent, allegedly. I mean, did they confirm that? See, again here, so he said he gave the tape to an FBI agent, or was it someone posing as an FBI agent? Is McCord, but wouldn't McCord still tell the Bradleys about the videotape? Which apparently he did not. So either he's complicit here, or he gave the tape to someone who he believed was FBI, who wasn't actually FBI. They were just posing as FBI. Or was it FBI, but was it like a rogue FBI agent that was possibly connected to this human trafficking ring and the cruise line? And other FBI agents were not, but this particular guy was. Was that their inside man? I mean, I don't know. This is all very weird. So anyway, continuing on here, McCord gave the tape to an FBI agent. It has never been seen since. Why? Why is it that Lou Costello is doing the work of the FBI trying to get the original tapes from me? Why wouldn't the FBI send an agent to my room if it was so important? Better yet, ask yourself this question. Why does Lou Costello even know about the tapes that I have? Why is the FBI talking with the head of security about details of the case? I mean, he's assuming here that the guy really was an FBI agent and McCord really did give the tape to the FBI. I mean, I'm not convinced here. Just based on all this information, I'm not convinced. The FBI is pretty adamant about not sharing details of a case that is in progress. I also find it highly suspicious that Steve, the ship video guy, was instructed to remove all the images of Amy in the video that he was editing. Granted, it would be kind of a downer for you to show your travel video to someone and then say, oh yeah, there's this girl that vanished on board. The fact that the request came from security and not a PR person is weird. At least it is to me. That's a good point there. Yeah, if it came from PR, that would make more sense. Conclusion. And was it a request or an instruction order? Conclusion. In the summer of 99, I made another copy of the tape for the Bradleys. I have spoken with Eva several times over the last few years. Everyone always asks me, did they ever find Amy Bradley? The answer, tragically, is no. There have been some very credible sightings by people who made positive IDs of Amy. The family has been swindled out of tons of money by people who prey on these types of victims. It really is a sad state of affairs. If you want more information about Amy Bradley, there are tons of online things about her. I would suggest you go to Google and search for Amy Bradley. Okay. Wow. I mean, this is just insane. So, some more details in the episode of Vanished with Beth Holloway on the Bradley case, aired May 23rd, 2011. I'm going to play the clip here. But basically, the two young girls, college-age girls, they were the ones who said they saw Amy with Douglas in the elevator. And apparently that's the conversation that Fenwick overheard or saw or whatever.
We were just walking down the hallway and these two college-age girls, they came screaming up to us, just frantic. We saw Amy with a band member. We saw Amy, and we couldn't find you. Where have you been? And we said, well, we just got back on the ship. What are you talking about?
The girls claimed that around 5:45 a.m., they saw Amy heading back to the ship's all-night dance club with the band's bass player, a Grenadian man by the name of Alistair Douglas.
They said they saw them come up the elevator, and then when the elevator door opened to the disco, she turned and they stepped into the disco.
So the very last person that Amy was known to be seen alive with is Alistair Douglas.
Yes, it's him.
Amy's brother Brad also recalls seeing her dancing with Douglas earlier, the night of her disappearance. More importantly, Brad recalls a strange encounter he had with Douglas the next morning.
He comes up to me, and the first thing he said was, he said, hey man, I'm sorry to hear about your sister.
Alistair Douglas's statement triggers alarm bells with the Bradleys, because at that time, the only people that knew Amy was missing were the captain and his security team.
That's the only people beside Brad that knew that we were looking for Amy.
The Bradleys report the incident to the FBI, and Alistair Douglas is brought in for questioning. Authorities want to know how he knew about Amy's disappearance, even though it was never announced. But Douglas changes his story and claims to know absolutely nothing about Amy's disappearance.
What are your next steps?
They brought a polygrapher on the ship, and they did a polygraph.
Ship security and law enforcement both question Douglas, but there is not enough evidence to detain him.
Wow. So you're thinking, he's it. You know, I want to get to him because that is the person that's last known to be seen with my daughter alive. Do you get to him?
I never had anything personally to say to him. I was in another world. I was trying to just stay alive. Ron remembers sitting outside of the interview room, and he had to just about be restrained.
He came out with a thumbs up and kind of smiling like everything's cool. And it was all I could do to keep my composure at that time.
I mean, it's actually kind of curious, the overlap here. And the other curiosity here in terms of all the strangeness with the crew members and who knew what when is that here, Brad Bradley gave his recollection of the encounter the morning after, or the morning of rather, when nobody knew that she was missing except the captain and security, and yet Douglas, the guy she was last seen with, is offering his condolences sorry to hear about your sister to Brad Bradley? Does that make any sense? Or, I mean, some people think, I guess some people can allege that Brad made that up, but, I don't know. If not. And according to this Vanished episode, when the FBI questioned Douglas, he claimed to know nothing about the disappearance at all, ever. So that's kind of weird. So this entire episode, Vanished with Holloway, this is kind of crazy because they go a little bit more in depth into the taxi driver who saw her specifically. He's parked in front of the disembarking cruise ship. So he's there to pick up passengers specifically for the cruise ship. He said she ran out distraught and wanted a phone.
On April 21st, Brad and Ron decide to return to Curacao to search for Amy once again.
We went down to hand out flyers all over the island, and we rented a vehicle and just, went all over the place.
Within 24 hours, Ron and Brad receive a critical tip. A taxi driver recognizes Amy from the flyer and tells them he saw her the morning she vanished.
He walked up to us and pulled us aside and told us that he wanted us to know that Amy was on that island.
According to the driver, Amy approached his cab just minutes after the cruise ship docked on the island.
He was waiting at the ship where people got off, and he said she came up kind of frantic, acting, and asked where the telephone was. He said, "I'll never forget her green eyes." She has green eyes.
It seems the Bradleys finally have the break they are looking for.
Now, what does that mean here? So he's confident it's her, and she's alone at this particular moment. So was she kind of escorted off the ship? Did she fear something happening on the ship? Was she possibly assaulted by one or more people? Where was Douglas leading her? Was she assaulted by Douglas and possibly other individuals, possibly crew members to the point, and maybe even security, to the point where she felt unsafe on the ship? This might be the McGuire theory here, because why would she get off the ship willingly by herself? If she got off willingly by herself, the only possible explanation there is she didn't trust the security or that she could even make it back to her room. Maybe she even thought her family would be in danger and she didn't want to go back there. She wanted to get off the ship and get to the authorities. Is that what happened? Because if ship security is involved, what would a young female do in that situation? Or was she escorted off the ship by somebody, but why would she not make a scene about that if she was being escorted not of her free will? And then she ran away from that person? Was she drugged and she's coming in and out of the drugging? And at this particular moment, she wants to get to a phone. Does she want to phone the U.S. Embassy? What is the goal here? And this taxi driver, obviously he doesn't know the backstory at the moment it's happening, but it's just kind of weird. So she didn't want to get in the cab and get to the embassy. She wanted a phone. What does everybody make of this?
With the help of local police, Ron and Brad scour the tiny island for any trace of Amy.
It was a crazy search. They were looking in huts and going in the water and crawling up on the back of boats.
We were just looking for her, looking for any clues, anything.
Then, 4 days into their search, Brad hears an eerily familiar voice.
I heard Amy call my name. Pretty distinctive growing up my whole life with the way that she would say my name and call me.
The voice seems to be coming from a passing van.
So we kind of whipped a U-turn and followed the car that we thought it came from back in all these neighborhoods and little side roads and things.
Eventually, Ron and Brad catch up to the van.
And we got up to him and just some guy, by himself in the van. So either, we obviously followed the wrong car or heard what I wanted to hear. I don't know, but it was a little bit intense.
And now we have this account from Brad Bradley. Some people believe that this puts his credibility into question because he hears Amy calling him in a very distinct way that only she calls him. Okay, so it's either her or his imagination. It's not a random person calling Brad because there might not be a reason for that, and if they would randomly call Brad, it wouldn't be in the distinct way that Amy calls him. So there's only two options. he's hallucinating, basically, or it's really her. Because why would a random stranger be yelling his name in a distinct way that Amy yells his name? If it is her, now it's from a passing van. It's so hard to write this off because if this is legitimate, but this is also a quite a period of time later. This isn't within, a day. Is she randomly going to be transported in a white van at the same time that they're on the street searching? I mean, if they're searching the streets day after day after day, which they probably were, maybe? But yeah, this whole thing is just so haunting.
May 1999. After watching a TV segment on Amy's case, a Canadian businessman by the name of David Carmichael calls the Bradleys with an astonishing lead. He also tells them he has no interest in their reward fund.
I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget it. He said, I have seen your daughter. I've absolutely seen your daughter.
According to Carmichael, the encounter took place while he was scuba diving in Curacao, some 5 months after Amy vanished.
We were over in a small area where we wash off the equipment in fresh water, and I looked down the beach and I saw a girl walking down the beach with being flanked by 2 people.
At first, Carmichael paid no attention to the 3 strangers. But then, the woman did something bizarre.
The minute she heard I spoke English, she picked up her pace and was putting distance between her and the 2 people that were flanking her. Within what was probably seconds, she was within 3 or 4 feet of me.
According to Carmichael, just as the young woman was about to speak, the 2 men caught up to her and pulled her into a nearby cafe. David decides to follow them.
Something went off in my brain to tell me, gather more information about this person.
David notices a scar on the woman's right shin, and she also seems to be pointing out several tattoos. She has a Tasmanian devil on her left shoulder blade. David's description is chilling.
The credibility is unquestionable.
This time, this could be it. This could really be Amy.
He described her to a T, to include her tattoo.
I was 2 feet away from her. 2 feet. That's how close I was. I don't even have to think about it. It's 100%. It's not 99, it's 100. It's 100%, it was her. It was.
If the woman on the beach was Amy, then who were the mysterious men with her?
It made us wonder what type of situation Amy was in and who had or who was controlling her.
The Bradleys contact local authorities, who search the area where the encounter allegedly took place. They find no sign of Amy.
Now, looking at Carmichael's account here, his sighting, there's a few problems here. So number one, he knows something is off just from the situation. She's trying to motion to her tattoos or whatever. They're rough enough with her in kind of moving her to the cafe away from him that he decides to follow because he feels something is off. Now, if he knows something that is that off, why wouldn't he at least ask, "Are you okay, lady?" Like, he just stood by her 2 feet away. He said he's not 99% sure. He's 100% sure it's her. Obviously, he doesn't know who it is at the time. But if this is a woman, a distraught woman, or some woman being held against her will, I mean, does he not even ask? Like, "Are you okay, lady?" Or are these two guys bothering? Like he felt something was off enough to follow her into the cafe and then did nothing. I mean, what is going on here? What is going on? I mean, this is kind of weird.
2 years after Amy Bradley vanished from a cruise liner, her family seems to be closing in on the truth. Former Special Forces officer Frank Jones and his reconnaissance team are convinced Amy is being held against her will on the Caribbean island of Curacao. But first, Jones needs a final payment of $100,000. The Bradleys' employer is willing to help out, but wants to make sure the tip is legitimate before he hands over the cash. So on November 1st, 2000, he sends a trusted source, security contractor Tim Buckholes, to Curacao in order to monitor Frank Jones and his team.
He's very kind, he's very gentle, but he's scary. He's the kind of guy that can go on an island or go anywhere in the world, and he just straight up says, "I need to meet the criminal element here."
After just a few hours on the island, Buckholes contacts the Bradleys with some heartbreaking news.
He called us saying that Frank Jones is down here drinking rum and having a good time, and with absolutely nothing going on concerning Amy.
Tim has also discovered that Frank Jones is not the former Special Forces operative he claims to be. Jones is a con artist, and that the alleged photos of Amy are phony as well.
He had gotten copies of that tattoo from us that he took to a tattoo parlor, and they did a stencil and put it on this girl. And they posed her on the beach as Amy in order to get some additional funding.
How much money had Iva given to Frank?
Frank had actually taken over $200,000 from that family. And the family, it wasn't the family's money, it was donations, and everybody that was giving donations to help find Amy.
In February 2002, Frank Jones is arrested in Virginia and charged with mail fraud. He is sentenced to 5 years in prison and ordered to repay every penny he conned from the Bradleys. But what the Bradleys can't recoup is the time they've wasted on this bogus investigation.
Frank Jones stole 2 years of our ability to be able to do the legitimate things that we needed to do to find Amy. I think about it at this point and I get so angry over the amount of time that we lost.
Now, with the Frank Jones situation, like I postulated, even before watching this snippet here from Vanished, I postulated that maybe Frank Jones was onto something, and then some kind of forces got to him and told him to admit to making up the fraud. But here, Eva Bradley is clearly stating that he sent them surveillance photos. Now, not necessarily showing Amy's face. Now, I don't know if these were the real photos shown here on Vanished. I'm assuming they're not, because they look exactly like the woman who was playing Amy for the previous encounter, which obviously there's no footage of. But either way, they're stating here that these photos that Frank Jones sent, these surveillance photos, had Amy's tattoos, or at least some of them, and was similar in Amy's build and posture. Now, how difficult is it to find out? Maybe they just found a doppelganger who had a similar tattoo, and if the photos were from a decent enough distance away, you couldn't tell, and they decided to exploit the situation. Or maybe it really was her. Maybe they had no plans of rescuing her, but they really did cite her, and they showed those photos. They sent the photos, and they really were planning to extort. Let's not fall for any false dichotomies here. But what does everybody make of the whole Frank Jones saga? This is kind of weird as well. Now, what's interesting is apparently there was a certain amount of investigation done that they did copy the tattoo, and they had some girl who was posing as Amy, which is why there's no face in the photos. Now, how was all that confirmed? I mean, was this an after-the-fact explanation? I mean, obviously you'd have to have both. You'd have to have the sets of photos to confirm. And the girl that's claiming to have been the model for this, again, is this all a setup where it really was her and they're trying to explain away that it wasn't her? Because obviously if they're going to put this operation in place, they would have, a certain amount of resources to do this. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, but I just found that curious. Like, how definitive was all of this?
In December 2005, the Bradleys' tireless efforts yield another breakthrough on the tiny island of Barbados. It involves an Ohio woman named Judy Maurer.
What took you to Barbados, Judy?
My husband and I went on a cruise. The ship docked in Barbados at Bridgetown, and we decided to go downtown and do some shopping.
While using a department store ladies' room, Judy finds herself trapped in a frightening situation.
I went into the stall. As soon as I got into the stall and sat down, I heard somebody coming into the restroom, and I heard men's voices. My automatic response was to hide because I was afraid they came in to rob me or, rape me or something. I didn't know what was going on.
Gripped with fear, Judy listens as one of the men makes a threatening statement to someone.
He must have said 5 or 6 times, "The deal's at 11 o'clock. and you better be ready to go. He goes, and I'm warning you, you better cooperate. This is my deal, and you better not mess it up. And he just kept saying that.
You had to have been just trembling.
I was petrified. I was practically holding my breath because I'm thinking, I'm witnessing something that I shouldn't be witnessing.
Then, as quickly as they enter the restroom, the men leave. But Judy Maurer is still not alone. Cowering by the sink is a young woman who appears to be in her early 30s.
She looked like she's about ready to cry. So I tried to talk to her because I could see that she was just really distraught. So I said, well, where are you from? And she talked so softly that I could barely hear her, but at the time I thought she said Virginia.
What the woman told Judy next was unmistakable.
So then I says, well, what's your name? And then real softly, she says, Amy. And
What did you do when she said her name was Amy?
Well, I said, oh, my daughter's name is Amy. She got the most horrid look on her face. Her mouth flew open, and she did a pivot towards me and then starts walking towards me and getting in my space, like this. And she did that 3 times, like she was trying to get me to be quiet.
That instant, the men's voices reappeared outside the door.
I heard a pounding on the door real loud, and I could hear a man making noises. And then the door flew open about this far. And as soon as that happened, she kind of grimaced and just stood there like she was frozen.
Panicked, Judy bolts out of the bathroom and past 4 men waiting outside. She never sees the woman again, or at least for 9 months, when Judy comes across the most recent photos of Amy in an article about missing persons.
Judy, I mean, when you saw this young woman's face, did you instantly feel that is the young woman I saw?
I'm looking at this picture and I'm going, oh my God, that girl looks so familiar. I think that's the girl I saw in Barbados. And when I read it, I realized her name was Amy.
Judy ultimately contacts the Bradleys, who alert the FBI. Using Judy Maurer's eyewitness account, the feds create composite sketches of the woman and her alleged abductors.
That lead was absolutely phenomenal, lifted our hope, our spirit. I knew she was alive. I know she is alive.
But by the time detectives follow up with the department store, no one remembers seeing Amy or her captors.
We thought we had finally found her, and that wasn't the case. So it was just back to square one again.
So now examining the Judy Maurer account here from Vanished. What does everybody make of that? A little bit more detail there. She rushes out. There's 4 men right outside the bathroom. I mean, that's kind of weird. And she does not go to authorities over that. I mean, that's troubling. A distraught woman, some threats about a deal of some kind, and 4 men congregating outside the woman's bathroom at this department store. I mean, it's kind of random, but would you report that to somebody? I mean, that's kind of weird, even obviously not knowing that it's Amy Bradley, but that there's a distraught woman and that there's 4 men. I mean, this is kind of weird. The other interesting footnote is that Maurer says that the woman she saw looks exactly like the 2005 photograph from the adult website, which we'll be getting into in a moment.
In September 2005, the Bradleys receive a shocking tip. An anonymous source sends them photos he found online. The woman in the pictures bears a striking resemblance to Amy.
Could these possibly be Amy? Heavy makeup, kind of wild hair. My sister, the artist, first thing she does is she takes the picture. She said, squint your eyes at that picture and see what you see. And Beth, when I squinted, it was like, it just shocked me. It was just Amy.
Even more telling is the fact that the pictures were pulled from an adult website based in the Caribbean, and the young woman is being advertised as a female escort. After droves of false leads and dashed hopes, the Bradleys want to be 100% sure it's really Amy.
We got in touch with a forensic detective in one of the police departments, and he took those pictures and he took Amy's pictures and he did overlays.
The forensic detective determines that facial structure, hairline, and multiple ear piercings make the girl in the photo a perfect match for Amy.
He gave us the complete breakdown on it, and he said, I will tell you that I will bet my career that this is Amy.
Investigators begin tracing the IP address of the website hosting the pictures. Coming up, just as they're honing in on the source of the photos, another woman's terrifying encounter strikes a new level of fear in the Bradleys and drastically alters the course of the investigation.
It had to have been just sheer panic.
It scared me to death. I thought, are they coming in to rob me or rape me? Or I didn't know what to do.
After nearly 8 years of false leads and multiple sightings, shocking photos have been found on a website advertising prostitutes in the Caribbean. The pictures seem to confirm that Ron and Iva Bradley's daughter Amy has been abducted and forced into sexual slavery.
When I first looked at the picture, it wasn't the Amy that I know. It wasn't the soft, kind, innocent Amy. The picture looks like a harsh and tormented Amy. And it's tough to look at.
Investigators are having trouble pinpointing the exact location of the website's IP address. Until that happens, they will be hard-pressed to move the case forward.
Okay, so regarding this photo from this adult website that this forensic specialist from the FBI is betting his career that it's her. I mean, that's curious. That's curious. I mean, he's dead sure. I mean, obviously they look extremely similar. If it's not her, what is it? Some kind of doppelganger that just happens to look exactly like her. We are going to go so far into MINDSHOCK land right now to the point of possibly solving this entire case. And not just this case, but possibly other missing persons cases. Because this is just really, really insane here. So I hope everybody's sitting down for this, because AmyBradleyIsMissing.com forum has put together some astonishing, mind-shocking connections. I don't know what to make of this, but this is MINDSHOCK, so we're going to go through all of it. So the website no longer up, affordable-adult-vacations.com. And this is where supposedly these photos came from. So from 2002 until 2008, Amy's photograph appeared on the website for an escort resort in Venezuela. The resort was known as Affordable Adult Vacations in Playa El Agua, Margarita Island. Owners of the Affordable Adult Vacations Resort claimed Amy's website photograph had been obtained from a source in, anybody want to guess? Curacao. The owners of the escort resort still have resorts in the Caribbean. The photographs of Amy were forensically evaluated by Wesley Neville, a certified forensic artist at the International Association for Identification, and a law enforcement officer in the state of South Carolina. It was determined that the photographs are Amy. Eva Bradley explained the forensics work done by Wesley Neville on Beth Holloway's Vanished. And the owner of this Affordable Adult Vacations company based in Florida is none other than someone who has since been arrested. This is Alfred and Jennifer Cotton of Florida, who have been arrested. Alfred Cotton worked at Affordable Adult Vacations in Playa El Agua, Margarita Island, for a number of years until the group left in 2007 and established new resorts in the Dominican Republic. There is still one resort on Margarita Island that is connected to this group. Cotton was in charge of the AAV, the Affordable Adult Vacations yacht. The yacht was kept in Perlamar. Cotton made all reservations and schedules. This is probably the reason why he has been reportedly seen with Amy in various southern Caribbean harbor locations, in addition to the report from San Francisco, which we will get to in a moment, that will possibly tie all of this together. So here's an article. New York County District Attorney's Office. Husband and wife indicted for facilitating sex tourism through Tropical Adult Vacation Company. These are the booking images from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Alfred Cotton and Jennifer Lee Cotton. Defendants allegedly sold sexual services from prostituted women to visitors to the Dominican Republic. Manhattan DA Cyrus R. Vance Jr. today announced the indictment of Jennifer Cotton, 49, and Alfred Cotton, 50, a married couple, for facilitating sex tourism by U.S. citizens to the Dominican Republic through their company, Tropical Adult Vacation, TAV. Their arrests follow a 10-month investigation with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Homeland Security investigations. The defendants are each charged in New York State Supreme Court indictment with one count of promoting prostitution in the third degree. The alleged family business for this husband and wife team was international sex tourism, said DA Vance. Companies like the one charged in this case create a demand for the sexual service of prostituted women abroad, many of which may be trafficked individuals. This is exactly why in New York it is illegal to sell prostitution-related travel services to any jurisdiction, at home or abroad. Those who pay for sex facilitate a black market that profits off the vulnerable, particularly women and children. The Cottons allegedly exploited women by bringing them into the prostitution for international sex travelers, thereby encouraging the growing problem of human trafficking, said Glenn Sorge, acting special agent in charge of HSI New York. HSI will continue to work with its law enforcement partners to pursue those criminals who place greed ahead of human dignity. Wow. I mean, this is pretty insane. So Tropical Adult Vacation and these associated services and companies, I mean, these are the websites that this woman who looks exactly like Amy Lynn Bradley was found on. Some of these resorts are currently the Astoria Hotel in Boca Chica. Now, coincidentally, there was an Amy Bradley sighting in San Francisco, April 18th, 2003, at Fisherman's Wharf. So let's go over this sighting, which for some reason isn't really mentioned anywhere. So also from amybradleyismissing.com, on April 18, 2003, Amy was seen at Pier 33, Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Two of the artist's sketches were completed from this sighting by an FBI artist from Quantico, Virginia. The witnesses were able to provide considerable information about Amy's handlers. So apparently there's more than one witness, and the FBI actually has sketches from this account, coincidentally, which match the sketches of these individuals in the Judy Maurer account in Barbados. What are the chances? Is everybody still with me here? What does everybody make of this? Why is nobody talking about this? I mean, these sketches are dead ringers for each other and also Cotton. I mean, look at this. I mean, sure, it's possible the guy's not Cotton, but the guy that's associated with the website where she's found also matches all these sightings. But continuing on here with the San Francisco sightings, Amy was with two handlers as they were watching a musician on the pier near the ticket area for Alcatraz. Amy and her two handlers were listening to the street musician. At one point, one of her handlers gave her foreign coins to drop into the musician's case. The witnesses eventually identified the woman with these two men as Amy Bradley. When Amy's handlers realized Amy had been recognized, they grabbed her and ran. As the handlers dragged her away, Amy stared pleadingly over her shoulder at the people who had identified her. At one point, she stumbled and fell to the ground. There were no cruise ships in the port that day. Amy was described as wearing a nautical trimmed jacket. The handlers were described in detail by the witnesses. They were wearing matching Hawaiian shirts and cheap sunglasses. According to the witnesses, the FBI sketches are like photographs. The sketches were on the FBI website for about 10 years. This was an extremely important sighting. And you know what's absolutely staggering and heartbreaking to think about? How many people had Amy encountered, and how many unreported sightings are there? Because if she was out and about with handlers, I mean, you would think there's plenty more sightings that were maybe never reported. But she's trying to get away or trying to get people's attention and just failing at every turn, including this naval officer. Some people actually allege that the naval officer might have been a plant by the traffickers to see what Amy would do, like as they're breaking in their escorts, prostitutes, whatever, to see if they're going to try to escape or try to get attention. And if he was paid off to be a plant, so to speak, is that why he didn't report it right away and then he made up that other story later because he felt guilty about being a paid off plant? Supposedly he also wrote a letter of apology to Amy's parents. But I mean, obviously that could be because he wasn't a plant and simply was a coward, or he was a plant and then he thought he wanted to bring the information forth anyway. And it's curious, that place burned to the ground, and then also this other place burned to the ground. Like, all these places are burning to the ground. I mean, it's kind of weird. There's also connections in the Natalie Holloway case to a developer who, there were some arson, fraud, and things of that nature. Apparently that's relatively common in the islands. But this San Francisco sighting is weird. So one of the witnesses spent 8 hours with the FBI artist. I mean, this is really weird. One of the San Francisco witnesses has provided important information. On the FBI website, the dark-haired handler was described as being in his early 30s, approximately 5'11", with dark, wavy, shoulder-length hair. The witness claims this description is not correct. The dark handler was about 5'5" or 5'6" at most. He was very short and thin. The FBI description was wrong. The other handler was obese with red hair and a red beard. I mean, this is weird stuff. Because they're sighting in San Francisco. Some people say, well, why would they be all the way out in San Francisco? Well, if there was a rich client that wanted to pay for services, I mean, who knows? Yeah, I mean, it does look exactly like Alfred Cotton, does it not? Does it not? I mean, he's wearing sunglasses, so obviously you can't say it's 100%. But it's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. So he just happened to have run the website where her pictures showed up, and he admitted they came from some kind of source in Caraco. What does everybody make of this? I mean, could this be any more damning? And they were based out of Florida. They even had their home phone number on one of the websites at one point. I mean, it's crazy. NaplesNews.com also had a write-up on this. Fort Myers couple charged with prostitution accused of running sex resort in Dominican Republic. Documents show that the Cottons ran their hotel out of Boca Chica, a small town near the capital that had been hit hard by sex trafficking since the earthquake in Haiti. That's when Haitian women and underage girls were sold into sex work as they fled their ravaged country. The city earned a reputation as a place where men and tourists could easily find and pay for underage girls to perform sex acts. Much of this happened within sight of residents and fellow tourists. Social workers told reporters the practice was out of control and difficult to crack down on. The tropicaladultvacations.com website doesn't specifically reference ages of the women made available, except in one reference. Quote, no matter what age, race, or body shape, you will have plenty of hot 20-year-old Dominican women falling over you at our adult sex resort, end quote. Adult prostitution is legal in Dominican Republic, but a third party benefiting from sexual proceeds is a crime. That's interesting phrasing. Huh. This is kind of insane, though. NewYorkDailyNews.com, Tuesday, March 15th, 2016. Florida couple admits to running sex tourism operation will serve 5 years of probation? That's it? That's insane. That's insane. They are permitted to serve the probation at their home in Fort Myers, Florida. Huh. Now, what's absolutely insane and possibly one of the greatest mind-shocking moments in the history of MindShock is that these websites also have photos of escorts who are eerily similar to some of the most infamous missing persons cases in history, in modern history. I mean, some of these are just such dead ringers. Some of them not so much. Some of them are absolute dead ringers. I mean, it is stunning and shocking in every sense of the word. And the fact that these websites were up and operational for years. I mean, Amy was there 2002 to 2008, 6 years, and only noticed several years in. I mean, you would think people would have noticed these. I mean, the FBI, who no doubt have to know about some of these websites. I mean, this is just mind-shocking, staggering. I mean, some of these are just absolute dead ringers, and these photos are all supposedly at these resorts, at all of these resorts here. I mean, this is absolute insanity. What does everybody make of this? I mean, this is one of the most mind-shocking cases just from these revelations. And then also this cotton guy just happens to look like all the sketches of the man she was spotted in at multiple locations in multiple different countries. I mean, this is insane. Let's go to Unresolved Mysteries subreddit for another interesting post here from Technical. Something I vaguely remember reading about this case, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There was someone who came to the sub. They claimed to be a source close to the case. They made claims I'll list here as best I can remember them. 1. Supposedly, David Carmichael, the scuba diver who allegedly spotted her on the beach with 2 men, actually named Alistair Douglas, aka Yellow, as one of the men spotted with her. I mean, that would be insane as well. 2. Alistair Douglas's daughter was supposedly in contact with law enforcement, claimed that her father had pictures of Amy and was obsessed with her. Edit, something to add, this person also claimed that Alistair's daughter also claimed that her mother was extremely upset that he was obsessive over Amy and supposedly had pictures of her. And again, this is MindShock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I do not claim any theories are true or untrue. I do not claim anyone is innocent or guilty in any way about anything. We just go over all possible theories from all different sources and examine them for veracity to the best of our ability, trying not to fall for logical fallacies here, but this is what people are claiming. 3, as for the person who claimed to be close to the case, I believed they claimed that there were many more credible sightings of Amy than we have heard, and that they have supposedly tons of proof that she's alive. This person has posted on the sub before, but they have a habit of posting then deleting all of their posts. If you do a search for Amy Bradley, you may come across threads where tons of posts have been deleted. Most of these posts are probably from that person. 4, as for the pictures of that woman who resembles Amy, aka Jazz, I've read a ton of back and forth speculation on that. I remember quite a few people saying that this woman who's just a prostitute who resembles Amy, but is completely unrelated. Supposedly, people dug around and found other pictures of this woman outside of her profession. However, the insider has said that Eva Bradley, Amy's mother, believes that the Jazz pictures are definitely her daughter. Now, the insider here, a few people posting about this. This individual has gone from board to board for years, posting, deleting, dropping hints on their so-called insider knowledge, but never ever providing anything verifiable. When questioned about their claims, they either delete their post or say they can't talk about it because it might jeopardize the investigation. This happened at Sitcoms Online. It happened at Web Sleuths. It happened here. Lather, rinse, repeat. Technical responded, I agree with everything you've said 100%. The only thing that makes me have a little bit of trust in what the insider was posting is that a mod on Web Sleuths said that they had contacted Eva Bradley, Amy's mother, and she confirmed that the insider is close to the case and that they know this person. Huh. Interesting indeed. Other people are also speculating about Chris Fenwick, because coincidentally he is also from San Francisco. See, if it was a smaller town and not San Francisco, we could say, okay, that's damning. San Francisco, I mean, that's, it's a big city. It's a big city. Chris Fenwick happens to be the same place, one of the places where Amy Bradley was also sighted. Supposedly that was the only place she was sighted in the continental U.S. Is that correct? I mean, I don't know about these other sightings. I mean, there's rumors of many other sightings, but supposedly they're not in the U.S. other than San Francisco. Coincidentally, Fenwick's home, the guy that took the video of Bradley on the cruise ship. How coincidental is that he supposedly observed this meeting with the teen girls and this other guy at a random time in the middle of the night, late at night. I mean, it's a little weird. I mean, when you add it all together, it does seem a little weird. Was he involved in some way, or he knew something, or he knew people and were involved and he was too scared to come forward before and he's trying to come forward now? I mean, I don't know. It's just so weird. Another post here. People also believe there's connections to the Natalie Holloway case because some of these guys supposedly know each other, like Alistair Douglas, Joran Vandersloot, and Alfred Cotton, as well as a few others associated with some of these companies, these escort companies. I mean, it's a little weird. It's definitely a little weird. So, Methodic87 posted this. Currently, I have contact with the company who had the picture on their website, Jazz, as I am asking for an adult vacation. This was also 6 years ago, so these are not new Reddit posts. I got some emails in which they even state they prefer at most white, lightly tattooed girls. They still continue with their vacation crap. It's hilarious and unbelievable. If you ask me, guys, and if I would be rich or knew specific people, I would build a task force of 50 men invading the Dominican Republic to expletive this expletive up. I'm so sick when I read that the Department of Justice has more information and even sightings that they never went to. They did not follow them, nor did they release it. This is crazy. And again, the FBI, they had sketches up, then they took them down. The story of Amy Bradley's, the write-up on Amy Bradley, if you go on again, web.archive.org, there's different details from before that are no longer there now. I mean, it's just so weird. So Methodic responded here, as I had further email contact with that page, Carlos, who is probably the owner or whatever position he has, told me that Jazz is married and lives near Santiago. I asked for proof, but he declined and said this would be the last message he would send me. That's all pure expletive. I will continue and will take further actions. They know 100% more about it. I am nearly 100% sure who at least had their hands on Amy the day she vanished. And the fun part is that this case may not be solved because authorities are doing nothing anymore. There's absolutely no pressure, and therefore nothing will ever happen. Yeah, this is weird. This is definitely weird. So this is 6 years ago. So this is around 2017, these posts. So many years after 2005 when they first were up on the website. Also, people speculate that the FBI, this is as of 6 years ago, has for the first time included age progression photos of Amy Lynn Bradley, which they did not in the years prior. So did they not think she was alive before? Now they do? I mean, that's definitely weird. Clutch responded with this interesting post. David Carmichael in the Maine. He identified her tattoos and a watch she was wearing that hadn't been made public. He identified one of her handlers as Alistair Yellow Douglas and would not keep quiet or bow to attempts by the cruise line lawyers to get him to change his mind. He has stuck to his guns. The naval officer is still racked by guilt that he did nothing and first agreed, then declined to take part in a documentary. Then there's the whole Jazz issue, which some people are convinced by and others doubt. She didn't just disappear into thin air. As far as I know, the only reported sightings that have been made public go back as far as 2005. Clutch at Straws also gave his thoughts here. I can only give you my theory based on what I've read about the case and about human trafficking and other related activity. Where I'm aware of human trafficking of white women and girls, it has predominantly come from former Eastern Bloc communist countries. There are stories of rural families in Moldova selling teenage daughters to gangs, along with the stories of girls being duped with tales of cleaning or secretarial jobs in Western Europe. I think the rest of it is for action movies like Taken. What follows is pure speculation on my part. While I don't doubt that Amy has been mistreated by whoever took her, I don't think the main purpose was she was taken for human trafficking. Taking her at the same time was very stupid. She was taken from a cruise ship where she was with her family, so it was always going to attract attention, but could have been a very smart move. At the time, immigration and entry-exit from ports in the Caribbean was done in handwritten ledgers. Should be very easy to move from place to place. A young white American woman would be far less suspicious to some customs or immigrations officers. She was also taken before 9/11. Moving anyone anywhere is much harder now, so she would be valuable to her handlers if they set up false papers in advance. Much harder to do that now. I believe she is used for trafficking, but as a mule or something similar. Why doesn't she raise the alarm or escape? As I said, I believe she will have been mistreated by her handlers to break down her resistance and spirit. There is also the report of the SUV full of foreign guys watching the Bradley's house who beat a hasty retreat when the police were called. What? Wait, what? That's insane. Is this one of the most mind-shocking cases? So what? There's an SUV full of foreign guys in Virginia watching the actual Bradley's house? If they were linked to her handlers, they could then show her photographs of her family at home and use this as leverage to get her to do whatever they want. I would also speculate even more wildly that she might be a mother now. If this is the case, then the child could be used as leverage to keep her on message. Nothing happens to the child as long as she cooperates and doesn't try to escape, raise the alarm. This is how North Korea keeps its diplomats in line and how they controlled the Japanese and South Koreans they kidnapped. She might even have the latitude to move about in certain areas on her own because after all this time, there may be little danger of her running. There are reports of trafficked girls, to return to that subject, who were allowed to leave the houses they were kept to go to the store and buy candy or something. None of them ever tried to run. We can only guess at her mindset after she has been held against her will for over 20 years. I mean, this is some mind-shocking stuff here. Another bizarre curiosity that's been uncovered on the Web Sleuths forum all the way back in 2012. The head waiter, I'm not going to read the post here that has his name because I don't think he's been publicly named anywhere, but the head waiter that was supposedly spotted friendly and talking to Amy in the days prior, his Facebook page has a shot of a picture of the Tasmanian devil randomly. So this is years later. He has, I mean, how many adults have just a random cartoon, let alone the Tasmanian devil, who's not the most popular? I mean, if it was a Mickey Mouse tattoo and he had Mickey on there, okay, maybe Mickey Mouse is kind of popular. The Tasmanian devil is definitely not one of the most popular cartoon characters ever. And why would a grown man have that? This is the tattoo on Amy's left shoulder is the Tasmanian devil. Now, what does this all mean? I mean, could it be coincidental? Of course. But if not, that might mean that possibly the crew, security, the band, a lot of these people might be getting some kind of money for delivering certain individuals off of cruises. Obviously, it can't be done frequently, but was it done in this instance? I mean, it's very, very difficult to say. There's just so many things that don't add up. The only other sighting I could find is on boards.cruisecritic.com that states, a poster here stated that the Bradleys finally left for home Friday, March 28th, the same day that the Rhapsody of the Seas returned to the docks at San Juan, Puerto Rico. And the same day, unbeknownst at the time of the Bradleys, that a witness who subsequently passed several lie detector examinations claimed to see Amy being forced into a cab there. So this is the first I've read about this sighting. So is there a Puerto Rico sighting by a witness who actually passed not one but several lie detector examinations of Amy being forced into a cab at the final destination of the Rhapsody of the Seas at the docks in San Juan? I mean, this is crazy. Or was that a non-legit sighting? I mean, I don't know. This is really weird. I mean, this San Juan sighting, what's weird to me is one is not like the others. If they wanted it to seem like she left, like she disembarked at Caracau when she hadn't, then again, if this sighting at San Juan wasn't really legitimate, but if this witness did indeed pass the lie detector tests, what does that mean? Does that mean she was somehow kept secretly on board, even past the FBI so-called thorough search? Unless, I mean, how many agents were doing the search? So from reports here, I found there were 2 plainclothes FBI agents, but were there more than that? If it was only 2, theoretically, if the crew is involved, they could have moved her back to an area that was already searched if she was incapacitated or whatnot. If there's only 2 agents searching the entire ship. I mean, this is tough. Or they had some kind of secret compartment that they were confident would never be found, but, or maybe even kept her in a luggage area if she's drugged and not making any noise. I mean, the FBI couldn't have possibly opened every single luggage bag, but I mean, unless they claim they did, I mean, that would be tough. I mean, this is really weird. Was she really still on board the entire time? It's so tough. It's so tough. Because if these characters that reported these sightings in other areas, like the cab driver and the scuba diver, if they're on payroll, maybe even the Navy guy, and she was never really there, because that doesn't seem smart to keep her there unless you have the support of corrupt government officials, then that's really the only way you'd be parading her around on the beach, right? I mean, it's kind of weird, or just at a hotel, a brothel, whatever. I mean, also, this isn't like today where cell phones are recording everything every second, but yeah, it's tough. If it was some kind of government-connected officials doing this, they would feel confident in keeping her around there, even if that's the last place she was seen. But other than that, why would any kind of trafficking ring keep her in the place she was last seen in the boat where the cruise ship was last docked? Wouldn't it make more sense to take? I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to take her back to the home port in San Juan either. But unless she was routed whatever way, I mean, it's really weird. It's definitely really weird. The final point I'm going to go over here is just so Amy Bradley was listed on the FBI's missing page, then she wasn't, and then she was listed again with the age progression photo. So what is the scope of this FBI investigation? So they thought she was missing, then they thought she wasn't? That she fell overboard, died, maybe suicide, whatever? And then they reconsidered again? So they're just going back and forth? I mean, this is just really weird on the side of the FBI here. Like, what information are they coming across? Actually, there'll be one more point here. I found a little bit more detail on the Carmichael sighting at Port Marie in Curaçao. So this is also on AmyBradleyIsMissing.com forums. August 98, Amy was seen by 2 Canadian divers. So it wasn't just one guy making up a story. Apparently the other guy with him also saw her. So 2 Canadian divers on a popular Curaçao diving beach known as Porto Marie. Amy was with 2 handlers. One of the handlers was identified as Alistair Douglas from Rhapsody of the Seas. The Canadians did not immediately report the sighting of Amy. They delayed the reports until they were back in Canada. So again, I just thought it was kind of strange that they wouldn't even report to the police that there's a woman in distress, or at least find out if she's in distress, especially if they felt the need to follow her into the cafe. The Canadian divers identified Alistair Douglas as the person with Amy. Their information was reported to the FBI, and the witnesses presented the information to a federal grand jury. It appears that Alistair was hired by the people who had Amy after he was fired by Royal Caribbean. David Carmichael, the diver who testified for the federal grand jury, reported that Amy and the 2 men were walking towards him on the beach. He and his dive partner were collecting their equipment. Amy started moving directly towards him as if to speak. The man identified as Alistair Douglas quickly stepped between Amy and Carmichael. He gave Carmichael a menacing look. Carmichael was able to get a very good look at Amy. He and his partner went to the outdoor bar for a few minutes later, where they could see Amy and her handlers. He described Amy's tattoos and the silver watch she had been given by her boyfriend. The man with Douglas was described as a blonde European type with a ponytail. Royal Caribbean was very disturbed when they learned that Carmichael had identified Alistair Douglas at Porto Marie. They tried to discredit him. They sent lawyers to his home in Canada, where they sat at his kitchen table with photographs of Alistair Douglas. This is insane. This is insane, and I actually just thought of an even more insane theory that I'm going to go over in a minute. So Amy's boyfriend was the manager of a restaurant in Virginia. One of his suppliers gave him a Das Equis watch, similar to the one above, but Amy's watch was a different color. Amy brought the watch with her on the cruise, and she was wearing it when she disappeared. Information about the watch had not been released to the media. David Carmichael accurately described the Das Equis watch to the FBI, the Bradleys, and the federal grand jury. He has no doubt that he saw Amy in Porto Maria. Maybe that's why, but not just because of all the tattoos and her looking exactly like that, but the exact watch as well. So this is 5 months after her disappearance. All right, so here's my final theory here, which is very, very dark. Okay. What if this Jones character is working with Carmichael? Maybe it really is Amy Bradley. This guy with the ponytail, supposedly one of these PIs, and then this associate of Jones who was suspecting that he was swindling the Bradleys and eventually came out with that information. What if it was all real and these are the actual kidnappers and they wanted a ton of money to return Amy? So they falsified this entire account with Jones. Jones was in on it the whole time and it really was her. And then for whatever reason, this whole operation, it was thought to be too dangerous and they pulled the plug on it for whatever reason. Does this also explain these weird guys in an SUV watching the Bradley home in Virginia? Because if they're all connected and Carmichael was put up to this at a later time, I mean, is that possible? Does that explain everything? Is that why they also allowed the leak on the website of it being her? Or was that some kind of really sick taunt to the family? I mean, it's just kind of weird because why would they put her picture up if they knew about it? I mean, nothing. And what about all the other photos of the other possible missing people? I mean, these are famous missing people, at least in the true crime sphere. I mean, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. Okay, if you think that's insane, there's one more sighting I was able to find information on here, also on this website. Amy Bradley is missing. Cuckoo's Lounge in Caraco. There was a report that Amy was often seen in a small club with underworld types known as Cuckoo's Lounge. The club was checked for the Bradleys by their sources in Caracal. There were unconfirmed reports that the owners of the Stellaris Hotel had also been operating the club in Salinja. By this point in time, many years had passed, the club had changed hands, and Amy was long gone. The original source would not come forward with additional information. So is this a case of locals just being scared, being well aware of this kind of underworld trafficking operation, and a few people here and there gave sightings and reports, and then maybe the actual people involved in the disappearance wanted to make extra money off the Bradleys by actually returning, or maybe the plan was never to return her, but it really was her. And they just made up the story about the guy in the blonde wig pretending to be the handler and the stencil tattoos, etc., to cover up that plot. But we're about to go even further into MindShock land. So just continuing on here with these posts, we were unable to establish exact dates with the witness. The original report was made in 2005. After the initial report, the witness did not provide further information. It is so unfortunate because this information could have been so very helpful. We don't really know what was happening with this club. It was a club that didn't maintain regular hours, and it appeared to be a private club, yet it was there for many years. It seems as if it was a meeting location for these underworld types. It would have been so valuable to have more information about Cuckoo's Lounge. And I hope everybody's still sitting down because this is insane here. The owner of this Salinja property was from Aruba, and he leased the surrounding commercial units, one of which included the club where Amy was reportedly seen. The location next to Cuckoo's Lounge was a venue known as The Hype, offering live entertainment. As shown in this advertisement, DJ Diablo was a headliner. Does anybody want to guess who DJ Diablo is? DJ Diablo is Steve Crows of Natalie Holloway infamy. And for those that don't know, he actually had been arrested in the Natalie Holloway case, Steve Crows. So, I mean, the intersections here between the Holloway case and the Bradley case, I mean, it's kind of hard to ignore this level of coincidence. I mean, this is insane. This is absolutely insane. And the owner is connected to the other property. Is that the property where the naval officer saw her? The Stellaris Hotel. So it's unconfirmed that those were the same owners operating. So not confirmed. I mean, wow. What does everybody make of this? I mean, this is just absolute insanity at this point. I mean, just the level of coincidence. I mean, it's out of this world. I mean, there's actually even more here. I mean, we've been going for a while. I'm gonna end this one here, but yeah, I'll be doing a follow-up. Particularly, I am curious what all the MindShock listeners, the hardcore logical true crime aficionados, that have been following this case for a while. There's even more issues with the lawyers, with the cruise line. I mean, beyond what's going on here with the sighting. So, I mean, this is a tough one. This is a really, really tough case that seems plausible connected to other cases. But some of these just dead ringers are just absolutely hard to ignore. I mean, what is going on in this area? It's obviously heartbreaking on many levels and very, very perplexing, but hope everybody found another edition of MindShock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal, help keep up awareness in cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and other topics. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to MindShock True Crime. This is the Amy Bradley case. Episode 2, The Mystery Deepens. We continue to look at what is probably the most infamous cruise ship disappearance in modern history, that of Amy Lynn Bradley. I'm, of course, your host, Bruce McGuire. And if you want to help support logic and reason and awareness in true crime cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support MindShock. Help us keep up awareness in various cold cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So make sure you check out episode 1, one of the most comprehensive analyses on this case. And all of the various wrinkles in the case. I mean, there's so many rabbit holes here. I mean, it's just very, very difficult to get around some of these issues, including all of these supposedly verified sightings, even though they're not necessarily reported as such. However, there are grand jury testimonies, multiple polygraphs passed by these witnesses in various locations, both on the ship the morning of and also months and months later in Curacao. So let's go to amybradleyismissing.com, a very good resource on the case that I've referenced in episode 1 as well. But there's even more information here that, believe it or not, we did not go over. And MindShock is, of course, comprehensive and exhaustive. We will be upturning every stone and examining every piece of evidence and every theory as usual. So, quick recap here. Amy Lynn Bradley, while on a family cruise to the Caribbean, went missing from the Royal Caribbean International Cruise Line ship Rhapsody of the Seas. On Saturday, March 21st, 1998, the vessel departed San Juan, Puerto Rico, and traveled to its first port of call, the island of Aruba. On Monday, March 23rd, 98, Rhapsody of the Seas departed Aruba and was traveling international waters to its next island port of Curacao, Netherlands Antilles. During the early morning hours of Tuesday, March 24th, 98, Amy Lynn Bradley went missing. The vessel later departed Curacao and continued on to the island of St. Martin, and further traveled to St. Thomas, United States Virgin Islands, before returning to San Juan, Puerto Rico on Saturday, March 28th, 98. Now, just a quick point here. All of the sightings, the least talked about one is, again, another unofficial sighting in San Juan. That Saturday, March 28th, upon the return, someone claimed they saw Amy Bradley get into a cab. That's all the information we have. It's a little snippet. That's all there is, unverified, just in the interwebs, lost in the interwebs, this one little reference. And the reference includes that this individual supposedly passed 1 or 2 polygraphs regarding this sighting. So either it was Amy or the person believed it was, saw the photos. Maybe it wasn't her, but someone similar to her. We don't have those circumstances, so we don't know if the person was really close to them to the point where they could ID tattoos and such. But again, has the FBI intentionally not wanted this sighting or any of the sightings to be verified for whatever reasons as they're conducting their investigation? But I find that the most curious because this is the one not like the others. Because all the other sightings are on these other islands. But this is the only sighting in Puerto Rico, which just so happens to be the final destination. This is where it docked after the cruise. I mean, it also departed from San Juan. So, and it docked here. So is there a possibility that Amy could have been on the ship the whole time? And the only way this works, of course, I mean, not the only way. Let's not fall for any false dichotomological fallacies. I mean, I really try to call out my own fallacies and make this, obviously, MindShock as objective and logical and neutral as possible. There's a few different options. If she left the ship at Curacao, then all those sightings could have been legit. Or she didn't. The cab sighting is fabricated. The other sightings months later may or may not be fabricated, because even if she went back to Puerto Rico, either against her will or not, if it was against her will, then she was taken back to Curacao. But would they really take her back? That's one of the biggest issues here. And furthermore, as I speculated in the McGuire theory, I might have a McGuire theory too coming up, centered around the so-called scam artist. I mean, and fraudster, is he working together with the other individuals who reported the sightings? So this situation works whether or not it was really Amy or not, because it could work with it really being Amy, and maybe we'll get into that later, but I just wanted to again point out the sighting nobody talks about is the sighting of Amy Bradley getting into a cab March 28th in San Juan, the final destination, returning to port. But let's continue here on AmyBradley'sMissing.com. The Bradleys believe Amy's kidnapping was the result of a well-planned and organized group effort, including several people on the ship. Amy was obviously selected early in the cruise. Her photographs disappeared, and Eva discovered someone staring at Amy from a higher balcony. Aruba was the first. I mean, that's interesting, that reference there. So there, and apparently also the waiters and some of the staff making comments. Aruba was the first stop during the cruise, and the Bradleys spent the day touring the island. They returned to Rhapsody of the Seas for dinner. This was when one of the waiters asked Ron Bradley if Amy would go with them to an Aruban bar known as Carlos and Charlie's. Of course, this is the bar that Natalie Holloway disappeared from. Amy declined because she didn't feel comfortable about the waiter and referred to him as creepy. He had been overly attentive. Ron actually expressed concerns that the waiter was attempting to fraternize with Amy. After Amy disappeared, the FBI interviewed the Portuguese waiter. Here's another thing, too, though. Depending on how sick and insidious and connected these people are, if they are trafficking criminals, they might want to rub it in the father's face. But if these are just random low-life waiters who just want to mess around with Amy and they didn't plan to hurt her for real, would it be more likely that they would make that comment to the father? Because if they're planning to, I mean, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough, because if these are evil bastards, maybe they would go out of their way to intentionally make that comment to a father of someone they're going to traffic. But, I mean, if they just don't want the attention, why would they make the comment to the father? You know, yeah, it's weird. It depends on what kind of a criminal this individual would be, or this group of individuals. Because it seems kind of weird to call even more attention to it, because then they know the father's going to remember the waiters who asked if the daughter could go to the bar. You know, I mean, I don't know. That's a weird one. During the FBI interview, the waiter claimed that Eva Bradley had questioned him about procedures when someone falls from the ship. Eva claims the discussion never took place, and she asked the FBI to give the waiter a polygraph. The polygraph was never given to the waiter. But the Bradleys are convinced that this waiter was involved because of his interest in taking Amy off the ship, and because he fabricated the story about the conversation with Eva. The kidnapping was probably originally planned for Aruba. The Curacao wharf with Alistair Douglas was likely plan B. It would have been easier to kidnap Amy away from the ship and at night. The head waiter lied to the FBI and attempted to falsely incriminate Eva Bradley. I mean, this is actually very, very interesting. This is very, very interesting. Because if the waiter is complicit, would he make up a story about Eva asking about someone falling off the ship? I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to even bring up. I mean, even if she did mention that, why would the waiter tell the FBI? I mean, I don't know. This is all really weird. But why would Eva randomly ask a waiter about that? I mean, that's kind of weird, too. I mean, if she was going to ask somebody about that, I mean, why would it be the waiter? It probably would be, you know, either the security staff or some other staff. I mean, why would... I don't know. This is all very, very weird. There's a lot of things that don't make sense. Douglas is weird. But this is a curiosity here. If they really did target Amy Lynn Bradley, does it make sense that this original attempt would have been in Aruba. Also via Carlos and Charlie's with a sketchy history. And we're going to go into super mind shock land. I'm going to drop it right here just so people know what's coming. I don't want to tease too much. There's an additional photograph of Jas, the escort, whose photo popped up online that many believe, including an FBI image analyst who's willing to bet his entire career that is actually Amy Lynn Bradley. There's actually another photo that was taken at Carlos and Charlie's where she appears in the background. So Carlos and Charlie's in Aruba, years later, 2005-ish. I'll get to that in a moment. Roughly around the time that the photos online were discovered, although allegedly they could have been online as early as 2002. So, yeah, I mean, there's so many things that don't make sense in this case. I mean, this really is one of the most baffling cases ever. I mean, I knew it was pretty deep before tackling it, but the rabbit hole, there's so many more rabbit holes than appear at first, and they run so much deeper than one would think. I mean, this is firmly in mind shock land. But if that's kind of a trafficking hub where a lot of people seem to hang out, was that the original plan? And then there was plan B. Now, even plan B might not have gone off without a hitch. And I'll be going over into, again, another McGuire theory where if something went wrong, like perhaps if Alistair Douglas is just this womanizer guy, he plays in a band, maybe he wanted to get something going casual with Amy Lynn Bradley. What if something went wrong? There was possibly some kind of an assault with or without other staff, and it just all went wrong. And that's when they decided to traffic her instead of murder her because they figured that was less risky if they happened to have contacts. So there was never even a plan to traffic this American woman traveling with her family on a cruise. And again, not all criminals are super intelligent. Like a lot of the coincidence theorists and those who believe that human trafficking is just so ultra rare, just definitely couldn't have happened in this particular case. I mean, there's a lot of these Dunning-Kruger goofs running around and on all these cases just chastising anybody who even suggests the possibility of any kind of human trafficking, let alone of an American woman traveling with her family. I mean, yes, you would think that highly organized, experienced criminals and traffickers would never select a target like Amy Bradley. But what about the bottom of the barrel? What about low-level criminals or even aspiring criminal scum who don't really have the experience of human trafficking, but they hang out with criminal scum that they know are involved in human trafficking? So they might have even done this either intentionally with extreme forethought or just stemming from an assault gone wrong. They're like, oh, well, we know these other people. Maybe we can make some money trafficking her. That seems like the better option instead of murdering a human being. I mean, there's all sorts of criminal scum out there. Some of them they don't murder people. They just wouldn't do that, especially an intoxicated person, an innocent woman. They just would never do that. In their brain, human trafficking might be a viable option, but murder is not. There's all kinds of criminal people out there. So pretending and hallucinating to know exactly which kind of criminal could have been involved here, obviously that's illogical. We wouldn't do that. So depending on the type of criminal they are, and obviously if there was human trafficking involved here and she was trafficked, that doesn't mean that was the intention all along. This could have been some just weird plan after an assault gone wrong involving criminals who knew traffickers and wanted to exploit those connections while covering their own tracks because she could easily identify them and they couldn't let her, get back to the States or go to authorities or whatever. So, yeah, there's a few different possibilities here regarding the waitstaff, or they might have not even been directly involved and they just might have heard things from other people. But yeah, this waiter's behavior is definitely weird. So let's continue on here. Let's look at this diagram here. So the Rhapsody of the Seas left Aruba at 1 a.m. and traveled 70 miles to Curacao. The ship waited off the coast of Curacao for clearance to dock. Prior to 5 a.m., Rhapsody of the Seas was given permission to leave the ocean and enter the canal in Willemstad and proceed toward the Bunker Wharf area, where the ship was designated to dock. Traveling through the canal is not a fast process. Ron Bradley saw Amy on the balcony of the family suite between 5:15 and 5:30 a.m. Rhapsody of the Seas passed under the Queen Juliana Bridge. At this point, Amy Bradley was probably on the top deck with her camera to photograph the colorful buildings along the canal. Witnesses have testified for a federal grand jury, now that's witnesses plural, that Amy was seen on the upper deck with Alistair Douglas between 5:30 and 5:45 a.m. Now, this is very, very interesting because, again, a lot of the Dunning-Kruger crowd that hallucinate that Amy Bradley definitely never left the family suite. She either committed suicide or accidentally fell over this high railing while drunk, and somehow that's definitely what happened. They completely ignore all of these witnesses, some of which have passed polygraphs. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's kind of hard to completely write them off. I mean, you know, so they clearly believed it, unless they're some kind of sociopathic, psychopathic masterminds. I mean, some of these were college girls. There was also another random middle-aged woman. So we'll be getting into that in a moment. They passed polygraphs and they testified in front of a federal grand jury. It wasn't just an offhand comment to some news thing for attention, because they clearly have not come out with their names and done all these mainstream interviews and wrote books for fame. Clearly that's not the case here. So what kind of a goof would completely ignore and write off these witness statements that Amy was seen with Alistair Douglas, not just by herself, but with Alistair Douglas between 5:30 and 5:45 a.m. Now, here's another thing. So, supposedly this camera, I mean, I'll get into that in a moment, but yeah, let me finish here. Rhapsody of the Seas entered the Kattegat Bay and turned 90 degrees to the right. The ship proceeded to back into the specific dock assignment at the Bunker Wharf location. Rhapsody of the Seas had completed docking procedures by 6 a.m. when Ron Bradley went to the upper deck. By 6 a.m., Amy had already disappeared. Now, here's another thing we didn't really talk about. Nobody really talks about it. All of this happened in the time span. This isn't out in the open ocean. This is all basically within the canal. So this is all through docking procedures, which is, of course, not a fast process. I mean, this is kind of weird. What are the logistics and how do they affect what happened? I mean, this all happened in this tiny area in a certain period, in a certain window of time. So, all right, let's continue here. So here's an image of the upper deck of the Rhapsody of the Seas. Witnesses testified for a federal grand jury in Richmond, Virginia, that Amy was seen here with Alistair Douglas minutes before she disappeared. Amy had her camera with her, and it is believed she went to the upper deck for photographs of the Willemstad Canal. She was not wearing shoes, and she did not run through a parking lot looking for a phone. So this is according to this website here. They are claiming here that the cab driver's account is false and only, for reward money or whatever. But so she's going to take that is interesting. She's believed to have gone to take photographs of the Willemstad Canal. Interesting. So the question is, did she when she was dancing with Douglas, what kind of words were exchanged? Was there a plan put in motion to meet up in, X amount of hours on the upper deck for whatever reason? Or was this an accidental run-in? Did Alistair Douglas also want to watch the sunrise, whatever? He happened to be on the deck, and also curious as whether or not he does that every day. And he happened to see the girl he was dancing with mere hours before, and then something happened from that point on. I mean, it's very difficult to make heads or tails of this, but this is the information we have. So ignoring all of these federal grand jury witnesses that passed polygraphs, I mean, that's kind of a weird thing if you're trying to be logical, objective, and neutral here, and actually caring about the truth instead of just assuming it had to be a suicide or an accidental fall over the edge just because one is too mentally weak to face the harsh reality that human trafficking is unfortunately a very real thing. And also, not all criminals are experienced masterminds. Some of them are really dumb, and they might actually attempt to traffic an American woman traveling with a family, especially if it was to cover up another crime. So here is AMW.com. There's a quote here. The FBI has had little success. We've pursued every angle from whether there was foul play, a suicide, or an accident, and we have basically not gotten anywhere, said James K. Weber, special agent in charge of the office in San Juan, Puerto Rico. FBI agents with trained dogs searched the ship Friday and Saturday but turned up no trace of Bradley. FBI spokeswoman Sarah Lemma told television reporters. The agents took deck furniture and other objects from the cabin for testing. Steck said, "That's curious." FBI officials and family members said they never received any ransom demands. They believed she left the cabin and was kidnapped somewhere on the ship. So according to AmyBradleyIsMissing.com, Amy was probably removed from Rhapsody of the Seas through the cargo doors in a container or laundry cart. There is a service elevator from the upper deck where Amy was last seen to the cargo area. Witnesses testified for a federal grand jury in Richmond, Virginia, that Amy was seen on the upper deck with Alistair Douglas minutes before she disappeared. Amy had her camera with her, and it is believed she went to the upper deck for photographs of the Willemstad Canal and coffee. Witnesses testified that Alistair Douglas was seen giving Amy a drink that contained a dark liquid. Rhapsody of the Seas has a glass elevator. Witnesses on the upper deck testified for a federal grand jury that Amy and Alistair Douglas arrived in the glass elevator at the same time. Witnesses also testified that Alistair Douglas was seen leaving the upper deck alone in the glass elevator. Okay. So this detail was mentioned. We went over this in the first episode. But they specifically saw that they arrived together. They arrived in the glass elevator at the same time. Then he was seen leaving alone. What does that mean? The FBI gave Alistair Douglas a polygraph. The results were identified as inconclusive. When Alistair Douglas left the room, he flashed a thumbs-up sign to his friends and Ron Bradley. More info here. This is the canal in Willemstad. It is not part of the ocean. Rhapsody of the Seas passed through the canal to dock at the Bunker Wharf in Kattegat Bay. Passage through the canal required about 55 minutes. It is believed that Amy went to the upper deck for coffee and to take photographs of the historic buildings along the canal. 3 witnesses, so not one, not 2, 3 separate witnesses testified for a federal grand jury that Amy was on the upper deck, and Alistair Douglas gave her a drink containing a dark liquid. It appears that Douglas may have previously told Amy about the vantage point on the upper deck for photographs of the canal. Amy would have no way of knowing she was being set up when she arrived to take pictures. Amy brought 15 rolls of film with her on the cruise. Her intention was to make a project with the photographs under glass in her new apartment. She wanted to cover the top of a trunk with photographs from her trip. According to Eva Bradley, Amy planned to cover the photos with glass. The Bradleys have 14 rolls of film. 2 rolls of film have been developed. They are photographs of Puerto Rico and Aruba. Amy's camera with 1 roll of film is missing. Okay. So if this is all true, so wherever this insider got information from, because all of the info on this website actually does check out that I've been able to verify, so there's certain pieces that I haven't been able to verify with other sources. But what I have been able to verify from official sources, all cited with references in the first episode, if you haven't checked that out yet, make sure you check that out again. So where did they get this info? That Douglas, it appears Douglas may have previously told Amy about the vantage point on the upper deck for photographs of the canal. So, yeah, this is tough. Because how exactly, when would they have taken her and where? Is it possible they went to the elevator? Supposedly there's a service or staff elevator next to the elevator. Is it possible he said, I mean, what could have happened? Even if he drugged her with the drink, then what? He led her away to the staff elevator? Took her to some staff quarters, which were supposedly not searched in the initial search, and possibly not in the second search either. We don't have that information. And then he went back to the main elevator, and that's where people saw him leave alone? Is that what happened? So, yeah, I mean, this is really dark because if he's just setting this up as possibly an assault, possibly not even against her will, but if she's not going for it, did he drug her and then that happened? Or was this all a plan for the very beginning as a human trafficking setup? In which case, did he tell her about the vantage point on the upper deck for photographs on purpose? Or did he tell her that innocently if they were talking about cool photography or she mentioned she wanted to take photos and a plot came into play after that? Again, we have no way of knowing, of course. So apparently, passing under the Queen Juliana Bridge was approximately the time of her disappearance. So let's continue on here. Here's a satellite image. This is the Bunker Wharf area where the Curacao cab driver claims he saw Amy running and looking for a phone. This area is little more than a parking lot with lots of oil tanks. The dock was portrayed in Vanished as having brick customs building and sidewalks, but that is not correct. When the Bradleys returned to Curacao to search for Amy, a Curacao cab driver approached them. He claimed he had seen Amy when the ship was docking. He said he recognized her green eyes, which had been clearly described in the reward poster. The cab driver claimed that Amy was running through the parking lot looking for a phone. He also claimed that he had seen Amy in other locations on the island. Wow, that's interesting. I don't think we had that piece of information before. So he not only claimed to have seen her right after the ship docked, but also randomly in other locations. The problem with this story is that Amy had already been drugged and kidnapped. She wasn't running anywhere. Amy was an intelligent woman. If she had experienced a problem, she would have gone directly to one of the police officers or customs agents who were there when passengers disembarked. There would have been no reason for her to approach a cab driver in search of a phone because none of the Bradleys' phones were capable of international calls in 1998. The Bradleys had all turned their phones off in Puerto Rico. Amy had nobody to call. The cab driver failed to mention that Amy was without her shoes. Running through the parking area would have been very difficult without shoes. Amy was not seen in the parking area by anyone except this cab driver. There were no other reports. The cab driver gave his information to Ron Bradley a month after Amy disappeared. Okay, so let's dissect this a little further. To me, and I'm assuming the FBI questioned this guy. If they didn't, that would be an oversight. But the number one question for me would be about the watch she was wearing. Because the Carmichael sighting, even though not till months later, he described the watch she was wearing, which that information had not been public and was not on the missing persons poster. And he described the watch perfectly. So, either it was Amy or he had some other kind of intel or whatever, but the cab driver, or he could have said he doesn't remember the watch she was wearing, or if she was even wearing a watch. I mean, I don't know. Do people specifically look at watches? So that's not definitive proof, but if he could identify the watch, then that would support his story. If he couldn't, that doesn't necessarily mean it's false, but also, the issue here that the Bradleys had turned their phones off and they weren't even capable of receiving calls in 98 anyway, that's curious because that's a good point there. Just another point about the Vanished show, which we did go over. Beth Holloway and the producers of Amy's Vanished program asked Alistair Douglas to be part of the program. He declined. After the program aired, Douglas contacted them and complained that he was not fairly represented and his reputation had been damaged. Now, here's another curiosity. If he's guilty, would he make that phone call? Now, if he's guilty, that also doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't even want to do the show, right? I mean, there's all kind of psychopaths out there. Some criminals actually like the attention and rubbing it in. So, but yes, most criminals probably wouldn't appear on the show if they indeed were guilty. But how many would actually call and specifically complain after the fact? I mean, I don't know. I mean, he could have filed a lawsuit, did he? I mean, it just says he called and complained. So, an article on Lauth, missingpersons.com. After 13 years, mystery still surrounds the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. Reflecting on the days before Amy's disappearance, Amy's mother, Eva Bradley, recalls several members of the crew paying special attention to Amy from the moment they boarded the trip. So, wow, so right away in Puerto Rico? That's curious. I said we didn't have this level of detail in episode 1 because if they were that interested in her right away, I mean, maybe they were planning something then. Supposedly, one of the crew that was interested in her was also a female from Hungary. Not that that means anything, but Eastern Europe is a human trafficking hub, of course. I mean, that's just a curiosity. I think it was mostly men and then the one female that Amy was, again... It's difficult to say, was she really chummy with them genuinely and they weren't genuine, or were both sides genuine and then things kind of changed after a certain point? But the day preceding Amy's disappearance, Amy's parents were approached by a waiter who asked for Amy by name. The waiter said they wanted to take Amy to Carlos and Charlie's restaurant while docked in Aruba. Her father recalls thinking the waiter's request was uncomfortably forward. Well, why wouldn't they just ask, oh, where's Amy, to talk to Amy? Why would they ask the father for an adult woman? I mean, it's just so weird. That makes me lean toward the innocent side unless they're really psychopathic and they wanted to rub it in. But a short time later, Ron and Eva told their daughter what happened. Both parents are now haunted by Amy's response. Quote, I wouldn't go and do anything with any of those crew members. They give me the creeps, end quote. Creepy didn't stop there. Later that night, the family attended a party on the upper deck where the band was playing. During the party, Amy, accompanied by her mother, went to the fourth deck photo gallery to view pictures of the vacationers that had been taken earlier in the evening. All of the photographs taken of Amy were missing. When they asked the gallery manager where the photos were, he stated he remembered developing them and placing them with the others, but was unable to locate them. Eva then asked the photo gallery manager to remake the photos. Okay, this is a huge mind shock here, because this is all very vague in other sources. So here it's stating this was before her disappearance. So... what? Before the disappearance, so the day before, 1 to 2 days before, the photos were all taken before she disappeared. Wow, this is really creepy because this is making me really lean to this was an operation to take her. Because why would they take all the photographs? Were they already showing them to prospective buyers at this point? Unless that story's not true, but why? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's verified that they were all missing, but I thought it was after she had gone missing, but apparently, according to this, it's before. I mean, this is really weird. There's even more information here. This is from the Dr. Phil show. Amy's mother, Eva, explains how the cruise came about. In '98, my husband, Ron, won a trip, and so we went as a family. Our first stop was Aruba, and then after that was Curacao. When we went on the ship, we noticed immediately that there was a tremendous amount of attention towards Amy from the crew members. After dinner, the waiter came out of the dining room and asked me where Amy was. And I asked him why, and he said, well, we want to take her to Carlos and Charlie's. Wait, so they asked both the mother and the father? This is all really creepy. Some people actually think that the boss, Ron's boss, was somehow involved. Did he arrange for her to be trafficked? Because he's the one that allegedly took the tape of Amy dancing by the videographer, and nobody knows what became of it after that fact. He apparently never showed it to the Bradleys, or the Bradleys never knew about it. Why would he hide that from them? I mean, it's just so weird. If it was all a setup before they even got on the cruise ship, I mean, this is really weird. When Amy came back, I said... Oh, when the waiter asked, I thought it was maybe a little forward of him to be asking those types of questions, Ron adds. So I guess they asked both her parents, at the same time, maybe. When Amy came back, I said, the waiter wants to take you to Carlos and Charlie's with his friends. And then Amy looked at me and said, they're creepy. I'm not going anywhere with them. There was a dance troupe that was allowed on board the ship, Eva continues. There was a bass player who I noticed, and he was a very unsavory-looking character. Amy told her brother, Brad, that the bass player had been hitting on her. She said that he was a real jerk. Would her family randomly lie about all of this? Because some people, they don't trust, they think they're covering up some kind of suicide or something. But again, I mean, what are they alleging? They paid off three witnesses to the point where they not only passed polygraphs but testified in front of a federal grand jury. I mean, I don't know, that's kind of weird. Let's get into one of these witnesses. Elizabeth was a witness the morning Amy disappeared. Elizabeth was not one of the 2 college students who saw Amy with Alistair Douglas in the glass elevator. Elizabeth was a young woman who was on a cruise. A few days before the cruise departed, Elizabeth had been sick and she was on strong antibiotics. Because of the antibiotics, she couldn't go into the sun. She discovered that if she spent time in the disco area, she could see everything that was happening all over the ship. The disco was never closed and there was always someone to talk to. Elizabeth was in the disco area early in the morning that Amy disappeared. She watched Amy and Alistair Douglas get off the glass elevator and enter the disco area. Alistair Douglas turned the music up, and both of them walked to the bar in the disco area. Elizabeth watched Alistair Douglas give Amy a drink that contained a dark liquid. It could have been Coke or coffee. Elizabeth was waiting to take an excursion into Curacao. She left the disco area and waited to disembark from the ship. She recalled seeing a lot of Arab men in their white clothing walking around the cruise terminal. There was an Arab oil tanker docked near Rhapsody of the Seas. Elizabeth returned to the disco bar the next morning. The bartender had previously been very friendly, but he was now being aloof. Elizabeth asked him if he remembered seeing Amy with Alistair Douglas in the disco bar the previous morning. With that, a young Hispanic woman who was working at the bar became very upset. She started telling Elizabeth that, who's ready for this quote? Quote, the señorita had been kidnapped, end quote. Elizabeth received a subpoena and she did appear in a federal grand jury in Virginia. She testified that Alistair Douglas was with Amy before she disappeared. Okay, so we're getting to all new levels of creepy here. I mean, we are so firmly in MINDSHOCK. I mean, this is straight out of a horror movie. Everybody's friendly, everything's nice. As soon as something happens, all of a sudden, nobody knows anything about about the missing person, and then you even have someone becoming upset and stating that she was kidnapped. Now, again, if this young Hispanic woman was just upset, you know, she could have been repeating the rumors that Amy was kidnapped, not necessarily with direct knowledge. But is it kind of weird that the bartender is now not being friendly randomly? But only when she asked him about Amy and Alistair Douglas. Maybe he's friends with Alistair Douglas, and he doesn't believe that Douglas was involved in any way, but that might make him feel weird, possibly. Or he's not friends and he's scared. I mean, what are the options here? I mean, this is all really, really, really weird. Or the third option, maybe if the whole crew knows about it, were they all complicit to some level? Did the bartender provide the spiked drink? I mean, again, this is MINDSHOCK. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. I repeat that many, many times, but the comment section is just full with supposedly functional adults who just cannot comprehend that very, very basic point and the motto of the entire podcast, which is, of course, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But with this extra information here, it does not seem that this Elizabeth would have misidentified Amy. People say the young college girls misidentified her, but we have 3 separate individuals all corroborating the story and clearly identifying Amy, who they would have seen multiple times by this point. Especially Elizabeth, because that's all she did was just sit and watch. Alright, okay, now we also opened up another avenue here. The Middle Eastern trafficking possibility. And again, some people say this is all wild theorizing. But we have more information here. We have more information. Eva and Amy attended an art auction on Sunday, March 22nd. It was in the open area of the ship. Several times during the auction, Eva looked to the levels above them. A man was leaning on a railing, intently watching Amy each time Eva looked up. Amy also noticed this man and mentioned it to Eva. It continued for about an hour until Eva finally stood up and waved her arms at the man. Eva described the man as Middle Eastern in appearance, and she definitely thinks he was involved with Amy's disappearance. He reminded Eva of a young Saddam Hussein. Eva bought a modernist serograph of a blonde woman sitting in a chair to hang on the wall of Amy's apartment. It's still rolled in its brown cardboard tube. Okay, so this is definitely right out of a movie here, but this isn't some weird vibe. He stared at her for an hour straight intently, and it was so bad that Eva actually got up and waved at him and waved her arms at him in some kind of fashion to kind of get him to stop. Is that what that was? And supposedly there were quite a few of similar individuals walking around the cruise terminal shortly after her disappearance, or shortly after Elizabeth left the disco area where she saw Amy with Alistair Douglas. See, here's what's weird though. If these are some like oil sheiks or people with some kind of diplomatic immunity or literal billionaires, I mean, when you get into that category of people, I mean, the amount of money they have and might throw around just to acquire an American woman, especially one that just struck their fancy, so to speak, they're not technically part of any kind of human trafficking operation. They just wanted her. You know, yeah, this is weird. This is really weird. Continuing on here, Amy sent 2 postcards to her friends back home when she was in Puerto Rico. On America's Most Wanted, the FBI stated they found no reason for Amy to leave her family or cause harm to herself. Amy took 15 rolls of film with her to make a collage for her coffee table. While in Aruba, she brought presents for her friends back home and also sent postcards from Puerto Rico to her friends. On one postcard, she wrote, quote, "Hey girl, it's gorgeous here. We leave for Aruba tomorrow. Take care. Tell Madison and Niles hello. I'll be home Saturday at 10. See ya, Amy," end quote. On another, she wrote, quote, "Hey, it's beautiful here. Old San Juan has some amazing buildings. I am taking pictures. Maybe you can see them at Easter. Wish you were here, Amy," end quote. Another point here, on March 23rd, the day before, the Bradleys spent the day touring Aruba. They rented a car for the day. They returned to the cruise ship for dinner and remained on the ship for the rest of the evening. They took part in activities on the ship. Rhapsody of the Seas left Aruba at 1 a.m. for the 70-mile trip to the nearby island of Curacao. The cruise ship remained just off Curacao for the remainder of the night. Then at 5:30 a.m., the ship was in the canal and began docking at the open bunker wharf in the Kattegat Bay. Okay, so is it possible she was spotted while they were around Aruba? And they whoever wanted to take her there, that didn't work. So they modified the plan, and that's why it appeared to be somewhat sloppy. But, yeah, I mean, once we start involving these Middle Eastern people, I mean, this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. What does everybody make of this thus far? I mean, I also just can't shake the fact that the Bradleys... There's just a weird vibe that just there's so much attention on Amy from the crew and from these Middle Eastern people. Possibly extremely wealthy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Would poor people be taking... How many poor people were on this cruise? I mean, it seems like a pretty extravagant cruise. I don't know. I mean, they have art auctions and 24/7 discos and glass elevators in the 90s. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Also, a few different posts, a few different articles and discussion on this case. They do reference that Amy had spent some time socializing with some of the crew, but that's all it says. It doesn't say where or how or what to what extent. I mean, were they lunches? Exactly with whom? Was it with the female from Hungary? Was it from one of the other waiters? Maybe she liked one of them and she didn't like the others. I mean, I don't know. It's all very, very weird. On sitcomsonline.com, there's a fair amount of discussion on Amy Lynn Bradley. Here is a theory from S2H2K 2007, posted on July 27, 2012. Hello all. I will start by saying I have a touch of OCD. I get fixated on things, and one of the things I've been doing extensive research on lately after seeing it on TV was the Amy Bradley case. The one where the girl on the cruise ship disappears. It was featured on Unsolved Mysteries, Vanished, and Dr. Phil. Anyway, so after exhaustive research, here is my theory. If it is in parentheses, it is what I'm basing it on. Sorry, this is going to be long. Here's what we know from interviews with her brother and father. Amy was at the dance club in the early mornings with her brother. She was dancing with the bass player for the cruise ship band, Alistair Yellow Douglas. Amy goes back to her room and sits on the balcony with her brother. He goes inside to go to bed. This is approximately 4 a.m. Her dad awakens at 5:30, sees Amy on the balcony, still wide awake. He goes back to sleep for a little longer. I mean, I don't believe she was wide awake. I believe he said that he thought she was sleeping. When he awakens around 6 a.m., she's gone. From here on out is my theory on what happened based on eyewitness accounts. Amy left the balcony and either ran into Alistair Douglas coincidentally or planned to meet the band member. 2 girls reported seeing Amy and Alistair walk into the club at around 6 a.m. after getting off an elevator. I believe Amy left the boat and entered Curacao willingly after the boat was docked, but she was not alone. Her brother stated that she mentioned earlier she was going to venture onto the island early to pick up some items. I don't see a reference for that. It would have been too difficult to get her off the boat against her will, I feel. In addition to Douglas, she was also seen hanging around with several waiters. She could have accepted an offer from one of these men to go to the island after meeting up with Douglas. I do not believe she fell overboard. The boat was preparing to dock and was extremely close to the shore. Amy was captain of the swim club and a trained lifeguard. Also, at this time in the morning, people were surely up and would have heard something. The surrounding waters were checked. The next known sighting was by a cab driver who told the Bradley family that Amy approached his cab in a panic and said she urgently needed a phone. Had the plan to kidnap her taken effect? She was trying to contact her family to tell them she already exited the ship or for help. Why didn't she tell the cab driver she was in trouble or anyone else? Question mark. I have a feeling this cab driver might have been mistaken in who he saw. He said he remembers her green eyes, but I'm not sure this happened. If it did, her captors caught up to her for a second time. If it did happen, she was already kidnapped at this point. The next known sighting was in August of 98 in Curacao, 5 months after Amy's disappearance. A man claims a woman walking on the beach heard him speaking English, so speedily walked up to him, but he was grabbed by 2 men and led to a cafe. The man followed, and the woman made obvious attempts to show her tattoos off to the man. And the man listed the tattoos that they matched Amy's. Next was a naval soldier who visited a brothel in 99 in Curacao. A woman came up to him and said her name was Amy Bradley and she needed help, that she couldn't get away. Out of fear that he would get in trouble, as he was not supposed to be in that brothel, he waited 2 years to report the incident. A woman named Judy said that she saw Amy in 2005 in a bathroom in Barbados. She was in the stall and heard them saying a deal was going through and don't try to ruin it for them. When she came out, the woman said her name was Amy and she was from Virginia, that the men came in and grabbed her and Judy ran. Here's my theory on that. We all know by now that the pictures from 2005 that were on a website of an escort named Jazz that bears a strong resemblance to Amy Bradley that provides adult vacations. It is now under new management and has moved locations from Curacao to the Dominican Republic, stating on their website that Venezuela, where Curacao is close to, does not like Americans and was giving them grief. In actuality, the first place burned down. What Judy might have witnessed was this organization selling off some of the other girls to this Barbados operation, because now on their website they only have local girls from Dominican Republic, or so they claim. So that's where we stand. I also examined the pictures that were on the website of Jazz and painstakingly compared them to every picture and video of Amy Bradley I could find. Although it has been a few years, I examined every inch of the face and they are exactly the same in every feature. The only thing I would say from the pictures that are not 100% is Jazz's nose at the tip seems to bend slightly up while Amy's slightly down. This could be the angle or makeup, however. Also, they strategically cover all of her tattooed areas with hair or camera positioning. An FBI investigator examined the pictures and stated unequivocally that it is her and that he would stake his career on it. So there you have it. The only question is who led Amy off the boat. On Alistair Douglas's Facebook page, it claims how religious and spiritual he is almost ad nauseum. Although he was questioned and given a polygraph test, he was not detained. Could he be the spotter for a human trafficker? He allegedly said to Amy's brother, quote, "Sorry about your sister being missing," end quote, when only the family and the captain knew she was in fact missing at that point. However, I did read that the captain looked around the boat and one of the first places he went to look was the band's quarters and asked them if they saw her. Did the captain tell them she was missing? Why would Alistair word it the way he did? Hopefully Amy will be found in soon. Sorry for this being so long. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's the other thing. Someone, also the woman Judy in 2005 and the other two gave composite sketches of the girl that they saw. They can be seen on the Charlie Project website. The sketches from the witnesses are identical to Jazz. That's another good point. That's a point that it's hard to write off Judy's sighting in Barbados because it just happens to match Jazz on the website in 2005. She did not give a description of the way Amy looked in 98. Another post here. The more I think about it, it seems as though Amy had planned to meet up with someone. Either that or she just got up to smoke a cig. And she was persuaded for whatever reason to leave the ship and go into town. I think she most likely met her fate there with it probably planned. And she was assaulted, killed, and buried somewhere there. This would seem the most logical explanation. I can't believe someone would have her live, work, and risk being caught. Nor does it seem she fell overboard. Just my opinion. This case seems a lot like the Claudia case at the Jamaican resort. I mean, you would think that, but then again, if you recall from episode 1, the most haunting montage I ever put together is of all of these people on the escort website who just so happen to look identical to just all of these people that have gone missing all over the world. some of the most infamous cases, and a lot of these people have very prominent or very distinct facial features. And what's also curious is that some of the age progression photographs just so happen to look exactly like the photos on the website, which would have been years and years after they were missing. It's really, really mind-shocking. So, from a post here on Web Sleuths under the name Find Amy, I will try to fill you in as much as possible on Alistair Douglas or Yellow. I personally believe that Alistair Douglas and possibly a Portuguese waiter were paid to drug Amy and deliver her. Alistair Douglas was the bass player in a band called Blue Orchid on Rhapsody of the Seas. After the first day of the cruise, there were several crew members who were overly attentive to Amy. Even Eva commented on the first day about how turned off she was by Alistair's behavior. He was obnoxious. The waiter was also overly attentive. The day that the ship docked in Aruba, the Bradley family rented a Jeep and toured the island. When they returned, the waiter asked if Amy would go with them after dinner to a bar called Carlos and Charlie's. This is the same location where Natalie Holloway disappeared 7 years later. I personally believe that Amy was supposed to disappear that night in Aruba. It would have been much easier than trying to take her off the ship in Curacao. Amy told her parents she wouldn't go anywhere with those waiters because she thought they were creepy. Amy stayed on the ship with her family. She and Brad won a limbo contest and then headed for the disco. See, this is another point here. It seems like she'd be well known on the ship. I mean, she's winning limbo contests. She's dancing. I mean, all these waiters. She's supposedly spending a certain amount of time with waiters and staff. Her photographs are allegedly going missing before she did. I mean, it just really seems like she's very well known to a number of individuals on this cruise. This is where Amy ran into Alistair Douglas again. Okay, so there was apparently... So she's the first day. So apparently she met Alistair the first day. So days later... Wow, this is crazy. So then she runs into him again, and this is the Chris Fenwick video where she's dancing with Douglas in the disco at this point. Amy and Brad returned to the family's room. The door logs show that they both entered the cabin. How would they show that, though? Because if the door is only opening one time and they're both going in. At 5:30, Ron Bradley awoke and saw Amy in the lounge chair on the balcony. I posted floor plans and photos of this arrangement. Okay. Ron awoke again at 6 and Amy was gone. She did not have shoes. She only had her Marlboro cigarettes with her. By 7, the Bradleys were looking for Amy and they had reported her missing to Royal Caribbean. The family assumes that Amy went in search of coffee. At about this time, one of the waiters approached Amy's brother, Brad, and told him how sorry he was that his sister was missing. It was impossible for the crew members to have known that Amy was missing at this point in time. Unless, of course, again... Wait, if this was before they informed the captain. So there's several different accounts of when they informed the captain. Some of them are closer to 7:30. So did this encounter take place before the captain knew? In the meantime, there was a female passenger I will refer to as E. So this is Elizabeth. Elizabeth became ill a few days before the cruise. She was on heavy antibiotics. She couldn't go into the sun. She discovered that if she spent time in the disco area, she could see a lot of what was happening on the ship. She was awake early because she wanted to disembark in Curacao. She had gone to the disco to wait until she could leave. While she was sitting there, she saw Douglas and Amy get off the large glass elevators and walk to the bar in the disco. Alistair Douglas turned up the music in the disco. Elizabeth then saw Alistair bring Amy a drink containing dark liquid. It appeared to be Coke or coffee. Elizabeth left because the passengers were preparing to disembark. Amy was never seen again, although Douglas was seen in the glass elevator by himself. Elizabeth's statements have been verified. She passed a poly and did testify before a grand jury. One report indicates that Alistair was later found asleep in his room. I personally believe that Amy was passed off to another crew member before she was removed from the ship. An important piece of information is that there is also a staff elevator that leads from the disco. 2 college co-eds also saw Douglas in the glass elevators. Douglas was questioned by the FBI. His polygraph was inconclusive. He maintains he doesn't know what happened to Amy. He claims that Amy had a drink in the disco with the band at about 1 a.m. and he didn't see her after that time. He claims that the Royal Caribbean searched his room and found nothing. There was no evidence that Amy had been with him, and the FBI never charged him with anything. After the cruise, Royal Caribbean fired Alistair Douglas for fraternizing with a passenger. That's pretty curious, huh? In August of 98, 6 months later, an engineer from Canada and his friend were diving at the beach in Porto Marie, Curacao. His name is David Carmichael, and he was shown on the Vanished program. David has been a wonderful help to the Bradleys. He has passed polygraphs and appeared for interviews. David was organizing his equipment on the beach when he noticed a woman and two men walking towards him. The woman had a horrified expression on her face. She appeared frightened. David, is it also possible this was the first time she was actually out in public since she was taken? And, well, I don't know. She appeared frightened. David began to respond to her, but one of the men with her ran between them. David said the man gave him a threatening look. David and his friend were later on the deck of the outdoor bar. They were sitting close to Amy and those two handlers. David had a full view of tattoos and other distinguishing things about Amy. David didn't know who Amy was until he returned to Canada and he saw her featured on a program. He immediately contacted the Bradleys and the FBI. Royal Caribbean sent their attorneys to David's home in an attempt to intimidate him. But he had absolutely maintained that the man with Amy was Alistair Douglas. And this is another wrinkle in the case. A lot of people don't know this piece of info. That not only did Carmichael say he saw Amy and identified the watch that was never, the info that was never made public about the watch, but he also claimed that one of the men was Alistair Douglas. So Alistair Douglas gets fired, and then months later he shows up on a beach with Amy, possibly. Alistair eventually returned to his native Grenada. Also, Grenada is right next to Margarita Island, where this adult vacation resort was said to have been operating, so not just another curiosity. He has reportedly found religion and he's been part of a band. He has had some other small business ventures. Douglas is married and has at least one child. When the producers of Vanished were preparing to film the show, they contacted Douglas. They offered him an opportunity to publicly give his version of events. Douglas refused to have any interaction with the program. After the episode aired, Douglas contacted the producers and complained he was innocent and that he was unfairly represented in the film. Also, I think someone else tracked down that he has a daughter that was the same age as the amount of years since Amy vanished. Not that that means anything, but yeah. Oh, what do we have here? Apparently here's the source for the Puerto Rico sighting. Things are about to get interesting. This source here is from Style Weekly magazine. It is still up on their website. Amy Bradley disappeared from a Royal Caribbean cruise ship March 24th, 98. Believing she's been abducted, her family refuses to give up the search. Amy interrupted. The phone rang once. Since her daughter Amy's disappearance 9 days earlier, Eva Bradley hadn't been in the habit of letting it ring any longer than that. She had transformed the family dining room where her husband Ron kept a desk for his insurance business into a command center with a new white trimline phone hooked up to a recently installed hotline number. World maps and photos of Amy's were tacked on the wall, updates and info on the search. On the other end was a middle-aged sounding man with a deep voice. He was speaking Spanish. Un momento, por favor, Eva said, quickly, frantically waving to her younger brother, Paul Noblin, who was also in the room. Okay, the man on the other end said in a thick Spanish accent. It was to be the first promising lead in the puzzling disappearance of Amy Bradley, a vivacious, attractive 23-year-old from Chesterfield County, a 96 graduate of Longwood College who was a star basketball player there, and the only student in the school's history to receive a full athletic scholarship. The strange nature of the case has attracted national attention, from a front-page story in the New York Times to The Lisa Show, America's Most Wanted, and Unsolved Mysteries, which is slated to air a segment about Amy on May 28th. Cosmopolitan magazine is also planning a piece on Amy. On March 24th, 98, while on vacation with her mother, father, and brother Brad, Amy Bradley vanished from the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Rhapsody of the Seas, which was preparing to dock in Curacao. Her father, Ron Bradley, was the last to see her as she sat on a deck chair on the balcony of cabin number 8564. the family's stateroom at about 5:30 that morning. A massive 3-day search at sea turned up nothing. The Bradley family left the ship and flew home without Amy and virtually no clues until the morning of April 2nd when the Spanish-speaking man called Eva Bradley. Eva's brother Paul hustled across the street of the Bradleys' suburban Chesterfield neighborhood to a common close friend and neighbor of Eva's who speaks Spanish. Within minutes, the woman was sitting at Eva's desk talking to the Spanish-speaking man and hurriedly taking notes. Though her friend was speaking and writing in Spanish, Eva could tell from the excited sound of the woman's voice that the man must be saying something important. If true, what the man said was not only important but explosive. According to a lawsuit the Bradleys filed against Royal Caribbean Cruises Limited last month, alleging negligent security and other charges, the Spanish-speaking man told Eva's friend that he saw Amy 4 days after her disappearance being forced into a taxi cab at the terminal at San Juan, Puerto Rico, shortly after Rhapsody of the Seas docked there on March 28th, 98, the day that should have been the last day of the family's aborted week-long cruise. Providing previously unpublished details not mentioned in the lawsuit, Bradley's lawyer say the witness was a Puerto Rican local who was studying to be a police officer. He called Eva Bradley after seeing a story about Amy on Puerto Rican television and recognizing her photo as the woman he had seen just days before. Okay, so unlike the taxi driver in Curacao who reported this months later after the missing posters were plastered everywhere with rewards, this guy contacted the Bradleys within days. This is a guy studying to be a police officer. Andrew Hall, one of the Miami-based attorneys representing the family in the lawsuit, says the witness claims that Amy was under the control of a man wearing a baseball cap. Quote, "It was a clear day, and she passed right by," Hall says of the Puerto Rican man's account. She was firmly held. Her appearance was not that of a happy person, to say the least. The witness thought they were fighting. They didn't look like they were getting along, like they were disagreeing, end quote. The witness said that the man in the ball cap then guided a disoriented-looking Amy into a taxi, leading her much like a policeman would direct a suspect in the back seat of a squad car, according to Hall. Hall won't say more about the alleged abductor or the eyewitness for fear of harming the investigation, he says. Though he adds there is a suspect in Amy's disappearance. So what happened, and if Amy was abducted, and there's a suspect and a witness, why hasn't there been an arrest? For starters, the Bradleys called the FBI agents in St. Thomas investigating Amy's disappearance and faxed them the Puerto Rican's witness name and number. More than 8 months later, the Bradleys learned FBI agents never interviewed the man. Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, if this is true, okay, wow. I mean, this is insanity. This is complete insanity. And combine that with the ever-changing FBI listing on Amy Bradley, with and without age progression photos. I mean, was this really that shoddy of an investigation, or is there something more than meets the eye here? I mean, are they intentionally not trying to solve this, or did they already know exactly where she was, so there was no need to investigate the witness? That's the only thing I can think of. If the FBI are above board in this, I mean, you would think they would still interview the witness, though, but, I mean, I don't know. If they, let's say they had eyes on her and her abductors at that moment. Now, the FBI obviously can't operate outside the U.S., but, you know, they could, give the lead to Interpol or whatever. They have, sources, etc., people giving them info and all that. Despite records the Bradleys have proving they sent the information, the FBI denied ever receiving the lead, Eva Bradley says. U.S. Department of Justice agents working with Interpol finally interviewed the witness early this year. In a photo lineup, he positively identified Amy as the woman he saw last April. Hall will not say if the man identified a suspect. Quote, "We had lost time because leads were not followed up. We were told the FBI would leave no stone unturned," Eva Bradley says angrily. "We were confident that they were contacting the witness, following the lead, and tending to everything." A spokesperson with the FBI office in San Juan says they cannot comment on pending investigations, but they say they are following all pertinent leads and are doing everything we can do to solve the case. Of course, what you would expect them to say. But this is kind of damning in the direction of the FBI. I mean, this is pretty bad. So the Department of Justice agents and Interpol interviewed the witness. So the FBI never even ever interviewed the witness? They just never did it. The U.S. Department of Justice and Interpol did it. So the FBI denied all the info, and then even after they got it, they still never actually interviewed anybody regarding this particular witness. I mean, this is crazy. Instead, possibly because whatever happened to Amy began in international waters, the Bradleys have found themselves negotiating a bureaucratic labyrinth as they search for an answer to Amy's disappearance. They get no help from the FBI, they say. They have written congressmen, foreign officials, and even the president. The only promising response they received was a personal letter from Newt Gingrich, who promised to ask FBI Director Louis Freeh to intervene and assist the family personally. Freeh never called. Wow, this does not look good for the FBI. I mean, this is just terrible. Now, supposedly 2 FBI agents did do a search on the ship. Do we know for a fact that they were really FBI agents at this point? I mean, do they have their identities and everything? Or is there some funny business involving the FBI in that area in the Caribbean? Are they somehow either involved in the human trafficking, or let's say they really are the good guys? Is it possible Douglas or maybe some of these other individuals are CIs helping them with other cases? Is that a possibility? And that's why they didn't want to push because they were going after bigger fish? Since then, the family has taken matters into their own hands, hiring PIs and manning websites and a 24-hour phone hotline. They've secured commitments of a $260,000 reward for information leading to her safe return. To date, they've spent more than $85,000 of their own money selling their Honda Accord, for example, to fund one of 6 searches in the Caribbean since Amy's disappearance. They've even funded a trip for investigators to go back aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas. They're raising more money for the search through contributions to a trust fund. Despite the long months that have passed, Amy's family hold firm to their belief that she's still alive and being held against her will. They will find her, and they say, and when she returns, March 24th, 98 will only be a bad memory and not the haunting mystery that fuels every waking minute of their lives. So there's actually no date here, but it looks like it's within 1 or 2 years, within 2 years or so of the disappearance. And they already have all this information. And this is all before the 2005 sightings or photos. So that's kind of crazy. All right, let's continue with this Style Weekly article here. Amy interrupted. Everyone else was pale and white after a winter spent under sweaters and heavy coats, but not Amy. After 3 weeks of indoor tanning, she was a fashionable brown ready for the Caribbean sun. On Friday, March 20th, 98, Amy and her mother were having dinner at her Aunt Mary's house. Mary Christensen and Eva oohed and awed over Amy's crisp tan lines as Amy laughed, showing off. Amy had just darkened her hair from a bleached blonde and gotten her fingernails done in anticipation of the Caribbean trip. Her father, an insurance agent, was one of about 35 agents around the nation who won an all-expense-paid family cruise from Illinois Mutual Life for selling $145,000 in paid premiums. Most agents just took their spouses, but Ron and Eva wanted to bring Amy and Brad, so they bought plane tickets for them and paid $2,000 for their portion of the cruise. Amy excitedly told her Aunt Mary about the trip, which would start in San Juan and take them to the islands of Aruba, Curacao, St. Martin, and St. Thomas before returning to Puerto Rico. They also talked about Amy's new job. On the Monday, after Amy was to get back from the cruise, she was to start working as a marketing and office assistant for Mary and her husband Mike, who owned a software company. Amy had cut her hours at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, where she worked full-time, so she could take the job. Long-term, Amy was thinking about getting a master's in sports psychology or opening a sports bar. A couple months earlier, Amy had moved into her first apartment in the Timbers, a complex off Robius Road in Chesterfield. Though she moved out of her parents' home, Amy was never far from them. She and her mother went grocery shopping together every week. They decorated Amy's apartment together. Her father helped her reupholster the chairs in the old dinette set her parents gave her. She and her mother loved to call each other up on the phone when something funny was on television, like Mystery Science Theater 3000 or Cow and Chicken. Amy was especially excited about the cruise because her brother Brad was home from George Mason University. Tall and athletic like his sister and just 2.5 years younger, Brad was also one of her best buddies. The two would go out with friends or just hang out together, hitting Chesterfield bars, singing karaoke, throwing darts, shooting pool, or bowling. About 7 a.m. Saturday, March 21st, Amy and Brad boarded a plane at Richmond International Airport. Their parents left an hour ahead on another flight. Amy and Brad were both nervous about flying, but did crosswords and listened to Amy's portable CD player to distract themselves. By around 2 p.m., they reached the rambling ship terminal at San Juan and found their parents. Amy bought postcards at one of the tourist shops and sent them to friends. "Hey girl," she wrote, "it's gorgeous here. We leave for Aruba tomorrow. I'll be home Saturday at 10. She told another friend she was taking pictures and would show them to her on Easter. She bought 15 rolls of film and was hoping to take some pictures of Brad to enter in a modeling contest. At 11 stories high, the gleaming white 915-foot-long, 106-foot-wide Rhapsody of the Seas was an impressive sight docked at San Juan. Less than a year old, the ship weighed 75,000 tons and carried a crew of 765 with room for 2,435 guests. Amy looked up in amazement and told Brad she was having the best time of her life already. Then she saw the gangplank, 3 feet wide, 60 feet off the ground. Afraid of heights, Amy scrambled up quickly, staying as close to the center as she could. Saturday went by quickly with dinner, drinks, and swimming at the pool. Pretty tanned, muscular, slender, tall, 5'7", 115 pounds, and tattooed, Amy attracted a lot of attention on board the ship. She had been collecting tattoos since her senior year in high school when she got a tattoo on her left shoulder of baby Taz spinning a basketball to commemorate winning her basketball scholarship to Longwood. A primitive sun with the Chinese symbol for heaven on her lower back, a Chinese symbol for faith on her right ankle, and a gecko lizard wrapped around her navel followed. Brad had a similar Chinese tattoo on one of his arms. Sunday, March 22nd, the ship was at sea all day. Amy and Eva attended an art auction and bought a modernist serigraph of a blonde woman sitting in a chair to hang on the wall of Amy's apartment. It's still rolled in its brown cardboard tube at the Bradleys. By Monday, the ship docked at Aruba. Ron, Iva, Amy, and Brad disembarked. Amy did a little shopping, buying trinkets for friends back home. She wanted to buy a nice piece of jewelry for her best friend, but her mother told her to wait until they got to St. Thomas, where they could get a better buy. Eschewing the island tour, the family rented a Jeep for the day to explore Aruba on their own. They ended up lost on dirty off-roads in a windy, hot desert. Once back in civilization, the Bradleys had lunch at a Taco Bell and then drove to Palm Beach, where Eva, Ron, and Brad swam in the ocean, calling to Amy, laughing, "Come on in, the water's freezing." Amy clung to her dad's back in the water for a while, then got out. A certified lifeguard, she swam in her neighborhood association from the time she was 5 until 18. She was an assistant to the swim coach at Longwood and coached her aunt's neighborhood association, but she wasn't crazy about swimming in the ocean. Mainly, she was afraid of what else might be swimming in it. On board the ship, her parents and brother say she wouldn't get close to the railing. Even though the railings were chest high for her, it made her knees weak. That's interesting there too. So apparently she's an excellent swimmer. She just doesn't want to get in the ocean. And of course, the railing is chest high for her. Okay, returning to the ship, the family took showers and dressed for a formal dinner. Amy wore a tight, open black jumpsuit with spaghetti straps. They waited in line to have their picture taken by the ship's photographer and chatted with other passengers. Meanwhile, Amy was attracting notice from passengers and crew. After dinner, Ron and Eva were having drinks with business associates when a waiter approached them. They recognized him as a man who had been lavishing an unusual amount of attention on Amy since the ship left dock. The man asked if Amy wanted to come to a bar in Aruba that night with him and other crew members. Eva later gave Amy the message, but she wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Amy and Brad had changed into casual clothes and gone to the ship's casino. Starting with $10 in quarters each, they played the slot machines and each won about $140. Ron and Eva found Amy and Brad again on the pool deck, each carting a bucket of quarters. The four of them sat down on the deck laughing and dumping the quarters out of the buckets like children building a sandcastle. Amy and Brad, ever competitive, counted to see who had the most quarters. Later that night, they took in a limbo party, dancing to the steel drum music of the ship's calypso band, Blue Orchid. Amy struck up a conversation with the band's bassist, a pudgy, bald Grenadian nicknamed Yellow, short for High Yellow, Caribbean slang for light black skin. It was typical Amy. Brad won the limbo contest that night. When he was crowned, Amy ran up to him, jumped up, and wrapped her legs around him. He took the crown off and put it on her head, and they both laughed. So again, for the people that say that she didn't really stand out, I mean, both her and her brother, they're winning contests, like they're front and center in a lot of events. The wait staff is specifically asking for Amy. I mean, this is kind of weird, but it does lead credence to the possibility that someone might have seen her and wanted her. And again, even at the auction, as previously mentioned, there was a Middle Eastern man who apparently was staring at her for a half an hour straight. Amy and Brad still had hours of partying ahead, but it had been a long day for their parents. Ron and Eva kissed them both goodnight, headed to the room. "I love you, I'll see you in a little while," Eva told Amy. It was the last thing she said to her daughter. At about 2:45 a.m. on Tuesday, Ron Bradley woke up. Neither Amy nor Brad was in the cabin. Earlier in the evening, Brad had a little run-in with another passenger when the man grabbed Brad and told him to stop dancing with his wife. Brad didn't know the woman was married and apologized. See, again, that's just another little incident where either Amy or her brother, there's some kind of a tension and commotion that otherwise in, the other hundreds or however many passengers are possibly more nondescript than both Amy and Brad. Wanting to make sure everything was okay, Ron sat up and told Eva he was going to check on Brad. He went to the ship disco, the Viking Lounge, and found Brad dancing with a handful of young women. Amy was on the second floor of the disco, talking with band members and the club DJ. Satisfied, Ron went back to bed. Okay, so apparently Amy... So did Amy possibly like one of the other band members, but she apparently talked to all of them or some of them, not just Yellow? So Brad did get up again Brad got up at 2:45 a.m., checked on them, then came back. At 3:45 a.m., Brad and Amy returned to the room. They went out into the balcony to smoke, but Ron woke up because they had left on the bathroom light. He told Amy to turn it off, and the last thing he remembered before going to sleep was the glow of her Marlboro light as she walked past. So this is another detail we apparently did not have before. So 3:45 a.m., is this the last definitive sighting of Amy by her family or by her father? This is at 3:45 a.m. as she's walking past him. Amy and Brad smoked for a while, watching the waves and laughing about the limbo contest. They also talked about the next day in Curacao, and Amy asked Brad if he had ever been on a jet ski. Finally, Brad opened the patio door and rolled into the sofa bed he was sharing with Amy during the trip. She stayed behind on the balcony. At about 5:30 a.m., Ron awoke and saw Amy's legs on the lounge chair on the balcony. Thinking she had fallen asleep, he went back to sleep. At 6 a.m., Ron woke up again. Amy wasn't in the room or on the balcony. Her cigarettes and lighter were gone. She had taken off the yellow polo shirt she had been wearing and picked up a pair of jeans. Ron looked for a note, Amy's habit before leaving anywhere, but there was none. Taking care not to wake Eva or Brad, he put on his shorts and went up to the pool deck, a level above, to look for her. The ship was docked at Curacao, having sailed into the island's canal less than an hour earlier. She wasn't on the pool deck. Ron looked other places with no luck. The more he walked and looked, the more uneasy he became. On the way back to the room, he saw the ship's chief security officer standing at the elevator. Ron asked for help, and the officer nodded non-committally, staying where he was. Nearly an hour had passed. Ron woke Eva and Brad. "I've known him since I was 13. I've known him 32 years, and I've never seen him look like he looked. I didn't have any idea what was wrong," Eva recalls. He said, "I can't find Amy." Ron and Eva immediately went to the purser's desk and told them they couldn't find Amy and suspected foul play. They asked for help finding her. The ship's employees told her it was too early and an announcement would disturb the other guests. They asked to see a supervisor who eventually agreed to make an announcement over the ship's loudspeaker. While the Bradleys waited, a ship employee announced that the gangplank would be going down so passengers could disembark on Curacao. Eva begged them to leave it up so that in case someone had kidnapped Amy, they couldn't get her off the ship. The ship staff refused, saying they couldn't hold up other passengers. So 2 points here. One, did Eva, Brad, or Ron, did they actually, at that moment, before the gangplank went up, did they actually go to the gangplank so that they can monitor each and every person who went past? But if it's the staff and they took her out through some kind of cargo area, I mean, would they really try to get her out over the gangplank? I mean, that's tough. That's tough to think that they would if they were getting her off the ship. I mean, we're going to get into another issue in a moment here. At 7:50 a.m., a young woman made a simple, quiet announcement over the ship's intercom. Will Amy Bradley please come to the purser's desk? In the meantime, Brad went up to the pool deck to sit and watch in case Amy walked by. Yellow, the bass player, approached him. Hey man, I'm sorry about your sister, he said. He asked what happened and told Brad to wait while he got a friend to listen to. Brad, who says that Yellow told him he was feeling guilty, remembers the experience as, quote, just odd, end quote. After they got back to Richmond, the Bradleys found another post from a Rhapsody passenger on a cruise ship computer bulletin board warning female passengers to stay away from Yellow for unspecified reasons. And of course, Yellow was fired, supposedly, for fraternizing in some capacity with a passenger. Okay, so is Yellow, we haven't so specifically discussed this, but is Yellow really a red herring here? Is Yellow red herring? Because if he is really just a womanizer, because there's also a problem with some of these stories, because supposedly the story is on the escalators, Yellow, or either Yellow or someone else passed Brad and told him sorry about your sister. In this story, closer to the time of the disappearance, within a year or two on Style Weekly here, it's saying that he's on the pool deck when Yellow approached him on the deck, then went to go get another of his friends to listen to Brad's story. So this is an issue, because also there was some confusion as to whether or not it was Yellow or the head waiter who initially had said sorry about your sister. I mean, I don't know if anybody's ever asked Brad specifically to clear up the confusion. Because, and if any MindShock listeners out there do have this information, who was it that initially told him, and why was there confusion over who said sorry about your sister? And even the location. Is it on the pool deck or is it on the escalators? Or wherever. Stairs, elsewhere other than the pool deck. Furthermore, Eva Bradley says 2 young female passengers, both college freshmen, claimed to have seen Amy and Yellow on the ship's glass elevator heading up to the disco at 5:30 a.m. Tuesday, the time of her disappearance, the teens said they saw Yellow leave the disco without Amy 15 minutes later. So is he really a red herring? Did he try something? He got rejected. And maybe another staff member did something. Did the bartender even slip something into Amy's drinks unbeknownst to Yellow himself? I mean, maybe Yellow really is like a womanizer and possibly a shady individual. Is it possible he had nothing to do with whatever happened to Amy and someone else did, and it's just an awful convenience? However, Carmichael claims to have seen Yellow with Amy. So how would that have worked? I mean, I suppose, not to fall for false dichotomies, is it possible, after this whole situation, Yellow did grow closer to the criminal element? Maybe he knew some of these criminals, and he just wasn't actively involved. After he got fired, did he get into drugs, alcohol, whatever, or not, and get even closer to the criminal element, to the point where he possibly joined up with them, and then found it, and Amy happened to be there after? And of course, he's not going to say anything about that. Maybe he even had his own suspicions, and he was scared, and that's why he didn't come forward. Maybe that's why his poly's inconclusive. Because maybe he doesn't know what happened, but he has inclinations and suspicions about other members of the crew. Maybe even other members of that band. I mean, who knows? Band members sometimes come and go. Oftentimes in many bands. So, yeah, this is really tough, because as we went over the previous account, Elizabeth, not one of the 2 young college freshmen, Elizabeth also saw all of this, and she said the bartender got really weird, and a Hispanic woman who was working at the bar said that Amy was kidnapped. Why would she say that? Is she just freaked out and nervous because of the rumors that it was a kidnapping? Or does she actually know something? You would think in a thorough investigation, she and the bartender would have also been polygraphed. Because at this moment, I'm going to say everything goes back to the bartender and that girl and Yellow. The bartender, the Hispanic woman, and Yellow. I would say that's, and of course the other staff members. But theoretically, it is a possibility that Yellow might not have been involved, unless, of course, he was involved and he passed her off. But I'm just going through every single possible theory where if he got rejected, he might have just left by himself, and somebody who was innocent but got rejected by a missing woman might not be so quick to volunteer the information that he did in fact meet up with her after the disco that morning. So yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here, but let's continue. Mentioned in America's Most Wanted, Yellow is the only person to be publicly named as a suspect. I don't know if he was actually named was he named specifically as a suspect or a person of interest? A Royal Caribbean spokesperson says Yellow voluntarily submitted to a poly for the FBI and passed. So that's what a Royal Caribbean spokesperson said. That's not the truth, because apparently from other sources it stated that it was not inconclusive. So the Royal Caribbean cruise line, spokespeople, lawyers, they're definitely shady, especially if they're sending lawyers all the way to Canada to intimidate Carmichael about the sighting of Yellow and Amy. Ship employees told the Bradleys to wait in their rooms for the chief security officer. He asked some questions, asked for a photo of Amy. He told them she was probably visiting in someone's room and would show up. From 12:15 to 1 p.m., he told the Bradleys ship staff had searched every nook and cranny of the ship to no avail. In actuality, the Bradleys would later discover the staff had only searched the common area and crew area, leaving out all passenger sections and other areas of the ship, according to the lawsuit against Royal Caribbean. Now frantic, with more than 7 hours having passed since Amy's disappearance, Ron and Eva demanded that Captain Kjetil Gjerstad pass out and post Amy's picture and alert other passengers to her disappearance. He refused, saying he didn't want to upset the other passengers. Then the captain presented him with an option. If Amy wasn't on the ship, she was probably on shore in Curacao or in the water. If they stayed on the ship, they might lose a chance to search the island. Eva asked the captain if he was absolutely sure, if he thought beyond a shadow of a doubt that Amy was not on his ship. She says the captain said he was certain she wasn't aboard and that the best thing to do would be leave the ship. Okay, so here's the problem I have here. If the captain is guilty and he knows she is on the ship, and we have the supposedly more verified sighting of Amy in San Juan by the aspiring police officer who notified the family within days, as soon as he found out about her, within days of the sighting. That seems to be more reliable than the cab driver who came forth months later claiming he saw Amy in Curacao, looking for a phone or whatever. Yeah, this is rough. But if the captain is complicit, I mean, this is really shady. This is, again, straight out of a horror movie. Like, just the vibes from the crew members, the Middle Eastern people. The Middle Eastern people might be the red herring here, right? I mean, who knows? But, or maybe there are no red herrings here. If the crew, if the Middle Eastern people wanted her and they paid off the crew to get her, but then what happened? Did they return? So the first official sighting, if we call the Carmichael sighting official in Curacao, the first official in Curacao, like we have the sighting in Puerto Rico, in San Juan, by the aspiring police officer days later on the 28th, but months later, 5 to 6 months later, the Carmichael sighting in Curacao, that's months later. Is it possible? And then, of course, at the brothel was months after that in early 99. So is it possible she was taken somewhere by the Middle Eastern people and then returned for whatever reason? I mean, does anybody know how the Middle Eastern human trafficking works in terms of Caucasian women or Western women, so to speak? I mean, theoretically, you would think it wouldn't be indefinite. They wanted her for a period of time, and then they no longer wanted her. Did they sell her back? Like, what happened there? And is that why she showed up again in Curacao, whereas there were supposedly no sightings other than the sketchy cab driver? I mean, this is all very, very perplexing. But if the captain is in on it, he's telling them she's not on the ship, so he wants them to go to Curacao and look around. I mean, that's tough. Now, if he's the good guy and he truly searched the ship and he truly believes that she's not on the ship, then okay, then I guess he would give them the advice to go look on the island, right? Because if he really is a good guy and he personally searched a lot of the ship, he trusts his security who searched it, and he truly believes she's not on the ship, then I guess he would say that also. So this is another tough situation where it's hard to make heads or tails. But there's a lot of reviews on the captain that say that he's pretty sketchy and not good, not recommended. So, yeah, I mean, I really don't know what to make of that. It was like we were in a slow-motion house of terror, Eva recalls. Their world had been completely collapsed and they were on the brink of emotional breakdowns while the rest of the passengers continued on smiling and laughing and partying in the Caribbean sun, oblivious to the family's plight. Royal Caribbean paid for motel rooms for the family, and Illinois Mutual CEO Mike McCord disembarked with his wife, Kay, to provide emotional support for the Bradleys. The multimillionaire fetched coffee and hugged family members. The Bradleys checked into the Otra Banda, a rundown casino hotel on Curacao, late Tuesday afternoon. From the room, they contacted the U.S. Embassy and family members who they had been in touch with throughout the day, asking them to call authorities for help. Mary Christensen, Eva's younger sister, recalls that Eva could only muster a pained squeak on the phone. Ron had to take over. At 6:30 p.m., Ron, Eva, and Brad stood at the window of their hotel room overlooking the canal, watching Rhapsody of the Seas leave. They were close enough to throw a stone and hit it. Their stateroom was the only one that was dark. It was extremely difficult for us, Eva says, her voice breaking. That ship left as scheduled on time, and there we stood watching. The family remembers it as the worst night of their lives. All three huddled together on the room's sole king-side bed, crying. Ron vomited blood. He was so upset. At 6 a.m. Wednesday, 24 hours after Amy disappeared, authorities on Curacao began the first full day of sea and air searches for Amy. 3 helicopters, a British warship, a low-flying radar plane, and numerous cargo ships, tugboats, and fishing boats scoured the area and the coast for the next 2 days, finding no sign of her. With the help of Eva's brother John, who had contacted the FBI, and McCord, who chartered a plane, the Bradleys flew to St. Martin to intercept the Rhapsody of the Sea at its next port of call. At 7:30 a.m. on Thursday, before the first passengers left the Rhapsody, the Bradleys boarded a ferry and demanded a meeting with the captain. Upon their return to the Rhapsody, the Bradleys and McCord met in a conference room with the captain, a chief security officer, and other Royal Caribbean officials. As it turns out, the ship was in foreign waters and chartered in another nation, so the family had to ask permission for the FBI to be allowed to investigate. My personal feeling is that they felt they'd never see us again, and we were the last people they wanted to see, Eva says. Again, see, that's a tough one, because if they're not complicit in any of this, although I don't know if I mentioned this in the first episode, supposedly Affordable Adult Vacations did advertise with Royal Caribbean and had ads on the Rhapsody of the Seas in some capacity, either in magazines or throughout the ship or something. We might get into that more later, but that's a little weird. So, either way, but even if the Royal Caribbean were oblivious, did they want to remain as such? Like, did the captain and the head of security, did they truly not know what happened? But they just don't want the PR nightmare, so they're acting that way. So, obviously, lack of integrity, but not necessarily guilt in being responsible directly for what happened to her. Or are they guilty, or are they not necessarily guilty, but they do know what happened and they just want to cover it up. So yeah, there's a lot of this is horrible. The cruise ship officers agreed to let 2 FBI agents casually dressed in jeans and golf shirts on board to investigate. The agents first interviewed each of the Bradleys separately and asked what happened. The Bradleys were also polygraphed by the FBI upon returning home and were quickly eliminated as suspects, their lawyer says. More than 24 hours later, Royal Caribbean employees began distributing Amy's photo while still allowing passengers on and off the boat. The Bradleys asked that guards be posted on the pool deck to look for her, but they allege it wasn't done. Without getting into specifics, Royal Caribbean says they acted appropriately. They also say they conducted another search with dogs a day later, a fact that Bradleys dispute, saying it was the FBI who brought in dogs. Either way, it also came up blank. Feeling helpless, the Bradleys exited the ship again Friday, March 27th in St. Thomas while the FBI investigated. McCord, the Illinois Mutual CEO, chartered a private Learjet for the family to fly from St. Thomas back to Richmond. They left on March 28th, the same day that the Rhapsody of the Seas returned to the docks at San Juan, and the same day, unbeknownst to the Bradleys, that the witness claimed to see Amy there. It had been 4 days since her father saw her sitting in the lounge chair on the cabin balcony. None of us wanted to leave, Eva Bradley recalls, crying. That's one of the most single difficult things. I don't really have words to describe what it was like to leave, as I flew over the island and I didn't have Amy beside me. Okay. So I have another theory here now, because again, the more I read about this, the more it seems that the San Juan, Puerto Rico sighting is absolutely critical. Now, just because this guy's an aspiring police officer, that doesn't necessarily mean he 100% saw Amy, but... So this is apparently before any reward as well, because this is right away in the initial days. So, okay, so... If he's not mistaken, is it possible that Yellow, one of the other band members, one of the other crew, if there was some kind of an assault gone wrong, or whatever the case may be, they wanted Amy for themselves? Let's just postulate this theoretically. What happened in Puerto Rico? So they take her there. Does something go wrong there? And then they sell her or move her back with people in Curacao. And then she's bouncing between Curacao, Margarita Island, Aruba, Barbados, even San Francisco, as we went over that other sighting. But the more I look at it, the more it seems something happened in Puerto Rico. And what's even more tragic, in this tragic twist of fate, that they might have just missed her. Because if she really wasn't in Curacao, and she did leave the ship in Puerto Rico, which they didn't... Yeah, I mean, if they had stayed on the ship the entire time, would that have increased? I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Because theoretically, you would say smart money if the search was legit that she's not on the ship. And if somebody did want to kidnap her, would they really keep her? I mean, this is tough. This is tough. I mean, there really should be like a poll of criminals and traffickers. Just to get an idea, what would criminal-minded individuals do in that situation? Would the safer bet for criminals, like let's say it's an assault gone wrong, whatever the case may be, whether she was or wasn't premeditated trafficking, whether this was or wasn't premeditated trafficking, regardless, once you have an individual and you're not going to let them go, whatever led to that point, regardless, at that point, what are you going to do? Would a criminal more likely keep her on the ship? Would that be considered safe? See, if the whole crew and security is in on it, then you might think, yes, they might keep her on the ship, especially if they know that most of the time they're in international waters or in their, Then again, I mean, Puerto Rico, that's a U.S. territory, so... I mean, yeah, this is really tough. What would criminal-minded individuals do? Like, what... I mean, if they have contacts in Curacao, I guess you would get off the ship in Curacao. And, have these shady underworld contacts, especially if you also have some possibly politicians or corrupt police involved in this trafficking operation. Or other crimes, whatever. If you have protection in Curacao, I guess you would disembark, right? So I guess it would depend on what kind of connections the criminals have and whether or not the ship crew is in on it. I guess those would be the dependencies there. Let's continue here. None of us wanted to leave. Eva Bradley recalls crying. That's one of the most difficult things. That's one of the most difficult things. I don't really have words to describe what it was like to leave, as I flew over the island and I didn't have Amy beside me. On the buffet in Mary Christensen's living room, beside a photo of Mary and Eva and their brothers and parents beaming happily while on a cruise on the Queen Elizabeth II in 1969, is a snapshot of Amy Bradley sitting on the sofa in her grandmother's house. On the end table in the photo is a community newspaper. Eerily, the headline on the paper reads, "Solve It." Every day we rack our brains. Where was she? Who did she talk to? I started asking questions from the minute she was missing, Christensen says. I pray for her every day. While she's talking in her Chesterfield County home, the phone rings. Christensen answers, but no one is on the line. She keeps the phone close by for the rest of the interview. When something like that happens, I believe at any minute I can get a call from her, Christensen says in a far-off voice. Back at the house where the Bradley family has lived for the past 18 years, in a room decorated with sports trophies and family photos, is an enterprise that occupies the Bradleys 24 hours a day. The search for Amy. The first thing you learn when you spend any time with Eva Bradley is to use the present tense when talking about Amy. She is almost 25. She is coming home. Though the Bradleys chose to close up Amy's apartment, they have kept her bedroom at home waiting for her. An electric candle has burned in a window of the house since they got back to Richmond. Amy's red Miata is parked in the driveway with a new license plate. We M1SSU. On May 12, 98, Amy's 24th birthday, her family and friends gathered at the Bradley house for a party. The gifts were waiting in her room for her return. The cake is frozen. Amy's grandmother, Ruth Noblin, still brings her only granddaughter gifts when she goes on trips. On any given day, you can find a frisky white bulldog romping around their immaculately tended backyard, chomping on a deflated basketball. That's Bailey, Amy's dog. Reminders are everywhere. Over the fireplace is a pencil sketch of Amy and her dad. She had it done by a local artist as a surprise for her dad just months before the cruise. On the pillars of the Amy's front porch are tied 5 fresh and vibrant yellow ribbons. More are wrapped around the trees in the front yard. In the beginning, yellow ribbons were tied on trees around the neighborhood in solidarity. Over the last 13 months, many have quietly disappeared. On the wall in the Bradley's command center is a framed poster that hung in the den of Amy's apartment before the family moved Amy's things back to the house a few months after her disappearance. In a scene of a stream rushing through jagged rocks, it reads, "Perseverance. In the confrontation between the stream and the rock, the stream always wins. Not through strength, but through persistence." It could be Eva's mantra. She wears a yellow ribbon and a tiny gold angel every day as a constant reminder of her mission. From sunup to late at night, she works the phones and replies to emails, following up leads and strategizing with the family's small inner circle of close friends and advisors. The ordeal has changed the Bradley family. Eva and Ron always look tired. Brad transferred from GMU to Virginia Commonwealth University and moved back home. Though Ron won the Illinois Mutual trip again this year, they didn't go. It's a trip to San Francisco. The company has sworn off cruises since Amy's disappearance. Okay, wow. Oh, man, all of these... I don't like these coincidences. Just like the photographer happens to be from San Francisco, which happens to be where there's another... That's the only Amy Bradley sighting that we know of in the continental U.S. So, yeah, that's tough. So the trip also just so happens to be to San Fran. I mean, out of all of the cities, I mean, yeah, San Fran's a popular city, but it's not the only one. I mean, it's just, this is crazy. It was too soon, and they didn't want to see the same crowd they saw during the most horrible week of their lives. As the months go on, at the point where many parents might make the heartbreaking decision to grieve, the Bradleys won't give in. They note the whispers about a thriving white slavery trade in the Caribbean. They were just 30 miles from Venezuela, where Amy disappeared, and South America has the highest rate of kidnappings and abductions in the world. Some cruise industry critics raise questions about company hiring practices and the safety of passengers. According to an MSNBC news report last year, crimes on the high seas don't have to be reported or documented, since ships are often registered with foreign nations such as Liberia. Yet crime does happen on board. In August 98, federal criminal trial, for example, a woman claimed she had been raped by a crew member while on another Royal Caribbean cruise. The defendant in that case was found not guilty, however, after being deported from Italy. The cruise industry maintains crime on their ships is far less than what is on American soil. I mean, okay, but does that really change the crime that does happen on the ship? That's kind of a weird statement. Royal Caribbean spokesman Rich Steck says he finds it rather hard to believe that Amy could be held against her will on a ship for 4 days and be sprinted off the ship while everyone was looking for her. Well, I mean, if she was drugged and then she was put in a large suitcase or something, I mean, who knows? His company believes there is a more down-to-earth explanation for Amy's disappearance, he says, adding that the cruise line regrets that the Bradleys are directing their grief at Royal Caribbean. Steck says his company can't comment on specifics of the lawsuit because it hasn't been served yet, a fact that the Bradleys' lawyers dispute. But he offers the possibility that Amy jumped or was pushed overboard. See, if she was pushed overboard, I mean, that is a crime occurring on the ship. He says the FBI told Royal Caribbean that a table with Amy's footprints on it was found pushed against the railings with Amy's shoes atop it. He also says that Amy was heard to say to someone on board that a great way to get attention would be to jump overboard and swim to shore. Okay, wow. So here's a few problems with this statement. So it's his claim that the FBI said that. So we don't know that that's true because the FBI has not released that information. He says that Amy was heard to say to someone on board. So is this a case? So, okay. If this guy is repeating things that he believes to be true, okay, maybe Steck is not a liar. Maybe there were rumors possibly started by the crew members or those responsible that Amy said a great way to get attention would be to jump overboard and swim to shore. But here's the thing. If Amy's terrified of the ocean, of the open ocean, or the ocean in general, she only likes to swim in pools, she would never do that, right? So that might be a made-up story there. So, yeah, that's rough. Eva Bradley says Steck's statement about the table is a lie. The FBI has told her that Amy's footprints were never found on it, she says. Furthermore, the Bradley family all say the table was actually 3 feet from the railing. An FBI spokesperson denied that any representative of the FBI would have told Royal Caribbean anything about the evidence in the case, though they wouldn't confirm that Amy's footprints were not found on the table. Questioned later, Steck says he, quote, may have leapt to a conclusion, end quote. So he admitted, wow, that does not look good for Steck. He maintains that the FBI told the cruise line a footprint was found on the table, but he says he's not sure if it was Amy's. Wow, okay. So is he sure about which table? Because was there just a footprint on a random table in another random room that had nothing to do with this case? Wow, this guy's weird. The Bradleys are adamant that Amy didn't jump. She wasn't suicidal and she wasn't stupid, they say, and she was afraid of the ocean. As for any shoes being left in the room or on the balcony, Amy packed at least 10 pairs, they say, and they're not sure which are missing. So if that's the case, see, at least 10 pairs, so they don't know how many pairs she had, so she may have had shoes on. So is that not a confirmed fact that she was barefoot when she left the room? Hall, one of the family's lawyers, characterizes some of the statements coming out of the Royal Caribbean camp as nasty. The lawsuit alleges that Royal Caribbean employees and representatives defamed Ron and Bradley by circulating rumors that they were also involved in Amy's disappearance or murder once during an interview on MSNBC. The Bradleys and their lawyers angrily denied that Ron or Brad had anything to do with it and steadfastly claimed that the Royal Caribbean acted negligently. In court, Hall says they intend to produce evidence showing that a Royal Caribbean crew member was missing on another vessel months before Amy's disappearance, and the response was entirely different. All the stops were pulled out to find the missing woman, though she too hasn't been found, Hall says. What? Who is this other missing woman? I actually can't find anything else on that. If any of the MindShock listeners know about this case, there's no name here. A crew member went missing several months before. And it's curious, how much of the current crew on the ship that Amy disappeared from, were they also on that other crew where someone disappeared, and how many people knew about it? Is that why the bartender and that other woman who said that Amy had been kidnapped, do they know more? And what's going on? Who was the other woman who was kidnapped? And she was a crew member? This is weird. Continuing on here, as their search to find Amy and disprove Royal Caribbean's overboard theory goes on, however, evidence remains elusive. Royal Caribbean says none of its 40 video monitors that night were linked to videotape, and none of the guards recall seeing Amy. Okay, what? Okay, this is weird. So there were 40 video monitors. Does that mean cameras? When it says 40 video monitors, so you'd think, is that one per camera? So if there's 40 security videos, they say none of them were linked on videotape, but wasn't there that cryptic statement from either the FBI or whoever that said that there's some videotape evidence of Amy out after being in a room with or without Yellow? Was there some video evidence of her with Yellow, as the other witnesses alleged? Now, the other thing is curious. So none of the guards recall seeing Amy. Are they lying? Were they told to lie? Because why would the other passengers lie? The guards, if told to lie, would they not lie? There are electronic records of Amy using her keycard to enter the room 3:40 a.m. Tuesday. But her brother Brad says because the ship's lock link system does not record when a passenger exits the room, there is no record of what time Amy left the room. She had her driver's license in her pocket, and it could have conceivably been used to clear her through U.S. Customs in San Juan. But the exit records at U.S. Customs for Rhapsody of the Seas passengers for March 28th are missing, according to the Bradley lawyers who tried to get them through a federal Freedom of Information Act request. Okay, no, this is too much. We are firmly in MINDSHOCK land. So here's the thing. So are these exit records for U.S. Customs? You would think this is something that they would keep track of. I mean, unless they go missing all the time, and this is not, but it's hard to believe that they're just randomly going missing. So did someone make them go missing? And there's 2 points here, because, see, I actually didn't know this. This is mind-shocking information. So theoretically, she could have actually walked herself through customs. And yet because we have no evidence whether she did or she did not, and if she was under duress and with someone, possibly drugged or not. I mean, I don't know, that's tough. On the other hand, if they just got her out through the luggage, I mean, if the crew's involved, they, I guess, could do that, then, I mean, who knows? But that's crazy that the exit records are missing. Now, the exit records are missing only for the Rhapsody of the Seas passengers on March 28th? I mean, are any other records missing, or is this the only record that's missing? This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. None of it deters the Bradleys. They cling to their belief that someone saw Amy, wanted her, took her, and still has her. I feel Amy. I can't express it any other way. Sometimes I'm washed with her, Eva Bradley says. She is a very strong person. Anyone who plays athletics at the college level has a certain amount of determination and stick-to-itiveness. She would be capable of playing along until she could make a friend or make a break. She's not a little sissy or a wimp. But as the months go on, it requires a faith that would daunt even the most devoted parent. Anybody who has a child will understand, Eva continues, her voice resolute though tears streak her face. We will look for her until we find her. The last thing in our minds before we go to bed is, what are we going to do tomorrow? I know she's working to get home to us. We have a lot of faith in God, and we know God wants it to be 4 of us, not 3 of us. So, yeah, heartbreaking article there, but with a lot of new info that we actually didn't go over before, and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I don't know what to make of this. There's just so much conflicting information. It's almost too convenient. But there we have it. I mean, there will be at least 1 or 2 more episodes. There's actually quite a bit more to go over, believe it or not. Very, very perplexing case. So, hope everybody found another edition of MINDSHOCK True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MINDSHOCK True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you're listening to the Amy Lynn Bradley series. This is episode 3, New Evidence. The one and only James Renner has managed to gather new evidence in this case. If you haven't checked out the first 2 episodes on MINDSHOCK, check them out. I have compiled the most comprehensive, exhaustive database on this case with all of the previously available episodes and evidence in one place in those 2 episodes. Here, James Renner has managed to uncover quite a bit, like he usually does in the cases he covers, whether it's Maura Murray or Amy Mihalovic. James Renner definitely gets these cold cases some attention. And this, of course, a baffling case. In hindsight, it does appear that the mountain of evidence for some kind of trafficking situation does exist. What's also curious is there are just certain cases where you have coincidence theorists coming out of the woodwork and just trying to really control the narrative and pretend that anything other than accidental death is just silly nonsense, whether it's the Maura Murray case or this case. I mean, even the Stephen Avery case, the most obvious wrongful conviction in modern history, even if he is guilty, obviously the state's narrative had no support whatsoever. You have these clueless bootleggers defending the so-called official narrative, and here you have all these coincidences just ignoring everything, ignoring just the mountain of oddities, anomalies, and shady situations and individuals, in this case, in what looks to be one of the most obvious trafficking operations thus far out of any of the cases we looked at. Now, that doesn't mean it did happen, but if it didn't happen, it does appear that they were trying to make it happen. Is it possible that she was marked for trafficking by whomever? And we will be examining her father's boss, because that's something nobody really talks about. I think that's one of the biggest, what should we call it? Oddities? I mean, overlooked oddities. And I'll get into why for a number of different reasons. But there's just so much strangeness here. This really is unlike any other case. I mean, you'd have to ignore all these witness statements about all these strange men ogling her throughout the cruise. You'd have to ignore all of these sightings of her after the fact. You'd have to ignore all of these known traffickers operating adult websites who got arrested that just happen to exactly match all of these police sketches of who Amy was seen with in previous years. Again, I go over all this in the previous episodes. We are here live, so you can ask any questions in the chat. If you want me to go over all of that again, I can, but we have so much new information to go over. Everything I just mentioned, I went over in the first 2 episodes. So for those interested, they're in the description. You can check them out to get up to date here. As always, if you want to help support the MINDSHOCK podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, as evidenced by many true crime cases and why they are still unsolved, you can donate to our PayPal, keep awareness up in a lot of these cases. Just check the link in the description. You can also subscribe to the channel here, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topological analysis, called podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. And you could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. So, does anybody have any questions before we dive deep into the new information brought forth by James Renner? We have Withall here, Lightwalkers. Lightwalker says, this one is so full of trip-ups. Yeah, I mean, there's so many rabbit holes here. For me, one of the biggest ones is also the so-called Soldier of Fortune. Now, this has been gone over a little bit, but if there is some kind of cover-up operation, It's just, I think there's more than meets the eye regarding... Alright, hold on a second. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of new information, actually. We got a lot to go over here. On the official, well, what I'm calling the official Amy Lynn Bradley subreddit, which I actually moderate, so Logic and Reason is the name of the game on this subreddit, so logical discussion is not shut down on this subreddit. This is r/Amy Lynn Bradley. And what's curious is there are posts even 9 months ago, prior to James Renner releasing a lot of his info, that credible information was been received, which is curious. But what I was saying before, we also have someone actually posted on this subreddit regarding that they were on the actual cruise. So I'll be getting into that as well. Just their thoughts on the exact cruise that Amy Lynn Bradley was on. Just give me a second here, just collating all the new information here. Which there's quite a lot, actually. And you know, not just in this case, but in many cases, I think a lot of these cases, there's enough information to solve it here. And one of the biggest questions, of course, is that the FBI apparently did some kind of investigation, which is weird by itself, because the FBI isn't really supposed to be operating outside of the U.S., but supposedly... Just give me another second here, getting all the information lined up. Supposedly the FBI actually investigated, I mean, maybe it wasn't their own agents, but in association with another agency. I mean, I don't know who worded it this way, but they apparently did some kind of undercover operations in some of these escort businesses. But what I was saying earlier about the Frank Jones situation is Frank Jones is supposedly this fraud, but yet he actually, if you're, and I brought this up so many times, if you're a fraud, are you actually going to hire non-frauds who could easily tell that you're a fraud? Because he hired legitimate, verifiable special ops guys to look for Amy. So, again, I went over all of this in the first 2 episodes, but it just seems like, oh, if you're just trying to get money for steal money from grieving family, why would you hire guys that could expose you? So, was Frank Jones some kind of real black ops guy? And his record's just been deleted, so nobody can find any info on him. And they threw him under the bus. If she was being held at this house at gunpoint or whatever, with not at gunpoint, but with armed guards, and all of it was legit, did they use him to kind of sweep this whole operation under the rug by pretending, oh, he's a fraud, everything he found was fraudulent, nothing to see here, and just pretend he's a con man? So, yeah, I mean, there's so many unanswered questions. Everywhere you look is an unanswered question. I mean, this is really a bizarre case. Okay. Clark Rice, welcome. I like the Bills, welcome. All right, so let's jump into James Renner's findings here. We're going to parse all of them, and then we'll get into other new information.
Hey there, True Crime Addicts. It's James Renner with True Crime This. Hi there, True Crime Addicts. It's James Renner with True Crime This Week. Hey, this is a special episode where we do a little investigating into the Amy Lynn Bradley case. It's a very famous cold case, and I'm bringing this to you now because I need a little help identifying some women that you're going to see at the end of this video. And I wanted to share some new info with you that I think gives a deeper perspective into who Amy was and long-term might play into the case itself. I did put up a version of this video earlier, but I did want to make some changes for the record, and I think this will be a better version for posterity. Here we go. About 6 months ago, I began researching the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley, one of the most confounding mysteries in the true crime world. I'm currently writing a book about the case, which will come out in a bit, but I'm still tracking down a couple specific leads, and I wanted to reach out to the greater true crime community now for some help. I'm going to give a short overview of the case for those who might be unfamiliar with the story. Then I want to share a couple bits of information that I've uncovered. Finally, I will be sharing some photographs of women that are key to the case, and I hope you can help me identify some of them. If you're listening to this as a podcast, you can jump over to the True Crime This Week YouTube channel to see the photographs if you'd like to help. One other thing before we begin, I think this is going to be quite a popular case in the next couple years. There's currently a Netflix special being produced about the case, and they have uncovered some of the pieces of information that I have, some of the same info. You're going to meet the family as well as those close to Amy at the time of the disappearance, and it will change the way we all see the case, I think. From my experience, I can tell you that the Netflix production is being run by solid people who have the best intentions in mind. I think it's going to be really, really good. Some background. Amy Lynn Bradley was 23 years old when she disappeared in the Southern Caribbean on March 24th, 1998. She was from Chesterfield, Virginia, outside Richmond, and had just graduated from Longwood University with a phys ed degree. She was planning to start a new job at her uncle's computer business, and she'd recently moved into a new apartment with a new little dog. Her parents, Ron and Iva, worked in insurance at the time, and Ron had done so well that year that the company awarded him and a few others with a free cruise aboard the Royal Caribbean ship Rhapsody of the Seas. At the time, the Rhapsody was the largest cruise ship in the world, but that would only last for a couple months. Today, it's considered a small cruise ship compared to the floating cities that have been built since. It held around 2,000 passengers. Ron and Iva decided to buy tickets for their children as well. That would be Amy and her brother Ron Jr., who everyone simply calls Brad. He was 21 at the time. A quick word about Amy's family before we get further into this. I've gotten to know Iva very well, and I've met Ron and Brad too. They're wonderful people, truly good souls. These people love their children, and the family was more like a group of friends than anything else. In many of these stories, the narrator will tell you that the victim was perfect to a fault or lit up the room. As a journalist, I've never known that to be true, until now. I've spoken to a dozen of Amy's close friends, and everyone who knew her talked about how full of life she was. In any friend group, there's that one person who was, kind of pulls everybody together, the cog in the wheel. That was Amy. She was full of life, full of adventure, and as hard as I tried, and I tried hard, I couldn't find a single bad thing she'd ever done to anybody. Like her mother, she loved people hard. So the family goes on this cruise in March of 1998. They leave out of San Juan and stop at Aruba for a day before the ship heads towards the Dutch island of Curacao, which is only about 65 nautical miles. As the ship traveled through the southern Caribbean, Amy and Brad attended a Mardi Gras party in the Viking Lounge, which is it's like the top floor of that cruise ship. As luck would have it, a private videographer was there that night getting B-roll for a video he was producing for another group of passengers. And he captured Amy on the dance floor. You can find those videos online, actually. And you can see her dancing with a man named Alistair Douglas, who worked as the bass player for the ship's house band, the Blue Orchid. Alistair is better known by his nickname, Yellow. That night, he was working as the DJ for the party, but he would put on these kind of long, extended songs so that he had time to go out onto the floor and dance with Amy. And when I say dance, it's what us kids from the 90s would call grinding. He was grinding against her. And the party went late into the night. Now, going back, you need your key card. The way the doors work on the ship, you need your individual key card. It has your name on it. And you swipe it into the slot, and the door unlocks, you go in. So there's a computer system that logs every time somebody goes back to their room. And that's how we know that Brad returned to the family's room at 3:35 a.m. and Amy followed 5 minutes later.
And perhaps an oversight by James Renner. That means someone using their card entered the room at those times. It doesn't mean they did. Now, I'm not claiming they didn't, of course. I'm just clarifying there, because a lot of people jump to conclusions. When you have any kind of security measures or security logs without video, all that means is the door was opened at that particular time. That's all it means. Because you can't verify who was utilizing the card. So obviously here on MindShock, where the motto is, the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, we're not going to fall for any of these fallacious points here. I don't know why James Renner believes that it's impossible that anybody else used the card. I'm not sure whether he does or doesn't, and I'm not sure that they didn't use the cards. They very well could have. And then, of course, Amy could have left again as well.
Now, just a little bit more about those doors. Like I said, it logs when you go in by individual. It never logs when you go out. Around 5:15, 5:30 in the morning, Ron Bradley woke up and looked out to the balcony and saw Amy sitting on a deck chair. You could see the bottom half of her body and her legs, and she was wrapped up in a blanket. She liked to sleep out there, and she had a late night. She was snoozing. Ron went back to sleep, and about a half an hour later, he woke up as the ship was pulling into port at Willemstad, Curacao. He looked at the balcony again, and Amy was no longer there. The chair was empty, her cigarettes in her lighter were missing, and the door was ajar. But he had a bad feeling, kind of father's intuition, and he went looking for her, thinking maybe she was up on the deck watching the ship come in. But she wasn't there, and Ron has been searching for his daughter ever since. And that's the mystery. That's the nutshell of the mystery. There's lots more there. As the years went by, it became very complicated, but that's the central mystery. And to this day, there are two camps of thought in Amy's case. One, she was drunk and accidentally fell overboard sometime early in the morning. Or two, Amy was forced into a human trafficking situation in Curacao, where prostitution and human trafficking continue to this day. As crazy as that might sound on the surface, there is some circumstantial evidence, some compelling evidence that gives this theory some credence. For instance, there have been several really good sightings of Amy over the years, but there's a little more to it that I want to get to at the end. Personally, I don't yet know what to think. I haven't made up my mind either way, but I think I'm getting closer to an opinion.
There's also a third option, is that she intentionally jumped because the railing is quite high and she's really short. So supposedly it was not possible for her to have accidentally fallen, drunk or not. So that theory seems the least plausible based on the height of the railing from what has been shown. So supposedly, again, I have not personally examined that exact balcony, but allegedly from people who have, or people who talked to people who stayed on the ship, you would have had to climb on either the chair or the table in order to make it over the railing. And again, she was incredibly short. So, you know, a basketball player maybe could have fallen over accidentally, but even then, possibly, I mean, you maybe would definitely have had to be drunk, and possibly, I don't know, in order to make it accidental. But let's continue here.
So the new stuff. Earlier this year, I stumbled upon some information about Amy around the same time the producers of the Netflix documentary found it. And there was a discussion about the best way to handle the situation and move forward and be respectful of everybody involved. It's tricky, but I think it's important to share. Amy was bisexual, but she preferred women. And from what I can find, she understood that she was bisexual very early on in life. There was the occasional boyfriend, but the close, long-term relationships she had were all with women.
Did you not hear what I just said about the railing? It was muted. I'll just say it real quick again. So, supposedly, there's a third option, which is that she intentionally jumped over the railing, because supposedly the railing is quite high and she's pretty short, so she would not have been able to accidentally fall over the railing, drunk or not. You'd have to intentionally climb. Now again, I have not personally inspected that railing, but from what has been said and the images that are available, it seems like that's accurate. So of the three options, accidentally falling over the railing seems to be implausible. So there could have been a trafficking situation. She could have also possibly ran away herself off the ship. I guess that's possible. And either was trafficked later or not. I guess that could be another option he didn't go over. But anyway, so now here he's saying that he has definitive information that Amy Lynn Bradley was bi and favored women, and this is an early rumor again. So coincidence theorists, they always hallucinate that any kind of rumor means automatically untrue, and yet time and time again in all of these true crime cases, it turns out that these early rumors are true. And in how many of these unsolved cases are early rumors also true? It just hasn't been verified yet.
She had come out to her parents during college, and she was happy about the choices she was making. I think it's important to share this information at this time for several reasons. At the top of that list is the fact that one of her former partners, and the person she had just gotten back with, Molly McClure, has had to mourn Amy quietly and privately for 26 years, and now she's decided to be a little more public. It's time the world knew about her. Amy had a few long-term relationships with women beginning in high school. In college, she came out to her chosen family of friends and shared a dorm with her partner at the time. Later, she got together with Molly, who she'd met in high school, and from everyone I spoke to, it's very likely that she would still be with Molly today.
Let's also keep in mind a very important point here that James Renner is making. So supposedly this was all relatively known to friends and family, like since high school. So there's no new revelation anywhere that could have impacted decisions, if this information is accurate, of course. This is what James Renner is reporting, and again, I'm not alleging that he's lying in any way. From all the cases covered, from Maura Murray to Amy Halovic, every time there's ever been doubt in Renner's direction, he's been vindicated every time. Not necessarily in being correct, but in honestly reporting what was told to him. That doesn't mean what was told to him is accurate, but it means he is honestly reporting and putting forth information as it's been given to him with no deception on his part. That has been the case since episode 1 of MINDSHOCK Maura Murray that I have observed. Now, again, doesn't mean he's not lying about other things we don't know about, but from everything that has happened over all these years, I have yet to see a single instance where he was proven to have been lying, where there are many, many instances of him being vindicated, just for the record.
If she hadn't disappeared on the ship. Now, I've gotten to know Molly well. I consider her a friend. She's earnest and caring and creative and just so very accepting. At the time, she and Amy had separated due to some youthful indiscretions, which likely occurred because of their long-distance relationship. Molly had just moved to Kentucky to accept a job. During the time they were apart, Amy would write to Molly constantly, trying to win her back. And the day before Amy left to fly to San Juan, they reunited. Now, to understand Molly is to better understand Amy, and I plan to tell you much more about her in the book I'm writing. I'm sure you'll meet her in the Netflix special coming up too. What I'm trying to convey is that Amy had love in her life when she went missing, and a lot of reasons to come home. Now, I could use your help bringing some closure to this case. I mentioned there's some circumstantial evidence that Amy was taken off the ship that day in Curacao and secreted into a human trafficking operation. One of the main pieces of evidence for this are pictures of an escort who worked in the Southern Caribbean a couple years later. At the time, there was a popular resort on Margarita Island that was run by a company called Affordable Adult Vacations, which sold week-long trips to their brothels for the discount price of $2,700. In 2004, their website showcased several of their top escorts. One of these photos showed a woman who went by the name Jazz.
I'm also going to highlight an important note here. I'm not sure if James Renner has highlighted this, but a lot of people, they think that the website is not accurate or something of that nature. Now, here is something very, very specific regarding the website. Let me get an image here. Give me a second here. There's a very, very damning snippet here from the actual website. I'm just going to put it on the screen again here so everybody can see it. Okay. So this is right from the website here. Our picture promise. Any photograph used on this website is a photo of a real escort, building, or scene. I am not implying that the escort is actually available, but the photo is real and not a picture of an otherwise never available model. We frequently have more girls than we advertise. It is simple for me to delete pictures. It is much more difficult to find a sunny day when I am not busy with guests to take photos and edit them. We do not have North American, European, or Russian escorts available at any price. That said, I have the email address and photos of a Russian girl in the U.S. who wants to work for us. In addition, I have had many offers of girls who were illegally trafficked. Beautiful Dominican girls working. So what is this? This is a weird admission. Okay. So he says that there are not any North American, European, or Russian escorts, except for the Russian girl in the U.S. who does want to work for them. So I'm assuming the owner of this site is claiming that she can be gotten because she's ready to work. And then he admits that he's receiving offers of illegally trafficked individuals. Now, I am going to put up this video right here, just because I don't think enough awareness exists on this. And I do want to bring as much awareness as possible at all times. I want to pause this for a second here because So this is Jennifer Jean Gordon. So there have been accusations that some of these photos on this website were edited. Look here. Does everybody see? You can see that there's some weird artifacting here on her shoulder. It looks like someone photoshopped out a tattoo, doesn't it? Because apparently Jennifer Jean Gordon did have a tattoo of a bleeding rose on the left shoulder here. And it does look like there's some strange artifacting. And you can even see, I circled it here in the green. It looks like there's an actual oval here that was removed, and it's slightly a different color. It's really hard to tell, obviously. I mean, this is an old website. These aren't exactly high-quality raw images that were being edited. But I just wanted to point that out here. The rest of them, I mean, just... they're such dead ringers, and I can't help but think, why would somebody specifically admit they would claim to not have... like, why specifically claim to not have North American, European, or Russian escorts available, and at the same time admit that there were offers of illegally trafficked individuals? I mean, how bizarre of a statement is this? Is this a low IQ criminal? I mean, this is almost blowing the whistle on themselves. Like, why the need to say that you don't have these other types of escorts while at the same time admitting you've had offers? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why even mention it at all, guilty or innocent? It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. This one is really damning. What are the chances that there are twins here that just so happen to match twins that are missing? I mean, this is kind of weird. Another interest, like, I still can't get over this comment here, right on the actual website. Okay, so if, let's say you're running some kind of legitimate operation here, how would anyone even approach you? Like, how would someone know to approach you to give you an offer. Look at this. Offers of girls who are illegally... Like, how would someone even know to approach you unless you were already in the business? I mean, how many legitimate businesses actually get approached involving illegal operations? I mean, I'm sure it happens, but I mean, what are the chances? But if you're already involved, or were previously... I mean, this is weird. Like, I just can't get over this picture promise on the website. I mean, it's just really weird. It's just really weird. I do have another major bombshell here. The most mind-shocking in this entire case. I don't really want to drop it yet. I know it's kind of teasing, but I want to see everything that Renner has here. I haven't gone through all of Renner's info, and then I'll drop it after that. But it is connected to the website and all of this and all of these other missing people. So in the chat here, we have Sandra saying, Nathalie, is it Natalie or Nathalie? From Belgium was very nearby where I lived. She went missing going to school. Yeah, I'm familiar with the case. Do you believe this is her? I mean, there's some prominent facial features here. She has a unique face. And this adult female here has a unique face, all, you know, more than a decade later. Sandra, do you believe this is her? I mean, those are some really unique features here. The eyes, the eyebrows, the nose, and the mouth. Sandra says, could be. I mean, just really unique. This is not, you know, this is... It's just, a lot of these dead ringers, I mean, there are certain unique features here. Just like the shape of the cheeks, mouth, nose, and eyes in relation to each other, it's something you would notice. I think maybe the short hair also kind of brings out the features more in the younger photo. But, yeah. Sandra, what was there any, like, how much was the case covered in Belgium? Because I don't think it was covered much over here in the States. Clark Rice says, Johnny Gosh, question mark. In relation to... no, I don't have anything that connects to Gosh from this case, no. But yeah, all these cases pretty sad. But there's a certain individual that links to a lot of these countries, and it's quite coincidental. I mean, how coincidental is it that this Caribbean adult vacation website just so happens to have dead ringers for all these Europeans and Canadians while claiming, because look, I mean, are we to believe that all these individuals on their website, none of them are from outside the Caribbean? I mean, does this look like a Caribbean woman? She's on their website, and I mean, look at the claim here. Look at the claim here. We do not have North American, European, or Russian escorts available at any price. Are we to believe that this is a South American woman here? These are all South American women? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, some of them for sure. But... yeah, some of them do not... does this look like a South American woman to anybody? I mean, he's flat out lying here. He's flat out lying in this... I don't think this is a South American woman. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. Again, this is all from Wayback Machine. You can see right at the top there. affordable adult vacations. He's claiming here we do not have North American, European, or Russian. And while also claiming I have had many offers of illegally trafficked. Now, he actually didn't state that he declined the offers, I guess. I don't know. This is just a weird statement here. So weird. I don't know. It's almost like he's confessing in this picture promise. We do not have North American, European, or Russian, while these girls are all on the site. These are not, these are not South Americans. Some of them maybe, yeah. She totally looks like she's from the Netherlands, doesn't she? I mean, wow. Yeah, some of these... This is a South American woman? Does anybody believe what this guy's saying on his website? She doesn't look South American either. I don't know. I don't know. She obviously does. But I think this guy's absolutely lying. I think this guy's absolutely lying. This is, according to him, this is this is not a European or North American woman, according to the guy on his website. Man, this guy's weird. Okay, let's get back to Renner here.
And many believe that she bears an uncanny resemblance to Amy Bradley. Here's her photograph. Now, either this is Amy or it isn't, but nobody so far has been able to identify the woman in this photo, and nobody has been able to find the other escorts who worked for Affordable Adult Vacations. So I'm asking for your help. Someone out there knows one of these women, and those women might know Jazz. Take a look at these models, and if you know the identity of any of these women, I'd sure like to know. And I'm sure police would like to know as well. These women would likely now be in their late 40s, early 50s, and would have lived or made trips to the Caribbean about 20 years ago. Please do not share their real names online. We're not about shaming sex workers, and if this is a human trafficking operation, they would be victims as well.
I mean, that's actually a really good point by Renner. If they're not the people that I matched up in the previous collage, who are they? They've never come forward. I mean, these are really sad, too. I mean, look at her face here. Who thinks she's doing this willingly? I mean, you could maybe make the argument some of them look kind of sort of happy, but we also don't know if they were drugged or whatever. But this woman here does not look happy at all. I mean, does anybody think that this is consensual here? I mean, I guess theoretically you could say she's ashamed. She did do it of her own free will, and she's extremely ashamed. But that's not what I'm saying here. She looks distressed here. And again, if these people were all doing it willingly, not a single one of them could be found or came forward. In episode 2, I actually went over footage from documentaries, and none of those women have ever been identified either. There were a few who did come there willingly, though, like locals who just wanted to make extra money, and they weren't there for long. They left. Now, we don't know exactly if they went back home or if they were further trafficked from that location, but it wasn't 100% black and white. They might have also changed the way they did business after the attention this case got.
I think with the volume of women who worked for affordable adult vacations at the time, at least one of these women can be located today. There's a lot more I plan to share with you in the coming months. Recently I took a trip to the Rhapsody of the Seas, and I visited Curacao and took a lot of video of my journey, including footage from inside the stateroom where the Bradleys stayed and on the balcony where she was last seen. In the meantime, if you knew Amy or you have any information about what happened on that cruise, please contact me at jameswrenner@gmail.com. Hi there, True Crime Addicts. It's me, James Renner. Hey, it's another special edition. We're investigating the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. I'm slowly chipping away at a book on the case. It's going to be a long time before it actually comes out. But I am coming to you again for some help. If you didn't see my last video, check it out. We're trying to identify some women that might be key to the case. But I wanted to share with you the ship, a Rhapsody of the Seas, the ship that Amy Lynn Bradley disappeared off of on March 24th, 1998. So I recently took a trip aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas and visited Curacao, and she disappeared as they were pulling into port in Curacao. And it's rumored that perhaps she was taken off the ship and ended up into a human trafficking situation, which led to those photos from the escort service. We don't know for sure. We're trying to identify those women, but to allow you to picture the case a little better, I took a bunch of video, a bunch of footage from the voyage aboard the Rhapsody of the Seas, and I wanted to share it with you now. So here we go. Here's the Rhapsody of the Seas. When it was first built, the Rhapsody of the Seas was actually the largest cruise ship in the world, but only for about 6 months. And in 1998, when Amy and her family took the trip, it was still a fairly new ship. It was only like a year or two old. Here's some Sargasso, the Sargasso Sea. This is the main deck of the ship looking forward. Now we're looking back, and you see that top, that dome, that's the Viking Lounge where she was dancing that night last seen. This is the central atrium.
Are there any cruise ships out there that are more impressive than this even today? So this was what? This was 98 and it had already existed for at least a year or two? That's incredible. I mean, this is like straight out of the... Imagine the late 90s. Taking a cruise ship on this in the late 90s? I mean, that's extravagant. That's extravagant.
That goes through the center of the ship. This is the glass elevators that you can take all the way up to the Viking Lounge, to that dance club where she was at the night that she disappeared. And as you can see, you get a view from outside the ship. And so you can see people traveling up those escalators all the way to the dance club, which will be important later. This is inside the dance club. It has not changed much at all since 1998. If you look at the other videos of her back then, you'll see how much it hasn't changed. Here's other parts of the ship. This is the schooner bar. It's a piano bar. And beyond the bar is this dance club. It's more of like where they do karaoke. They've got a casino on the ship. It's pretty small, just some slot machines and some table games there. And then outside the casino are all these plaques, certificates for when they arrive at a new port. They get these little plaques. So they've racked up quite a few over the years. This ship has been all over the world, but now it's back in the Southern Caribbean. This is important. So Amy's family took some pictures on the ship, available all the time. And somebody actually stole Amy's picture. We don't know We don't know who. The main dining room here. Oh, Free Winds. So this is the Scientology cruise ship. It was parked beside them when they were in Aruba. It was.
Uh-oh. Where's Lord Zed in the chat? We have a Scientology connection here? Just when you think this case can't get any crazier, the Scientology ship was parked next to them? Wow, I did not know that. I don't think we went over that. That's kind of interesting. Although I haven't really seen anything specific about Scientology being involved in trafficking, though. I mean, they're involved in a lot of shady stuff, but I don't know if I've seen anything specific to that. Might have to do a deep dive into that. I do have a Tom Cruise deep dive coming out soon.
Parked beside them when they were in Aruba. It was also parked next to us. I think it stays in Aruba most of the time. And then here is Curacao. It's changed, I'm sure, quite a lot in the last 20 years. Porto Marie is where one of the main sightings occurred. This scuba diver, about 5 months after Amy's disappearance, was here at Porto Marie. And back then, it was a very isolated little beach. The tourists didn't know about it. Now it's much more popular, but back then, it was pretty secluded. And he says he is sure he saw Amy Bradley on the beach back in August of 1998. Curacao is relatively safe these days, but I did drive all around the island. There's some pretty ghetto places still. If you see the back of the ship, this is, look down at the bottom. I believe that's a deck that was only used by the crew, which is why I took a picture of it. But it's still a pretty large cruise ship. This is the deck at night. Back there is the Viking Lounge. Here's a shot of the interior at night with the elevators. There's the Viking Lounge up top. It's actually the 11th floor. It's as far as you can go on the Great Glass elevators. And we'll go into the Viking Lounge. Again, this is the dance floor where she was dancing with the bass player, Alistair Douglas, also known as Yellow. And there's a bunch of nice seating. It's a really quiet place when it's not a disco, but it is relatively small. I was surprised at how small the dance club was once you're actually inside of it.
Renner's got some interesting expectations. I mean, is he a frequent Vegas high roller? I mean, he thought that casino was small, this lounge is... I mean, these are pretty huge. Even for not being on a cruise ship, these are still relatively large areas. I mean, obviously not as big as a giant nightclub in Vegas, but it's still pretty big.
And then it looks out into the main deck. Now, I did get a chance to go into the stateroom that the Bradleys had. As you'll see, it's all the rooms are located down these very narrow hallways. 8564 was their room. I'm going to take you inside here, and don't mind the hat. Very small bathroom. Big enough, though. You don't spend a lot of time in your room on these cruise ships. But this room was for Iva and Ron Bradley, and then they brought their children along, Amy, who's 23, and Brad, Ron Jr., who was 21, I believe. So they had the parents had the bed, and then this fold-out couch is where Brad slept. Amy would sometimes sleep there, but sometimes she would sleep out on this balcony. And I'll show you the balcony because there's been a lot that's been misreported about the size of the balcony and where the railing was. As you can see, the railing's pretty short.
So this is definitely kind of interesting because originally it was reported that the railing was quite high. So, yeah, I don't know. That might be so. The thing for an average-sized man, maybe you could fall over. But if it's that easy to fall overboard, why wouldn't there be way more people falling overboard? And she was quite short. So for her, that railing would be a lot bigger railing than for, let's say, a 6-foot man. I don't know. Was that the exact same railing back then too? Because there was so much written about how the railing was too high to go over. That is weird. That's definitely why. I mean, you would think it would be relatively easy to get the reporting right on how high a railing is. I mean, this is just weird. This is weird. Huh. Just give me a second. I'm trying to track something else down here. So she actually wasn't that short. She was 5'6". I wonder if that was misreported early on also. That's so weird. Huh. Also, isn't it convenient that the security log doesn't log people going out of the room? That would be important information to know. I mean, that's weird too. She's 5'6"? Man, I really thought she was shorter than that. I wonder if she was always reported as 5'6". Huh. Actually, there were different heights. She's also been reported as 5'7", which is... Yeah, I mean, the current FBI poster says 5'6". Huh. I mean, the other point, of course, is, I mean, they were pretty close to shore at this point when she went missing. So if she had fallen overboard, they would have found... I mean, this is really... This is not like open ocean where they wouldn't necessarily be expected to find her. But when you're that close to shore, they probably would have found her. I mean, maybe not, but chances when you're that close to shore... I don't know. What does everybody think here? Was this the exact railing? And if so, why was so much hoopla made about the railing being taller than a normal railing? Because that does look kind of normal. That looks like an average railing. You would think it would be at least a little bit higher for a cruise ship. But on the other hand, it's not like that happens that common. Sandra asks, heels or no heels? That's a great question. But you would think if she's relaxing, if she's sitting and relaxing, then she wouldn't have had the heels on unless she's slipping them on. Would she wear the heels out onto the balcony if she's sleeping out there, or would she kick them off before going on the balcony? Now, contrary to what some people might believe, I don't wear heels, so I don't know. So all the ladies out there, if you're going to relax and sleep on a balcony, are you going to kick your heels off pretty much as soon as you enter your room? Or are you going to actually be in your heels, walk out onto the balcony with the heels? With all says F yes to which one? To which one? Are you're gonna kick them off right away, or are you gonna walk your heels all the way out to the balcony and then sit in a chair and then kick them off? Okay, with all says off. Sandra says yes, heels go off. that's what I mean, especially if, I'm just thinking, if they're that uncomfortable to wear, why would you wear them longer than you need to, especially if you're going to relax and go to sleep? You'd kick them off instead of trying to wobble your way out into that, especially if you're drunk, right? Unless if you're that drunk you don't realize you have them on. I mean, we don't really know how drunk she was, but unless, okay, I don't know. Unless she's getting up from the chair and she's putting them on and she falls while putting them on. But even then, it's not like she's over 6 feet tall. I mean, even a 6-footer, I mean, maybe a 6-foot tall woman, I mean, I don't know. Would a 6-foot tall woman accidentally fall over the railing? I still don't think that that's that plausible, because you would think with the amount of drunk people on cruise ships, it would just happen way more frequently if it was that easy.
There's a table and a couple chairs, and you go right over, and you see there's nothing that will catch you if you fall or tumble over the side. Here's, if you want to, I don't know, screenshot this or slow motion. This gives you the complete layout of the ship with all the rooms and shows you where everything's at. The crew usually stays way down at the bottom, and that's the Rhapsody of the Seas. One thing I wanted to share with you is I recently had an interview with the cruise director from 1998. He happens to live in Ohio, not far from me, so I drove out and interviewed him a couple weeks ago. He told me something very interesting about that stateroom and the railing. I guess a couple days after Amy disappeared, the FBI came in, and now this is coming from him, so this is like second source. I haven't been able to directly verify this yet, but this is coming from the former cruise director, who told me that the FBI dusted for prints, and when they did, they found palm prints on the railing, as if you were kind of sitting back, with your hands like this, and they found heel prints on the balcony door, that glass. So they think that her or somebody else was actually on the railing with their feet pressed against the glass. Now, what I want to say and make perfectly clear here is there's no indication that Amy took her life. I don't believe she did. There's no indication she had ever talked about that or had depressive episodes that would make you think that that was a possibility. And everybody I've spoken to, family and friends, say no way. And I agree with them. No way. However, she was a risk taker, and could I see her, like on a whim, just for shits and giggles, propping herself up and sitting on the railing? Maybe.
At the end of a night when you're exhausted and you want to go to sleep? Maybe not. Like, why would you do that? First of all. Second of all, I wouldn't trust anything from any of the staff or affiliated individuals with that ship. So the fact that he said that, if he's lying, now, there were actual multiple lies. I went over this in the first 2 episodes. If he's lying here, that's very damning. Like, why would he say that? Now, the thing is, if he is lying, why would he tell James Renner, who's going to write a book about it and it can easily be debunked? And why would the FBI not put forth that information, and why would they still list her missing on their website? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. That sounds like he's completely lying. I mean, is he just that much of a moron that he's going to lie about that? I've never heard that before. That there's palm prints facing the opposite direction on the railing? I don't even think she's tall enough for that. Let's go back to the image here. I don't think she's tall enough to do that. How could there be, unless she's not sitting? Wait, but what would the point of that be? So according to James Renner, and I believe James Renner, like I said, I've never seen any evidence of James Renner lie. So if he's saying that this guy told him this, chances are it's true based on James Renner always being correct about everything other people have said to him. Like, it turns out they did say those things, regardless if those things were true or not. Okay, imagine the chair's facing the opposite way. There's no way her hands get on the railing. So she's 5'6". How did she get there? So she would have had to sit on the railing with her hands facing backwards and her heels to the door. Did anybody do a measurement of this? If someone is 5'6" and their legs are straight, I'm not sure that's enough room there. I mean, look at the chair. So if an average individual is sitting at the chair with their leg bent at a 90-degree angle, if they straighten their leg, that's not going to reach. I don't think you can reach. If you're sitting on the railing, I don't think there's enough room there to reach the door. Look at that. I mean, if you're a basketball player, sure, like a male basketball player. I think did she play basketball? I think she played basketball. But if you 5'6" is nothing, even 5'7". If you're over 6 feet, if you're 6'5", it looks like maybe you could. If you're 5'6", like, because look, imagine you're sitting in the chair. If you straighten your knees out, you're still not going to really touch. And then you'd have to be way taller to touch your heels to the glass unless she wasn't sitting on the railing. Unless she's performing some kind of circle maneuver where she's holding her weight up on her hands and her butt is not sitting on the railing but about halfway to the glass door. That's the only scenario where someone of her height could do that. And why would you do that? Like, even if you're a risk taker, like, what's the point of doing that? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense. This looks like a flat-out lie. Now, I'm sure somebody's palm prints could be on the railing, but did they ever say if it matched her size hand? Because that's important information.
Cruise director from very interesting about that state. I guess a couple days after Amy disappeared, the FBI came in, and now this is coming from him, so this is like second source. I haven't been able to directly verify this yet, but this is coming from the former cruise director who told me that the FBI dusted for prints, and when they did, they found palm prints on the railing, as if you were kind of sitting back, with your hands like this. And
Clark with definitely a dark mind here, but Clark Rice, quite the detective. Quite the detective. See, my brain would never go to something like that, but Clark's does. Pardon for the dark mind, but could she possibly have been receiving a sexual act on the railing and accidentally slipped over? Could have been helped uplifted. So here's the other thing. Okay, let's say that happened. If her brother and parents weren't sleeping several feet away, then I would say maybe that's plausible. But what are the chances she would bring back somebody to the room with 3 other people there, her own family members no less? I mean, yeah, maybe if they were friends and that was their usual setup. But, I mean, Clark, you do have a dark mind, but that might actually explain the prints on the railing and the heels on the door. I suppose it would. I'm still not 100% sure on the dimensions. Could it have been another individual? Could that have been her brother with a girl hours earlier when there was nobody in the room? Or could they have been there from the previous occupants? I mean, how thoroughly do they clean the railing and the exterior of the glass door? Pinto Sack says, I was recently on a cruise and it's crazy how casually people lean over the railings. Clark Rice says that's why they were out on the balcony. Yeah, I don't think they would have chanced it, though. Because, first of all, I mean, I don't know how soundproof that door is in the first place, but to just walk an additional person through the room with 3 other people there? I mean, the room's not that big. I mean, if it was a really giant suite or something, maybe, but I don't... It seems very implausible that she would bring someone back, because why didn't she just go to the other guy's room? So, yeah, I don't know. If this was in another balcony in the other guy's room, then yeah, that might be a lot more probable. Or girl's room, whatever. Pinto Sax says pays to be a pervert, Clark. Well, yeah, I would have. My brain would have never went there first. Like, you heard me. I was like circus act, like someone's doing a workout or something. I suppose it could. We would still need to verify the dimensions, though. Because, actually, I'm still going to lean no, because in that position, she would have to be taller to get the heels to the glass door, right? Unless, okay, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because you would position yourself up against the walls on the side. Yeah, that doesn't make sense why they would be positioned that way to the railing. And I think she's too short at 5'6" to do that anyway. Lightwalker says, that's just bizarre. How did she get away from the ship if they were so close in the cabin? Or was she pirated off the balcony onto a dinghy and then on another vessel? Lightwalkers, have you seen the first 2 episodes? Supposedly she left the room of her own volition and she was sighted with yellow again afterwards. By several different people. So she apparently left the room of her own free will to meet up with somebody. Maybe yellow, maybe not. And then something happened.
And they found heel prints on the balcony door, that glass. So they think that her or somebody else was actually on the railing with their feet pressed against the glass. Now, what I want to say and make perfectly clear here is there's no indication that Amy took her life. I don't believe she did. There's no indication she had ever talked about that or had depressive episodes that would make you think that that was a possibility. And everybody I've spoken to, family and friends, say no way. And I agree with them. No way. However, she was a risk taker. And could I see her, like on a whim, you know, just for shits and giggles, propping herself up and sitting on the railing? Maybe. Maybe. But you know, to do that, did she fall off? I really don't think so. You look at the father's statement, and he saw her sleeping out there in the morning, went back to sleep. Half an hour later, he wakes up. The balcony door is ajar. She's gone, and so are her cigarettes and lighter. So I think she walked out of that room. I would think she went up to a deck. But it's interesting, that detail about the fingerprints, if indeed it does check out.
Well, also, if it was her and the fingerprints and heel prints are hers, that could have also been from way earlier in the day. If she really was goofing off or whatever while not drunk. So even if those are hers, that doesn't prove she went over the railing just from the sightings of the people that saw her after her keycard had entered the room.
What do I think happened? I'm still trying to form my opinion on that. I think it all hinges on whether or not the woman from those escort photos that looks a lot like Amy is Amy. I mean, they've had forensic people.
Let's take another look here. I don't know if I've matched this up with different photos of Amy. Here's another photo of Amy. I don't know. She looks a little Amy herself looks different in these 2 different photos. So the fact that this jazz escort doesn't look exactly like her, what does that mean? I actually think her face looks a little bit more similar to this older photo of Amy than Amy on the ship. What does everybody think? Lightwalker says that's less likely Amy than some of the other ladies' picks, but I always thought it was her. Well, yeah, that's because she doesn't have any super distinct. I mean, she does kind of look. She looks all American, but with short hair. Like, she doesn't have any super distinct features, which is why it's a little difficult. But I think this older photo of her, the face looks a little bit more similar. Maybe it's just the angle, but it does look more like her. And Jazz definitely doesn't look happy. Have you guys, if you guys haven't seen episode 1, there's actually another photo of Jazz. Or actually, it might not be Jazz. There's a photo of a woman at, I believe this was taken at the same bar that Natalie Holloway went missing from, which is where the local the cruise ship crew was trying to get Amy to go with them. Let me get a photo here. I think it was on Facebook, or someone posted it somewhere. Yeah, here we go. There's a photo of a woman in the background. It kind of looks like Jazz, doesn't it? It really looks like Jazz, doesn't it? Now, this may not be the same individual, but this is the woman who's on the Adult Vacations website. This is a photo of just random young people at the bar. I believe it's the bar that Natalie Holloway went missing from. Or that she left from. And this is the same bar. I think I have a photo of the bar as well. I mean, this was somewhat discussed on forums. I don't know if James Renner has looked over this. I believe I went over it. He said he watched my 2 episodes. I talked to Renner via email about this case on a couple different things. And he said he did watch both of my episodes on the case, so I'm assuming he's aware that this woman was spotted in the background of a photo at this bar. And this is... I think I have an outside shot here. It was Carlos and Charlie's, and I think I went over some real estate connections between the owner of that bar and other shady dealings. I do have a Holloway podcast coming up. I've been working on it for so many years, and really wanted to be a comprehensive deep dive. I kind of wanted to do 1 episode on it, which is why it's so delayed, but there's some really weird real estate connections in the Holloway case. Yeah, I'll do a close-up. Let me do a close-up of this woman who is in the background at Carlos and Charlie's. So this is a closer image. Is this her? It kind of looks like her, doesn't it? It really does look like her. I mean, look at the eyes. The eyes and the eyebrows are practically identical. And the hairstyle. She's got just, pieces of hair over her eyes like that. Like, the hairstyle is practically identical. Look. Just the length of the hair, the bangs going in the eyes. Looks like the same color lipstick, too. I mean, obviously the angle of her face is different, but this is the woman in the background at Carlos and Charlie's. This appears to be the same woman. This seems like it's Jazz. Now, whether or not that's Amy, that's another question. I mean, when people are on drugs for many years, they're going to look a bit different. So I don't know who's expecting her to look absolutely identical, but, with X amount of years of drug use, is it plausible that she's Jazz? Yes. Definitely yes. It's plausible that with X amount of drug use, she would end up looking like that. Lightwalker says, that's crazy how they get these ladies to act and smile like they're truly happy. Must keep them at gunpoint because they don't look drugged in these pics. I think Jazz looks drugged. Some of the other ones, maybe not. Maybe not, but, what kind of drugs? Like, you know, there's all different types of drugs, so it's not necessarily drowse-inducing drugs. I think they're drugged. Pintosack says, can't AI tell us if the faces match? The problem is, the AI only really works well with high-quality images. So if you have high-def images, then yes, it can tell. The problem is with this amount of degraded imagery, I mean, these are not high-quality images. Now, it can do a little bit. I believe it did match, I think it was over 60%, but I think 70 to 80% is preferred to be a solid match. And even then, I mean, that's not guaranteed. I can do it. I haven't done it in a while. I wonder if you know, the latest Gen AI can give us something different. I'm not going to do it right now. It might be time consuming. I can do it for the next episode if you guys are interested.
Say that this clearly is, the likelihood is that this is Amy. So how did she get off the boat? Is that really her? That's what we're trying to find out. We're trying to identify the women in that picture. And I think the key to doing that is identifying some of the women she worked with at Affordable Adult Vacations back in 1998. So if you could help me out, if you happen to know Amy or have any information about the case, as always, please email me directly at jameswrenner@gmail.com. And that's all for today. I'm going to keep you in the loop with developing information about the Amy Bradley case. I'll probably do 1 or 2 more episodes like this in the coming weeks. But yeah, so here we go. It's a confounding mystery, but let's see if we can figure it out.
So I didn't introduce this properly, but this is the exact tape from the cruise Amy was on. So Renner managed to find it. Let's continue watching here. So, to answer the question of Pintosec, did she make the final cut in the video, or was the footage of her dancing just random B-roll? She was ordered to have been edited out, so all the footage of her was removed. So Fenwick, the videographer, I went over his account in the previous episode, you can check that out. Very, very shady account. I'll go over it again here later. But let's finish the video. So, I mean, there are some crew caught on video here. I wonder if some of these guys were the ones trying to get Amy to go to Carlos and Charlie's. And when she refused, they went to plan B if they're involved in the trafficking. Again, I'm not alleging they are, or they are not. For all the goofs out there who are alleging I'm pushing some kind of theory. I don't claim anything is true or untrue regarding any case. The other thing I'm wondering is, so there were reports of Saudis or Middle Eastern men. I don't know if they were Saudis. Middle Eastern men? I don't know if they were identified as Saudis. But Middle Eastern men watching Amy. So I went over that in the previous episodes as well. I wonder how many individuals are caught on this video that may or may not have been watching Amy for whatever reason. I wonder how thoroughly they checked all of these areas. Like, did they really check every single washer and dryer? Did they check every single laundry bin? Did they check, you know, the engine room and all those areas and every single crawl space? Although, I suppose the easiest way would be to stuff a person in someone's luggage, right? Because they're not going to open every single guest's luggage, right? So if you're either a crew member or a guest, you have some luggage in your closet. Did they? I don't think they. Did they open up? They might have opened up every room to check the room quickly. They don't have the manpower to open up every single piece of luggage. Pinto Sack asked, was it specifically the waiters that were harassing her? I think there was mention of a few waiters, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many other crew. I don't think I saw any Middle Eastern people in this video so far. Is it just me, or can this lady on the left kind of sort of pass for Amy from a distance? From a distance. Also, you know what's curious? I'll bring it up right now. Okay. Bama Dog Mom says, I'm behind but jumping in to say I don't think her feet would have reached the glass door if she was sitting on the railing. Would love to see a demonstration of that. Yeah, I don't think so. She's too short. Unless she was balancing herself and holding up her own weight so that her butt would kind of be halfway between the railing and the door, then she could have. But, yeah, not sitting on the railing. I mean, let me bring this up because this is another issue. This is another huge issue that I don't think there's practically no information about this other than some mentions. Oh, by the way, someone in the Reddit actually did do an AI comparison. The one I did a while ago actually probably had a similar result. I'll put it on the screen right now while we're on the topic. But this is relatively old software, I believe, so this is not the latest generation. So this is 65% not the same person. So they want 80% or more to be the same person. But keep in mind, this is a degraded image. So this was, this is between Amy and Jazz. And I'm not sure if this individual restored damage, but it's not like it's like 20% or something completely off. Yeah, I don't know. Her eye, I mean, the eyes do kind of look pretty similar. I don't know. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it again with better tech, with the latest generation. But yeah, if you get people that are nothing close, I mean, 65 isn't that far away from 80. But yeah, this is old technology anyway. I think the FBI, was it the FBI? I think the FBI did a match and they said it did match. We went over that in the previous episodes, but let me bring this up real quick. Yeah, I'm going to get to the yellow interview next. But just real quick, there's an issue. I brought this up on I brought this up. This was my post on the Amy Lynn Bradley subreddit. Anyone have any info on the other woman who went missing a few months before Amy? So this is from styleweekly.com. So this is Style Weekly, Richmond, Virginia, local news art events. Quote, the Bradleys and their lawyers angrily deny that Ron or Brad had anything to do with it and steadfastly claim that Royal Caribbean acted negligently. In court, Hall says they intend to produce evidence showing that a Royal Caribbean crew member was missing on another vessel months before Amy's disappearance. And the response was entirely different. All the stops were pulled out to find the missing woman, though she too hasn't been found. So this is styleweekly.com. I believe there was another reference. This is April 28th, 1999, this article here. I recall another reference, and not just a crew member, but there was another passenger. I think there was more info. I don't have it in front of me right now, but yeah, so it's really weird. And so this is Royal Caribbean Cruise Line specifically, which is curious. But I don't know, this woman, is it just me, or does this crew member right here kind of look like Amy from a distance? Obviously not super up close, but she's got virtually the same hairstyle. So, if this isn't the entire wait staff, or the entire staff, hospitality and wait staff, I wonder how thoroughly each and every one of these individuals were investigated. And here's Blue Orchid, the band. Alistair Douglas is yellow, and here are his fellow bandmates. I wonder if they've been interviewed.
Hey there, True crime addicts, it's me, James Renner. This will be another episode of True Crime This Week Investigates the disappearance of... Hey there, true crime addicts, it's me, James Renner. This will be another episode of True Crime This Week Investigates the disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. I am presenting this week the first interview that's been published in about 2 decades of what people online consider the top suspect in the disappearance, a man named Alistair Douglas. He was known as Yellow, that was his nickname. He played bass for the ship's band on Rhapsody of the Seas. As you may know, Amy Lynn Bradley disappeared March 24th, 1998, while on vacation with her family. She was 23 years old at the time. She was taking a vacation with her family aboard Rhapsody of the Seas, which is a ship with Royal Caribbean that was the biggest ship at the time, now is considered quite small. I took a voyage on Rhapsody a couple months ago and visited the same ports of call. Alistair has kept a low profile for many years, but I was able to find him on the island of Grenada, where he currently works, I swear, as an exorcist. He also runs a church. He's a reverend on the island and runs a church with a congregation of about 40 or 50 people. It's relatively small. It's kind of a little more than a shack on the side of a mountain. They gather there every Sunday. They also have services during the week. But I flew out there last week. I just got back a couple days ago and appeared at his church service. And he granted me an interview of about 20 minutes. I'm going to show you the most of that interview. There's a couple things I did cut out. A couple things to know going into this interview. The reason he's interesting in this case is there are witnesses that claim to have seen Alistair with Amy after quite late the night that she disappeared. So he's one of the last people to have seen her. He does, in his way, clear up some of those ideas. He has his own opinions. One thing he does state, in his opinion, he says that Amy told him that she was forced by her parents to go on this cruise. That is one thing I think is not true. I think that's inaccurate. I've gotten to know the Bradley family. There's one thing that I know for sure, that they loved Amy fiercely, and they were a very close family. They were more like friends with their parents than what you'd typically see. They just it's a very close family. So I don't in any way see them forcing her. And beyond that, Amy was 23 years old. She could have made up her own mind. She certainly didn't have to go. So that's just one thing I want to clear up before you see this interview. But here it is, in its almost entirety, the interview with Alistair Douglas that occurred in Grenada just a couple days ago.
What do you remember after all of these years? Do you remember Amy at all?
There's not a lot to remember in terms of remembering her, but I remember the short conversation we've had. So it was a Monday night. I believe it's a Monday night. It's been years, so it's either Monday or Tuesday, but I believe it was a Monday night.
Okay, so let's get some baselines here. So he's looking up and to the right. So this seems like an innocent trying to remember if it was Monday or Tuesday. There's nothing, doesn't appear to be anything nefarious about that. He genuinely seems to be trying to remember. So if he looks up and to the right to genuinely remember, that means he'll be looking up and to the left if he's intentionally coming up with lies, if this baseline is legitimate. So we'll be examining micro-expressions, any kind of tells, Freudian slips, etc., typical mind shock fashion here, as we examine this interview here.
There's a program called Dancing Under the Stars.
Yeah. Oh, I should tell you, I was on the ship. like a month ago. I took a trip on the Rhapsody.
Oh.
So I know I know how the layout of the Viking Lounge and all that.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, as usual, we play until midnight. We were sailing out of Aruba.
Yes.
The next day should be Curacao.
Yep.
So as you sail out of Aruba.
So this appears to be fairly reliable. He's going up and to the right for all of these. So it seems like he's generally trying to remember where all the ports were, where they stopped, in what order, what day, etc. Obviously, there's no reason to lie about that. That could all be fact-checked. So he's done this numerous times where he's going up and to the right. So the more times we can verify that he's doing this to try to recall memory, the more likely it's going to be that if he's going up to the left, he's lying. Again, it's not 100% science, but just a guide to basic human psychology.
We have this thing called Dancing Under the Stars. And we played. We finished a little after 12. We're supposed to finish by 12. A little after 12. I can't tell you exactly what time. And normally people always come up and talk to us. And I remember her clearly coming across when we finished playing and came across to me and said, "Hi, good set, I mean, back then when I played, I jump around a lot and all of that." And many persons would have always compliment or talk about my way of entertaining. So I said, "Thank you," like normal. And then she said to me that she blows a saxophone. I said, "Okay, interesting. What do you blow?" And first thing, like, what kind of music you like? And but at that time we were packing up. The band was packing up. Yeah. And I said to her, because that used to be my line. Once we finished play, we would go up to the lounge. What's this called at the time? What's the name of the club? You just Viking, came from the Viking Lounge,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
And we will hang there, but we would only hang until 1 o'clock, 5 to 1, 10 to 1, because as entertainers, we could hang, but we need to be out of the area by 1 o'clock. Yeah. So I went down like I normally do, changed my clothes, had a quick shower, and I came up. When I came up, she was on the deck, on the decking outside. Ah. So she saw me and she said, "Hi." And I said, hi, but she was smoking a lot, and that's not something I know or like. Growing up in Grenada, you hardly ever saw people smoke. And I was young, so it was like not a norm for me.
Yeah.
So we went up to the club, because that's where I was going, and we sat there. Of course, it's noisy, so there's not a lot you can say. But she was smoking a lot. And I asked her, I said, "Why are you?" For me, it's uncomfortable. And it's like, "Why are you?" And she said to me, she said her dad is an insurance manager or something like that. And he found out that she's gay.
Okay, so again, this is just my interpretation here. Here, his face, it almost looks like he's trying to see if James Renner's gonna believe him. It's almost like he's waiting to see if Renner's buying what he's selling, regardless of if what he's selling is true or not. I don't know. And he immediately starts, just the way he describes her smoking. Like, this is a missing person. Like, there's no empathy. There was nothing. It's just like as if she's so nasty to smoke and it was bothering him. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a weird way to phrase all of that. I guess some people could say he's carrying a lot of resentment because people kind of fingered him for this. And he could be very resentful because of all of it, and that's why he's speaking about her this way. But I mean, I don't know. It's a little weird. And now, from what Renner has previously said, that's not the case. It was known, again, obviously we don't really know what her parents know, but according to her partner, she had said everybody had known this about her. Like, she had lived with a girlfriend in college, and that she had been in a relationship even in high school. So this was all known for quite some time. So this wasn't a new finding out type of thing. So I'm not sure what Yellow is trying to push here. I don't know, just looking at his face right here, it seems like he's looking for a reaction to see if he's going to be believed. I don't know. It's just weird. It's very weird. This doesn't, and he's supposedly some kind of pastor, minister, religious man. Where's the empathy for a fellow human being? I mean, what does his congregation think about this interview? Welcome, Miss Jall. I mean, again, this isn't just a random guy. This is supposedly like some kind of pastor or minister or exorcist with a congregation. Like, where's the empathy? Does anybody pick up any empathy here? Yeah, Clark Rice asks, didn't they say that she had just gotten back together with an ex-partner right before the cruise and was in love? Yes. It was possibly the love of her life. They had been separated. They're getting back together. So, and let's just for the record, let's bring up the video of her dancing with Yellow here. But so far, what Yellow's saying is not quite jiving. It is not quite jiving here. I'm not buying what he's selling. So let's look at the video here. Just for comparison. I want to have this side by side as he describes it to see if it matches up. But already, what he's saying is not matching what Amy's partner said. It is not matching. So this, of course, was edited out of the video we watched. But here is Amy dancing with Yellow. So obviously we don't know if anything he said is true. That she went up to him instead of the other way around. We don't know that that's true. Also, she's not smoking here. Is it just me, or both of their facial expressions kind of look off? Let's see. Kind of hard to tell too much from that angle. More people dancing here. So he looks kind of on her here. Right behind the woman on the right. Do you see them? We'll go through it again. He's kind of all over her here. Can't tell too much from this shot. Okay, so here's this shot here. So right there on the right, behind this woman in the middle of the screen. So he's kind of holding her. She does not appear to be too distressed. Yeah, kind of hard to tell. Let's get back to the interview.
And he forced her to come to the cruise. Well, but first of all, with hearing that, first of all, I was like, well, I mean, I didn't know what answer to give anyway. So I said to her, I was going on the dance floor. I was only going to be able to dance maybe 1 or 2 songs because of the time. So we came on the dance floor.
See, that's another weird thing to emphasize. I was only going to be able to dance 1 or 2 times, as if he's doing her the favor of dancing with her. Does this seem to anybody else that she rejected him or something? And he took it really personally? Like, why is he talking about her and the entire situation in like a weird, negative, distancing type way? Again, I'm not claiming he's innocent or guilty in any way. But this is a weird way to talk about a missing person. Like, where's the empathy? I mean, even somebody who's not some kind of minister, exorcist, I mean, wouldn't they have some kind of general empathy for a fellow human being? One of which they were the last person, one of the last people to have been seen with? Lord Zed, keep your comments civil. Keep in mind this is the late 90s. Now that comment might not be considered uncivil today, but we're talking about the late 90s here. So Lord Zed says, I'd like to see Seagal get a piece of this guy. I would like to see Steven Seagal interview this guy as well. He'll get to the truth a lot quicker. You know, might need some wrist action, but I mean, this is just weird. The way, why would anyone say, oh, I only had 1 or 2 songs to dance to? Like, how is that relevant? It's almost like he's setting up his own alibi right now, where he's like, oh, I didn't have time, so I left right after that. Like, if you're truly innocent, would you feel the need to do that? I mean, I don't know, maybe if you just automatically think everybody thinks you're guilty, and you're just, it's just weird. Now, if you're guilty, would you also try to paint that picture of, oh, you couldn't have done anything because you were leaving early? But it's just weird, the emphasis on, oh, I could only dance for 1 or 2 songs anyway. And it would be curious to see if Fenwick can verify how long they actually did dance. Was it more than 1 or 2 songs? Because, I mean, it might be easy to disprove everything this guy's saying.
Dance. We both came, we both were on the floor. I know there were cameras that took photos of us dancing. I remember seeing all of that. And about 5 minutes to 1, I said, look, I have to go. I've got to be out of passenger area. And I left. That was my last conversation. And
that was the last time you saw her?
Last time I saw her.
What was your response when?
So this is interesting. So he's claiming this was the last time he saw her, even though other witnesses placed him with her after all of this had happened. Which is curious, number one. Number two, he did not look up and to the right to say this is the last time I saw her. He also didn't look up and to the left either. So, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this, but, just look at that face. I mean, I don't know. This doesn't seem like a normal conversation with any kind of empathy about a missing person.
She told you she was gay.
That's not something I'm used to.
Yeah.
So I really did not know. I just thought it was wrong that they would have forced her to come, you know, on the cruise because they find out that she was gay.
Notice he didn't say bye. So if she gave him this information, why is he grinding up on her? Like, look at this video again. If she really did tell him, and is that something you would tell a random stranger as soon as you start a conversation with them? Is anybody buying this story? So she just randomly walks up to him and tells him this? Oh, by the way, my parents forced me to go on this cruise because they found out, you know, my orientation. Does this make sense to anybody? Is anybody buying this guy's story? And then after she says that, he proceeds to grind up on her? Does this make sense to anybody here? So she just randomly walks up to him while smoking and says, you know, her parents found out about her orientation and they forced her to go on this cruise. Let's dance. Let's grind. Notice he didn't say bye, because then you can maybe explain it a little bit, but... I mean, is anybody buying this? Is this how you would dance with somebody? I mean, the first shot, maybe, where there was like a lot of space between them, he is right on her here. Does he also look like he's about to go away and turn in for the night? Like, he can only dance for 1 or 2 songs because he has to run away. So wait a second. His normal night consists of playing in the band. Then he's going to go shower and get ready to go up to the club and only dance 1 or 2 songs and then go to sleep immediately. This is his story. Does this make sense to anybody? Does this make sense to anybody here? So, I mean, I don't know what to make of this. His story is, he played his set, she randomly walked up to him and told him her parents forced her to go on a cruise because they found out about her orientation. Now let's go dance, so he's gonna go take a shower to go out to the lounge for only 1 or 2 songs. So what is that, 6 minutes? So he's gonna go take a shower, get changed, all get ready, and have his nice little 6-minute out on the town night on the cruise, and then immediately go to sleep. That's his normal night? Is anybody buying this? No, again, I'm not claiming he's innocent or guilty. Maybe he didn't do anything directly, but he's intentionally trying to distance himself from this, and it's all too obvious. Her partner did. According to James Renner, her partner said that she was bi and she had some boyfriends, but all her serious relationships were with girls. And it was known since high school. So there was no big reveal before the cruise. And so his story is she just randomly walks up to him while smoking and she just tells him her like, that's just a weird thing. And then let's go dance. And then so he's gonna go take a shower, get changed for this night on the town that only lasts 6 minutes. I mean, his shower and change might have been longer than the 6 minutes. By the time he gets to his room, he's gonna get shower change, who knows, put on some cologne, trying to look nice or whatever. And then he can only go dance for 1 or 2 songs, because that's all the time he has. Is anybody buying this? This is so weird. Like, how does this story sound in his own head? He only has 1 or 2 songs before he has to leave the area. Like, what? How long is this song? 3 minutes?
But there was not much I could even say about it because it's not something I was used to.
Yeah.
So I just left it as, you know.
How do you feel about that in general?
I have an adopted brother who's gay. And I have some friends who's gay. Yeah. And on the cruise ship, there were some musicians who were really close to me that was gay. But I remember telling one of them,
wait a second. So he says he's not used to this, and yet he has a family member, multiple friends, and multiple co-workers. And yet he's not used to... Is any of this making sense to anybody? He says he's not used to this, and yet he's got this family member, multiple friends, and multiple co-workers on this very cruise. On this very cruise. Like, is anything this guy's saying adding up? Okay, so also notice this micro expression here, where he's trying to, it's almost like expression here.
Wrong that, you know, because if I know the, but there was nothing to say about it. It's not something I would, so I just left it as something conversation. And
that was the last time you saw her?
Last time I saw her.
What was your response when she told you she was gay?
That's not something I'm used to.
Yeah.
So I really did not know. I just thought it was wrong that they would have forced her to come, you know, on the cruise because if I know that she was gay. But there was not much I could even say about it because it's not something I was used to. I just left it as, you know.
Feel about that?
I have an adopted brother who is gay. And I have some friends who's gay.
Yeah, right here, this smile right here is what I was looking for. It's a really weird half smile here. So, I don't know. So, he's not used to it, yet he's got a family member, friends, co-workers, yet he's not used to it. Okay, let's continue.
And on the cruise ship, there were some musicians who were really close to me that was gay. But I remember telling one of them, we can be friends. We can, once you're gonna keep it appropriate, because this is not something I am used to. I grew up in church as a little boy.
Is anybody else getting, like, major narcissist vibes from this guy? As long as you keep it appropriate, like, why would so he's randomly thinking that they're gonna hit on him as if he's like this incredible specimen? Like, what is his expectation here? Like, we can only be friends if you keep it appropriate. Like, why would they not be keeping it appropriate? Like, that's really weird. Like, is that just a narcissistic thing? Like, there's just this expectation that they would want him, and they have to keep it appropriate if they're gonna be friends? Like, that's just a weird thing to say. Like, this guy, I mean, call me crazy, but this guy's just really weird.
And we never talked too much about these things in church as little children, but we knew that it was not something that we will do or we should get ourselves involved in. And as a young boy at that time, didn't know how to relate to anyone like that. So I had friends, but we would talk, we would play music together. On the ship we would talk, but I would not be in the circle so much because that was like kind of different to me.
Why do you think she told you that?
I think because I asked why she was smoking. Maybe she wanted me to know, I don't know. But all I can say that was her reply to me.
I have a lot of questions here. Is anybody buying this? So he's asking, why are you smoking? Oh, well, my parents found out my orientation and forced me to come on this cruise. That's the first thing she says to him? The first or second thing? I think she said, oh, great set. And while she's smoking, and he's like, why are you smoking? Oh, yeah, parents found out my orientation, forced me to go on a cruise. Anybody buying this? And he doesn't know how to relate. He looks like he's trying to relate pretty hard on this dance floor. This guy's a weirdo. Call me crazy. I mean, I'm trying to be objective here, but nothing he's saying is adding up. Nothing. And where's the empathy? He seems to have zero empathy. Duckin' Felonies, phenomenal name, by the way. In the chat saying, why you smoking? 'Cause gay. Oh, man. Oh, man. None of this is making sense. Lord Zed says, whoa, dude, come on, this guy's a maniac. Duckin' Felonies also said he really didn't answer the question. Well, nothing he's saying seems to be adding up. Clark says, I think it's possible that Amy's dad did not know that the breakup reconciliation Amy had gone through had been about her coming out to him. They kind of think, well, it's a phase. She's bi-curious. Well, so are you saying her friend is not being, or her partner's not being accurate? Because supposedly it was a well-known thing. This wasn't a hidden thing. She said since high school. So, yeah. I mean, unless she's lying, why would she lie, though? Okay, I also have questions here. I don't know if he's being genuine. Yellow's being genuine here. Is it possible? I have to ask James Renner. Where did this information about her orientation come from? Is it possible Yellow just found that out recently, right before the interview, and he made that up? Or because I don't have any reference here to him mentioning this ever before.
For
the reason why
smoking because of the stress.
Yes. So to me, that's a reply from the question I asked, because he was smoking here. Really and truly, I would have rather not be there. So that's why I asked, why are you smoking like that? Because it was like what you call a chain. Once you've done it one, another one was lit, another one was lit. While we were there, maybe about 3 cigarettes was lit at the same time, one after the other one, you know. But it was not enough time, because the person I am, I like to console people. I like to talk with people. There was not enough time. Maybe if the following day I would have seen her, maybe I would have.
You know, what's with, so there were these two women that were recently interviewed that were there on that cruise too, that they thought they saw Amy and you head back up to the Viking Lounge after it closed.
No,
didn't happen.
First of all,
Okay, we got some major tells up in here. Look at the blinking. Look how crazy he gets with the blinking. As soon as Renner mentions the multiple eyewitnesses who saw him with Amy after all of this. Watch the blinking. So he starts going crazy with the blinking. And obviously, excessive blinking is a sign of stress and deception. Because if you know you're innocent, I mean, I guess it's possible he's super low IQ and he just doesn't want to look bad, and so he's just so super nervous about people lying. But why would they lie? Why would these two random women lie about that? Unless they mistook him for another individual. Do we know what all the other musicians looked like? Did any of them look like him? I don't know. The blinking, he just went crazy with the blinking. Let's watch it again.
These two women that were recently interviewed that were there on that cruise too, that they thought they saw Amy and you, that they thought they saw Amy and you head back up to the Viking Lounge after it closed.
No,
didn't happen.
First of all, the keys that we use, and I did not even know that until this thing happened. The card keys that we use for our doors to go into the room. So once I went down and we went into my room, it would read the time you came in. And I never really knew that. As I said, I was a young boy. All this technology was not known to me.
Yeah.
You know.
So they knew when you went back to your stateroom.
I only got to know that the following day, and this is how I know. The hotel manager.
He's not answering the question at all. And again, the card only reads when you go into the room, not when you go out. And look at all the blinking, the excessive blinking, the nose rubbing. I mean, this guy's going through textbook tells of deception. Again, doesn't mean he's lying for sure. But this is quite a departure from the first part of the interview. I mean, there are so many tells here that are consistent with basic human psychology for deception. Again, doesn't mean that he's being deceptive, but it's consistent with deception here. And then even if he is lying, that doesn't mean he was the one who did anything to her, but is it possible he sold her out and he told other people about her to be trafficked?
The morning, around 7 o'clock, I was awakened by a call by the hotel manager. And he's asked me, Douglas, do you have a woman in your room? It was forbidden.
Yeah.
It was forbidden bringing them in our room, going in our room. It was forbidden dating. And I'm going to be very straight with you. In my life, I've been in the Royal Caribbean for a little over 5 years. And I've sit and talked with a lot of people, and we've made dates and stuff like that. But of course, 1 week, nothing could, you know?
Yeah.
So he asked me the question, and I said, no. And I asked, like, why? He said that the woman you were talking to last night at the club, we can't find her. So I said, okay. And he said, all right, I will call you back. The phone was hung up. Matter of fact, he told me, don't leave the room, but he will talk to, you know.
Wow.
The other thing I find a little strange is at the beginning when he was trying to remember what day it was, what the lounge was called, he's looking up and to the right for recall. Here, he's not. So this apparently is all of these little intricate details are somehow fresh in his mind. I don't know if he was just like rehearsing the story and he finally just, you know, spewing the rehearsal because he's not even directly answering the question about the witnesses. Also, Bama Dog Mom says, just because the girlfriend thought Amy had told her parents doesn't mean Amy had told her parents. I would like to hear it from them or the brother. Yeah, that's a good point. However, it wasn't about telling them. She was basically saying it was known to everybody in high school and college. Like, you would think, like, maybe, obviously, maybe not in high school right away unless she brought her girlfriend around the parents or the family. I mean, I think the brother would know, though. I don't know. But in college, like, she's rooming with her girlfriend. I mean, I guess you could say she covered it all up. But the way she was talking made it seem like it was all out in the open, according to Renner. I'll try to get clarification on that. Bama Dog Mom says, I think he was saying the employees had to be out of the area at a certain time, so that's why he said he only had time for 2 dances. He made it sound like this was routine for him. So he would take a shower, get ready, get dressed, just for 2 dances? Or are you saying 2 dances with the commoners and then he would go hang out and party with the crew? I mean, maybe. That needs to be clarified, I guess.
And it's, a matter of fact, right after that, from what I know, they ground the ship shortly after that, close it up, nobody can go, can come in.
So that actually is not accurate. The problem is they didn't close down the ship. That's why this was such a major situation. So, I mean, they might have at a way later point. I went over the timeline in the first 2 episodes. I don't know if it was like later that night or even the next day, but people could freely come and go on and off the ship, which was the problem. That's why it would have been easy for, you know, for her to be taken off the ship. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. This guy just does nothing he's saying is really adding up.
And this is when the investigation started, is when I realized that they could have checked the time I went into my room.
Yeah.
Because I did not know that. So I'm not allowed to be back out of my room until in the morning period.
Yeah.
So once I clock in at 1, sometimes I might have gone downstairs sometimes. Normally we would go downstairs, and if I'm hungry, I would go to the crew mess and all of that, and then clock in, you know. But once I got in, I'm in. I did not come back out.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, a couple issues here. Because do we know if he went in with her? We don't know that. Because the witnesses saw him with her. We don't know whether they went back to his room. Also, it doesn't clock when you go out. Also, anybody who he had given his card to could have clocked into his room. That's something I brought up earlier. If there's no video camera for who's going into the room, all you know is when the key card accessed the room. That's all you got. So that doesn't really answer a lot of questions, first of all. Second of all, if he handed Amy off to somebody else and then went in the room, his room, and then stayed there, then what? Then he could have, whenever he clocked out the next day, there could have, who knows what they were doing that morning with Amy.
Yeah.
Until I got that phone call. And then I was told, don't leave the room. Matter of fact, was both of us in the room, one of the other musicians. So each room, we were 4 musicians at the band. So each 2 in one room, 2 in another room, on bunk beds. So Oscar Alexander was the guy there with me on the top. I was at the bottom.
Oh, so there was another guy in the room with you too?
Yeah, yeah,
wow.
yeah, Oscar Alexander. And that was it. Then came the FBI.
Yeah.
They ground the ship.
Did you have to take a lie detector test, or was
they? Again, I go back to my innocence of these things. So of course, every person who would have interacted with her, the people who cleaned the room, the people who served her dinner, everybody was interrogated. I was put all of these things on me, and maybe did 1 or 2 or 3 because the sessions went on and on and on and on and on. Lie detector tests.
What did they say to you afterwards?
Well, at that time, they did not say anything much to me. They took the stuff off and they released me. But then it was followed up by a woman called Sherry. And I'm sorry, she left her card with me, but that's years ago. Yeah. Sherry was an FBI agent.
Yeah.
She came to Grenada,
oh, wow.
met me at a hotel.
So this is actually very curious. I don't know if we had this information before. If he's telling the truth here, an FBI agent went off U.S. grounds. I mean, that's interesting, isn't it? The FBI operating outside of jurisdiction. Huh. Because that's what the rumors were. Because I went over all this information. I did find it strange that the FBI were doing on-the-ground investigation outside of the U.S. I mean, that's curious. You know, I mean, obviously they could investigate on ships, but to be actually in Grenada, another country, they're boots on the ground in a foreign country. Yeah, Duck and Felony says he's over-explaining. Yes, that's also a telltale sign of deception when instead of giving short, concise answers, you go into these over-detailed explanations because you're worried that people won't believe you if you just give a short answer. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's lying, but he's definitely worried. Bama Dog Mom says, remember Renner tracked this guy down after how many years? If he gave no details, everyone would fault him for that. Damned if he does. Yeah, but it's kind of strange that, because a lot of other people tried to track him down, and he's been really off grid. I wonder if there was other information, because he was wasn't he part of he was part of a documentary. I went over this in the previous episodes, so you could check those out. And he was apparently, I think, if I remember correctly, there was some kind of a lawsuit. Man, I should have rewatched the first 2 episodes myself. There's so much information in those first 2 episodes. But I mean, there's tons of signs of deception here, Bama Dog Mom. So, for example, if there weren't those signs of deception, again, we would still obviously not necessarily think he was innocent, but at least there wouldn't be all those signs of deception.
And interviewed me a couple times. And at the last time she spoke with me, she said to me, listen, you are clear from this. She said to me,
that's going to be good to hear.
Well, of course. I mean, I was not really worried because I know that I don't know anything about all of this. But at the same time, I was a bit nervous because this is a new thing for me. This is my name being mixed up in something that I don't know about. And I'm not used to this.
How deep do you guys want to go tonight? Because he does have connections to some other criminal. I went over this on the previous episode, so he's definitely used to dealing with criminals. Allegedly, again, this is information that we went over and who he was working for. Do you guys want me to bring up the episode 2 on this? Because I'm starting to remember what I went over. I mean, it's been a while, but just what he did after he left the cruise line. Sandra says, take us deeper underground. Lightwalker says, deeper. Okay, so let's... Alright, you guys want to go deep? We'll go deep. March 23rd, 1998, Amy and her younger brother, Brad, headed to the Obviously, people can be brought. He took photos of most. Another piece of evidence would include the inconsistencies of the witnesses on the night of the disappearance. In People magazine, Amy's mother stated, quote, I remember watching people watch her admiringly, and later goes on to say, Amy would have been a trophy, end quote. This theory also includes suspicions of the staff and band members on the cruise on the night of the disappearance. One of these suspicions include an inconsistent story that the band member Yellow presented to the authorities as opposed to what CCTV has captured that night. Many people suspected that the waiter was also involved with the disappearance. Throughout the night, Amy's family was approached by the same waiter asking to pass on a note to Amy for him involving an invitation for her to go drinking with him once they reached the shore. In addition, the professional photographer had printed out all the photos taken throughout the cruise to sell at the stall, but the family could not find any of Amy's photos, making them think that the photos had been removed by somebody. Wow. That is kind of weird, especially if he took tons of photos, because he printed out photos throughout the cruise. So assuming he took photos of most of, I mean, especially if she's dancing. The only evidence supporting this is the discovery of a job issuing an immediate warning or notice or whatever before all these passengers disembarked. Carry her. It says that even would you? Yes, obviously it's understandable that he did not want to be known that he visited such a place. That's fine. Why not carry her out of there, drop her a block from the police station and watch her walk into the station from a distance. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this. I mean, this isn't a hotel brothel. I mean, was it heavily armed with like mafioso type human traffickers? Because if so, that's a problem. If not, I mean, what's the deal there? We'll get back to that later. A band member may have been involved in Amy's abduction. After dinner, on the evening of March 23rd, Amy Bradley entered the disco of the ship and was observed dancing continuously with a member of a band that was performing on the ship. This individual, Alistair Yellow Douglas, and Amy were even videotaped repeatedly by a camera person producing a promotional piece for the cruise line. Footage surfaced when the video producer heard about Amy's disappearance and assumed she must be in some of the video from the evening in question. This doesn't sound like it was just one or two songs. So the witnesses are saying continuously, and he also the cameraman changes his angle a few times. That sounds like it was more than one or two songs. After Amy left her room, she was seen near the disco with Douglas at approximately 6 a.m. So hold on a second. Mind-blowing information. So she went back, well, not in the disco, near the disco with Douglas at 6 a.m. A witness would subsequently claim to have seen Douglas hand Bradley a dark drink, possibly coffee. Other witnesses saw Douglas leaving the area by himself, but Amy was never seen again. So there are no less than three. There's at least three witnesses. There's an additional witness who actually saw Yellow hand Bradley a drink. I don't know if Renner asked Yellow about this additional. We have multiple witnesses here. Now, so there is CCTV footage. I don't know if it's been released, but these aren't just witnesses. According to these sources, there's actually security video of Yellow with Amy after 5 a.m. Police eventually cleared Douglas after a polygraph, but before the FBI got a hold of the disco video. So, and this was not police that cleared him? This was local police, not FBI? I mean, this is kind of weird. Was he ever reinvestigated or re-interviewed by FBI or more experienced people other than local police? I mean, the phrasing here is it says the police cleared him, not the FBI. Now, what's weird here, the other witnesses that claimed he left by himself, were those his buddies and fellow traffickers? So the witness that saw him with Amy, is that a legit witness? And then the other witnesses provided him the alibi to throw everybody off the trail. Is that what happened there? But let's go a little deeper here. Actually, before we get into that, I actually don't even recall this witness. Also from the ranker right up here. I mean, this is total mind shock land. Like, all the coincidence theorists better hold on to their hats here. Even before Amy disappeared, there were a few odd instances around the ship. 3 of the waiters on the ship were quite friendly with Amy almost immediately. While the ship was docked in Aruba, one of them even asked Amy's father about her whereabouts by name. And so they were only on this cruise ship for a few days. Was it 3 days and they were already that friendly, knew her by name? When asked why he was looking for her, he told Mr. Bradley that they, presumably members of the waitstaff, wanted to take her to Carlos and Charlie's, the same bar that Natalie Holloway disappeared from in 2005. Amy subsequently told her father that the waiters gave her the creeps and that she didn't want anything to do with them. That night, when the ship staff posted photos taken of all the dinner participants, Amy's mother noticed that all of her daughter's photos were missing, despite the gallery supervisor clearly remembering they were posted earlier. So not only do we have a note I found here on Lilith Nova blogspot, she apparently brought 9 pairs of shoes on the cruise trip, but she didn't take a single pair, so not a single pair was missing. And so there is security footage of her near the disco with Douglas at approximately 6 a.m. Wow, this is also insane. A few more details here from Lilith Nova Blogspot. By the time the search of the ship began at 8 a.m., many of the ship's guests and staff already left the vessel for the day. The family was told that no announcement would be made, no photographs would be posted concerning Amy's disappearance, as this would be too disturbing to other passengers. The Bradleys left the ship in Curacao, but flew to Saint Martin and reboarded the cruise ship when they were told by the FBI the search for Amy had only included bathrooms and common areas and ignored staterooms and employee living quarters. That's kind of insane. So they never even searched, they only searched the bathrooms and common areas somewhere where if somebody was kidnapped Amy, obviously she wouldn't be there. So they didn't search any employee areas or any rooms, any private rooms. I mean, this is insane. The FBI eventually boarded the ship, but their investigation went nowhere. And Royal Caribbean went on to claim Amy probably was intoxicated and fell overboard, despite having no evidence such an incident occurred. The waters in the sea were searched, and no sign of a Canadian man. Superman 2050 them. Specifically said Cuba. Some people think there's ties to South America as well, but... Stacy posted this January 6, 2017. I was shocked when I read this story. I feel for my opinion the captain of the ship was involved, and Alistair Douglas feel captain of the cruise has to be involved in this horrid human trafficking because anybody's initial reaction would be to block off all the ship until Amy was... In the spring of 98, I was working broadcast tape format and that he gave the tape to an FBI agent, or was it someone posing as an FBI agent? Is McCord, but wouldn't McCord still tell the but basically the two young girls, college age girls, they were the ones who said they saw Amy with Douglas in the elevator. And apparently that's the conversation that Fenwick overheard or saw or whatever.
We were just walking down the hallway and these two college-age girls, they came screaming up to us, just frantic. We saw Amy with a band member. We saw Amy, and we couldn't find you. Where have you been? And we said, well, we just got back on the ship. What are you talking about?
The girls claimed that around 5:45 a.m., they saw Amy heading back to the ship's all-night dance club with the band's bass player, a Grenadian man by the name of Alistair Douglas.
They said they saw them come up the elevator, and then when the elevator door opened to the disco, she turned and they stepped into the disco.
So the very last person that Amy was known to be seen alive with is Alistair Douglas.
Yes, it's him.
Amy's brother Brad also recalls seeing her dancing with Douglas earlier the night of her disappearance. More importantly, Brad recalls a strange encounter he had with Douglas the next morning.
He comes up to me, and the first thing he said was, he said, hey man, I'm sorry to hear about your sister.
Alistair Douglas's statement triggers alarm bells with the Bradleys, because at that time, the only people that knew Amy was missing were the captain and his security team.
That's the only people beside Brad that knew that we were looking for Amy.
The Bradleys report the incident to the FBI, and Alistair Douglas is brought in for questioning. Authorities want to know how he knew about Amy's disappearance, even though it was never announced. But Douglas changes his story and claims to know absolutely nothing about Amy's disappearance.
What are your next steps?
They brought a polygrapher on the ship, and they did a polygraph.
Ship security and law enforcement both question Douglas, but there is not enough evidence to detain him.
Wow. So you're thinking, he's it. You know, I want to get to him because that is the person that's last known to be seen with my daughter alive. Do you get to him?
I never had anything personally to say to him. I was in another world. I was trying to just stay alive. Ron remembers sitting outside of the interview room, and he had to just about be restrained.
He came out with a thumbs up and kind of smiling like everything's cool. And it was all I could do to keep my time.
So, this is all from episode 1 on the MindShock series on Amy Bradley, but who thinks that the Bradleys are lying here? Because, why, if this is true, why would you give a thumbs up and a smile to the father of a missing woman? Duck and Felony says, not enough evidence is much different than being cleared. Yeah, well, he didn't claim, in this interview with Renner, he's claiming that there were several interviews after this in Grenada where the FBI agent actually flew out to see him, and on the very last interview, she said he was cleared. Now, the other reason a lot of times law enforcement tell suspects they're cleared because they want to see what they're going to do. Because while they're not cleared, they might be behaving differently. They might be, not going anywhere, not contacting any of their criminal friends, and they intentionally tell them that they've been cleared, and they back off while having them under surveillance to see what they're going to do. I mean, it's actually kind of curious, the overlap here. And the other curiosity here in terms of all the strangeness with the crew members and who knew what when is that here Brad Bradley gave his recollection of the encounter the morning after, or the morning of rather, when nobody knew that she was missing except the captain and security, and yet Douglas, the guy she was last seen with, is offering his condolences? Sorry to hear about your sister to Brad Bradley? Does that make any sense? Or, I mean, some people think, I guess some people can allege that Brad made that up, but, I don't know. If not. And according to this Vanished episode, when the FBI questioned Douglas, he claimed to know nothing about the disappearance at all, ever. So that's kind of weird. So this entire episode, Vanished with Holloway, this is kind of crazy because they go a little bit more in depth into the taxi driver who saw her specifically. He's parked in front of the disembarking cruise ship. So he's there to pick up passengers specifically to the cruise ship. He said she ran out distraught and wanted a phone.
On April 21st, Brad and Ron decide to return to Curacao to search for Amy once again.
We went down to hand out flyers all over the island, and we rented a vehicle and just went all over the place.
Within 24 hours, Ron and Brad receive a critical tip. A taxi driver recognizes Amy from the flyer and tells them he saw her the morning she vanished.
He walked up to us and pulled us aside and told us that he wanted us to know that Amy was on that island.
According to the driver, Amy approached his cab just minutes after the cruise ship docked on the island.
He was waiting at the ship where people got off, and he said she came up kind of frantic, acting, and asked where the telephone was. He said, I'll never forget her green eyes. She has green eyes.
It seems the Bradleys finally have the break they are looking for.
It's also possible, I don't know if I discussed this extensively, but it's possible some of these so-called witnesses were paid off for intentional red herrings. But there was more stuff here specifically with yellow. Maybe it was episode 2. So here, yeah, here we go. So let's listen to this part. But there's actual traffickers that matched. Well, here's the part with the certified forensic artist at the International Association for Identification. He said that this was Amy. We could watch this piece here too.
Shocking photos have been found on a website advertising prostitutes in the Caribbean. The pictures seem to confirm that Ron and Iva Bradley's daughter Amy has been abducted and forced into sexual slavery.
When I first looked at the picture, it wasn't the Amy that I know. It wasn't the soft, kind, innocent Amy. The picture looks like a harsh and tormented Amy. And it's tough to look at.
Investigators are having trouble pinpointing the exact location of the website's IP address. Until that happens, they will be hard-pressed to move the case forward.
Okay, so regarding this photo from this adult website that this forensic specialist from the FBI is betting his career that it's her. I mean, that's curious. That's curious. I mean, he's dead sure. I mean, obviously they look extremely similar. If it's not her, what is it? Some kind of doppelganger that just happens to look exactly like her. We are going to go so far into MINDSHOCK land right now to the point of possibly solving this entire case. And not just this case, but possibly other missing persons cases. Because this is just really, really insane here. So I hope everybody's sitting down for this, because AmyBradleyIsMissing.com forum has put together some astonishing, mind-shocking connections. I mean, supposedly these photos came from. So from 2002 until 2008, Amy's photograph appeared on the website for an escort resort in Venezuela. The resort was known as Affordable Adult Vacations in Playa El Agua. Adult Vacations in Playa El Agua, Margarita Island. Owners of the Affordable Adult Vacations Resort claimed Amy's website photograph had been obtained from a source in, anybody want to guess? Curacao. The owners of the escort resorts still have resorts in the Caribbean. The photographs of Amy were forensically evaluated by Wesley Neville, a certified forensic artist at the International Association for Identification, and a law enforcement officer in the state of South Carolina. It was determined that the photographs are Amy. Eva Bradley explained the forensics work done by Wesley Neville on Beth Holloway's established new resorts in the Dominican Republic. There is still one resort on Margarita Island that is connected to this group. Cotton was in charge of the AAV, the Affordable Adult Vacations yacht. The yacht was kept in Porlamar. Cotton made all reservations and schedules. This is probably the reason why he has been reportedly seen with Amy in various southern Caribbean harbor locations, in addition to the report from San Francisco, which we will get to in a moment, that will possibly tie all of this together. So here's an article. New York County District Attorney's Office. Husband and wife indicted for facilitating sex tourism through Tropical Adult Vacation Company. These are the booking images from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, Alfred Cotton and Jennifer Lee Cotton. Defendants allegedly sold sexual services from prostituted women to visitors to the Dominican Republic. Manhattan DA Cyrus R. Vance Jr. today announced the indictment of Jennifer Cotton, 49, and Alfred Cotton, 50, a married couple, for facilitating sex tourism by U.S. citizens to the Dominican Republic through their company, Tropical Adult Vacation, TAV. Their arrests follow a 10-month investigation with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Homeland Security investigations. The defendants are each charged in New York State Supreme Court indictment with one count of promoting prostitution in the third degree. The alleged family business for this husband and wife team was international. Reason isn't really mentioned anywhere. So also from AmyBradleyIsMissing.com, on April 18, 2003, Amy was seen at Pier 33, Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. Two of the artist's sketches were completed from this sighting by an FBI artist from Quantico, Virginia. The witnesses were able to provide considerable information about Amy's handlers. So apparently there's more than one witness, and the FBI actually has sketches from this account, coincidentally, which match the sketches of these individuals in the Judy Maurer account in Barbados. What are the chances? Is everybody still with me here? What does everybody make of this? Why is nobody talking about this? I mean, these sketches are dead ringers for each other and also Cotton. I mean, look at this. I mean, sure, it's possible the guy's not Cotton, but the guy that's associated with the website where she's found also matches all these sightings. But continuing on here with the San Francisco sightings, Amy was with two handlers as they were watching a musician on the pier near the ticket area for Alcatraz. Amy and her two handlers were listening to the street musician. At one point, one of her handlers gave her foreign coins to drop into the musician's case. The witnesses eventually identified the woman with these two men as Amy Bradley. When Amy's handlers realized Amy had been recognized, they grabbed her and ran. As the handlers dragged her away, Amy stared pleadingly over her shoulder at the people who had identified her. At one point, she stumbled and fell to the ground. There were no cruise ships in the port that day. Amy was described as wearing a nautical trimmed jacket. The handlers were described in detail by the witnesses. They were wearing matching Hawaiian shirts and cheap sunglasses. According to the witnesses, the FBI sketches are like photographs. The sketches were on the FBI website for about 10 years. This was an extremely important sighting. And you know what's absolutely staggering and heartbreaking to think about? How many people had Amy encountered, and how many unreported sightings are there? Because if she was out and about with handlers, I mean, you would think there's plenty more sightings that were maybe never reported. But she's trying to get away or trying to get people's attention and just failing at every turn, including this naval officer. Some people actually allege that the naval officer might have been a plant by the traffickers to see what Amy would do, like as they're breaking in their escorts, prostitutes, whatever, to see if they're going to try to escape or try to get attention. And if he was paid off to be a plant, so to speak, is that why? TropicalAdultVacations.com website doesn't specifically reference ages of the women made available, except in one reference. Quote, no matter what age, race, or body shape, you will have plenty of. Please correct me if I'm wrong. There was someone who came to the sub. They claimed to be a source close to the case. They made claims I'll list here as best I can remember them. 1. Supposedly, David Carmichael, the scuba diver who allegedly spotted her on the beach with two men, actually named Alistair Douglas, a.k.a. Yellow, as one of the men spotted with her. Insane as well. So, what do you guys think in this deep dive? So supposedly, originally, Yellow was actually named as being with Amy on the beach, in the beach sighting. I mean, the amount of evidence, and again, this is not coming from the Bradley family. This is from this guy's first or second interview. Now, I don't know, I mean, if this guy's still alive, James Renner needs to interview this guy as well. Because he actually said that Yellow, he identified Yellow as being with Amy in that beach sighting. Two, Alistair Douglas's daughter was supposedly in contact with law enforcement, claimed that her father had pictures of Amy and was obsessed with her. Edit, something to add, this person also claimed that Alistair's daughter also claimed that her mother was extremely upset that he was obsessive over Amy and supposedly had pictures of her. And again, this is MindShock. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. I do not claim any theories are true or untrue. I do not claim anyone is innocent or guilty in any way about anything. We just go over all possible theories from all different sources and examine them for veracity to the best of our ability, trying not to fall for logical fallacies here, but this is what people are claiming. 3, as for the person who claimed to be close to the case, I believed they claimed that there were many more credible sightings of Amy than we have heard, and that they have supposedly tons of proof that she's alive. This person has posted on the sub before, but they have a habit of posting then deleting all of their posts. If you do a search for Amy Bradley, you may come across threads where tons of posts have been deleted. Most of these posts are probably from that person. 4, as for the pictures of that woman who resembles Amy, aka Jazz, I've read a ton of back and forth speculation on that. I remember quite a few people saying that this woman who's just a prostitute who resembles Amy, but is completely unrelated. Supposedly, people dug around and found other pictures of this woman outside of her profession. However, the insider has said that Eva Bradley, Amy's mother, believes that the jazz pictures are definitely her daughter. Now, the insider here, a few people posting about this. This individual has gone from board to board for years, posting, deleting, dropping hints on their so-called insider knowledge, but never, ever providing anything verifiable. When questioned about their claims, they either delete their post or say they can't talk about it because of my with the teen girls and this other guy at a random time in the middle of the night, late at night. I mean, it's a little invading the Dominican Republic to expletive this, expletive up. I'm so sick when I read that the Department of Justice has more information and even sightings that they never went to. They did not follow them, nor did they release it. This is, I mean, yeah, this is crazy. And again, the FBI, they had sketches up, then they took them down. The story of Amy Bradley's, the write-up on Amy Bradley, if you go on, again, web.archive.org, there's different details from before that are no longer there now. I mean, it's just so weird. So Methodic responded here, as I had further email contact with that page, Carlos, who is probably the owner or whatever position he has, told me that Jazz is married and lives near Santiago. I asked for proof, but he declined and said this would be the last message he would. Former Eastern Bloc keeps its diplomats in line and how they there's only 2 agents searching the entire ship. I mean, this is tough. Or they had some kind of secret compartment that they were confident would never be found, but or maybe even kept her in a luggage area if she's drugged and not making any noise. I mean, the FBI couldn't have possibly opened every single luggage bag, but I mean, unless they claim they did, I mean, that would be tough. I mean, this is really weird. Was she really still on board the entire time? It's so tough. It's so tough because if these characters that reported these sightings in other areas, like the cab driver and the scuba diver, if they're on payroll, maybe even the Navy guy, and she was never really there, because that doesn't seem smart to keep her there unless you have the support of corrupt government officials, then that's really the only way you'd be parading her around on the beach, right? I mean, it's kind of weird, or just at a hotel, a brothel, whatever. I mean, also, this isn't like today where cell phones are recording everything every second, but yeah, it's tough. If it was some kind of government-connected officials doing this, they would feel confident in keeping her around there, even if that's the last place she was seen. But other than that, why would any kind of trafficking ring keep her in the place she was last seen in the boat where the cruise ship was last docked? Wouldn't it make more sense to take? I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to take her back to the home port in San Juan either. But unless she was routed whatever way, I mean, it's really weird. It's definitely really weird. The final point I'm going to go over here is just so Amy Bradley was listed on the FBI's missing page, then she wasn't, and then she was listed again with the age progression photo. So what is the scope of this FBI investigation? So they thought she was missing, then they thought she wasn't? That she fell overboard, died, maybe suicide, whatever? And then they reconsidered again? So they're just going back and forth? I mean, this is just really weird on the side of the FBI here. Like, what information are they coming across? Actually, there'll be one more point here. I found a little bit more detail on the Carmichael sighting at Port Marie in Curaçao. So this is also on abybradleyismissing.com forums. August 98, Amy was seen by 2 Canadian divers. So it wasn't just one guy making up a story. Apparently the other guy with him also saw her. So 2 Canadian divers on a popular Curaçao diving beach known as Porto Marie. Amy was with 2 handlers. One of the handlers was identified as Alistair Douglas from Rhapsody of the Seas. The Canadians did not immediately report the sighting of Amy. They delayed the reports until they were back in Canada. So again, I just thought it was kind of strange that they wouldn't even report to the police that there's a woman in distress, or at least find out if she's in distress, especially if they felt the need to follow her into the cafe. So, I mean, this is a major point here. So Carmichael and his friend, so two individuals, not one, saw Amy with two handlers, one of which they identified as Yellow. I mean, that's kind of damning. Both of these guys need to be interviewed. He also had details about this Das Equis watch, which are, supposedly this sighting is legit. So, make of that what you will. Let's get back to this interview with Yellow. I just knew there was something funny about Yellow in this entire investigation. So apparently there's at least one or two other witnesses who placed him with Amy after her disappearance.
Listen, my life has been, I've lost so many opportunities.
Because of this?
Because of this.
How? Because they Google your name or something?
And that would come up.
Yeah.
I've been such intensively coming from Greece to Grenada when I got to London just because my name.
Really?
It don't happen now. I travel freely, nobody give me a hard time, but at that time, so I've lost, there were contracts on other ships that people wanted me to come for a couple months, good paying for a few months, that once my name was entered, say no, they would say that I had something to do with this missing girl.
I mean, the narcissistic tendencies here are crazy, though. Like, where's the empathy for the missing girl and her family? Like, he could have at least thrown in a line. I mean, if he was higher IQ, he could have at least thrown in, like, I really feel for the family, but I've been affected by this, That doesn't mean he is or isn't lying, but he doesn't even make an attempt to feign empathy. What does that mean?
And I lost. I lost the contracts, and I struggled for a long time. But I'm good. I set up my little business, and but for me, that is.
Wait, he calls his church and exorcism a business? A little business? Wait, how many ministers or pastors, whatever they call it their business? Their business to exorcise? So he's charging money for these exorcisms? I mean, this is all really weird.
As much as I can really say that I know about this.
Wow, was that a Freudian slip there? This is as much as I know that I can say about it. This is all I know. This is all that I can say about what I know. Now, is it possible he was kind of working for some really shady people and they think he might kill them or something, so he can't say more than he knows? But let's listen to that again.
But I'm good. I set up my little business, and but for me, that is as much as I can really say that I know about this.
As much as I know I can say. I can say. So, that's just interesting phrasing.
Great. Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Have you ever looked online about what people have said, or do you try to stay away from that?
I just stay away. Let me see. My inbox, my Facebook, people have been writing me horrible stuff for years.
Really?
My wife, for years. My wife just ignored it.
To your wife?
Yes, once she is a Douglas.
Yeah.
My daughter, who lives in the U.S., has been bombarded. As a matter of fact, I think she met with some people some time ago. Yes, only lately. We haven't talked much lately because lately she called me one day.
Yeah.
Maybe about 6 or 7 weeks ago. But first of all, she called me maybe about 8 weeks ago and said, Daddy, you know, this thing with the girl, look, I keep getting all this stuff coming to me, and I'm concerned with my daughter. And I said, Amika, listen, I said, if you want, you can let people know that I'm not your father, because I say, I can't explain this. This has been going on for years.
Wait, I can't explain this? What does he feel needs to be explained? If he's innocent, he just danced with her one time and left. That's an easy explanation. What is there that he can't explain? To me, it almost seems like there's something else going on here. Because if he were the sole perpetrator, let's say for the sake of argument, I'm not claiming this is true. I do not claim anything is true or untrue, obviously here. This is my trial. If he was a sole perpetrator, would he say that I can't explain this? It seems like this, if this was some kind of an operation that he was part of, it seems like that would be more appropriate phrasing, because he's not allowed to talk about it, he can't say anything about it, he can't explain it.
People have been sending me stuff, and I said to her, the truth will come out. I say, and when the truth come out, I will sue the people who've been making documentaries about me.
That's not really how it works, because if he can prove that their statements are fake, either through whatever means he wants to prove it, you don't need to have the truth. Otherwise, you know, that's why so many lawsuits happened, even with, you know, the JonBenet Ramsey case, or any of these famous cases, even when the people can win their lawsuit without the truth being out. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this guy's just really sketchy, guilty or innocent.
But I say, for now, it's just in the hands of who's investigating, but things always comes up. The truth, no matter how long it is, it always surfaces. Somebody's gonna know. Somebody knows something, and somebody will speak at some point.
Yes, I think so.
And I said that to her. About a week later, she called me. And I'm not stupid. I know people were listening to her. And I didn't know at first, but I can tell you how I knew after. She called me and said, Daddy, you know, I spoke to you about the people sending me stuff. This Amy, and there's a documentary about you. How come people can say they saw you on the beach? I said, oh my God, I was not no beach.
Well, he just referenced the Carmichael sighting, didn't he? That people say they saw him on a beach. He wasn't on the beach. This is really interesting, because Renner was not the one who brought that up. This is almost a case of, again, that doesn't mean he's guilty, but a lot of guilty parties, they insert details nobody brought up in an attempt to explain them away. Because Renner didn't bring up any sighting on the Carmichael sighting with the beach where... So he knows that he was named in that sighting. I mean, that's very interesting. So I'm assuming these interview questions came up either by the FBI or otherwise. But, yeah, a lot of people find Carmichael credible, and Carmichael was not alone. He had a friend with him who also saw Amy and supposedly Yellow as well, or who they identified as Amy and Yellow. I mean, that's really curious. And now he's, the over-explaining and just bringing up these details, trying to explain them away. I mean, I don't know, maybe an innocent a super low IQ innocent person would do that? Like a super shady, possible criminal person who's not guilty of the crime they're accused of, would they behave this way? I don't know.
No way. I live in Grenada next to the beach. Me, and there's a documentary about you. How come people can say they saw you on the beach? I said, oh my God, I was not no beach. No way. I live in Grenada next to the beach. I hardly even go to the beach. So, I mean, why would I be on the beach? And people say they saw you. I say, well, if people have seen me somewhere, then of course they have evidence then that I know this girl.
Okay, so is he not talking about the Carmichael cycle? He's sighting. He's just talking about people randomly see him out and about in Grenada. I mean, that's why wouldn't he be out and about if he? None of this makes sense. I mean, does this make sense? Does this interview make sense to anybody?
I said, I've never been anywhere. Since after talking to that girl that night, that was it. She questioned me and I was thinking, well, I thought she was just maybe being rude to me at the time, but I believe she was doing what she had to do because people were listening. Let me tell you how I knew. Then she said, do you know she was gay? I said, yes. I said she was smoking a lot. I asked her why she was smoking like this, and then she began to tell me that she's gay and her family found out and they forced her to come to the cruise. Once I say forced her to come to the cruise, I just heard the phone cut off, but it cut off not normal, like a clock. I've watched enough movies with FBI and stuff, tracking and listening. I'm watching, when did the phone hang up? I said there were people listening to this conversation. I didn't mind, I called her back, she never answered. Then my son told me, Amika is in Georgia, so that's where she went to meet whoever she went to meet. Amika is in Georgia because they communicate, and she's going back home today. So when he said that, I added what I felt, and I said, okay. And she got back home, she sent me a text, and the text showed how some people sent some stuff to her, you know, where is Amy under her? And she said, this is what I am talking about, Dad. I know you don't understand, but this is what I'm talking about. And then she said, I don't deserve this. And I wrote back and I said, Amika, what have I done to you? And that was the last conversation I've had. She hasn't got back to me, and I decided I'm leaving. I am the kind of guy who like to let things cool off. Yeah. So I just left her. I'm waiting on her because I know she's going to reach out at some point and say, Dad, I'm sorry. I know it's going to come to pass somewhere, somehow. Whoever knows, somebody knows. I'm waiting on her because reach out at some point. I'm sorry. I know it's knows.
True crime.
So I don't know if Renner just stopped the interview here, or if literally the last thing this guy is saying is that his daughter won't speak to him anymore because everybody's asking her where's Amy on social media or whatever. I mean, this guy's ability to just make it all about him and his struggles is, I mean, that's interesting. Now, again, maybe it's all valid. Maybe he's 100% innocent. But to not be able to have any empathy for a missing girl or her family, it's kind of weird. Pinto Sack says yellow for president. I believe this interview was done just a few months ago. Pretty recent. End of 2024, somewhere around second half of 2024. Landon Adamson in the chat says Justin for Chris and Lazan, the Panama Hikers. Yes, I have episode 3 coming. I've been working on it for a while. It will be done soon. We'll be going live on that soon. Hopefully within a week. Like, this one was also in the works for a while. I'm just gonna read a comment. Clark Rice says, guy's career was ruined over some dirty dancing in a 10-minute convo. Yeah, but it was kind of more than that. You have people citing him with Amy, even if they're mistaken. I mean, there's multiple points here. It's not just one point. So let me read a comment on this video on James Renner's YouTube here. This is a comment from Popsicle People. I know the text is like really small, but I don't know if you guys want to follow along, I'll just scroll it. He doesn't offer any thoughts or ideas about what might have happened to her. He distanced himself from her and from the situation while talking. I watched the various clips of him getting close to her and sort of hanging on to her while dancing to at least 4 different songs. He did not say anything nice or complimentary about her at any point. He has a daughter of his own, yet he expressed zero empathy for a set of parents who lost a child. Zero concern or even interest about a loss of life. In those videos, he was clearly trying to get close to her, yet during this interview, he offers only criticism towards her smoking habit and being gay. His attitude about homosexuality, in my opinion, does not seem very accepting, despite how he tries to dance around his disapproval. Again, this is my own opinion of what I'm watching here. I understand that he has lost opportunities due to the Amy situation, and if you were indeed innocent, and that is extremely unfair. Despite that, I think a lot of people will still be able to express at least feeling bad that there is a young woman who went missing and something bad happened to another human being. I mean, I'm going to interject here. That's actually what happens. I mean, both guilty and innocent parties, if you go back to interviews, just all throughout true crime history. People, both innocent and guilty, they clearly say, oh, look, like, it's really terrible what happened, this, and that, but I had nothing to do. Like, they express some kind of concern, either feigning it or not, depending on whether they're innocent or guilty. I mean, this guy didn't even try. It's kind of crazy. But back to the comment here. Okay. So, feeling bad, there is a young woman who went missing and something bad happened to another human being. Not him, though. I watched this 4 or 5 times. I fully believe he made those statements about his key card, clocking his entries into his room, because he was just parroting news stories that he has heard about how this works for the passengers who have rooms. It didn't ring true to me at all. He thinks he's clever with that piece of the story. I don't buy it. He almost immediately shifts blame of the situation to Amy's family, specifically about being forced to go and being gay. I've watched, I mean, again, how believable is that? Like, you just randomly walk up to somebody and that's the conversation you have? I mean, I don't know. That just does not seem believable. I've watched a lot of interviews with the family that I could find when I was first interested in the case. I didn't ever find them to be fitting his description here. They don't strike me as being disapproving of their kids. I don't know them. I'm only going off my instincts from watching them talk about Amy. Everyone knows that Amy had anxiety about cruises. That is not an uncommon thing. A lot of people won't do cruise ships and don't like them or feel either claustrophobic, avoidant of crowds, open water, etc. We already knew from her parents that she wasn't exactly excited to do the cruise, so again, he parrots the narrative that has been all over the media and thinks he's slick by adding his own twist about her supposedly being forced as a punishment for being gay. To me, that's just his own projection of his own negative views of homosexuality onto her parents. James seems to feel that this is a complete lie, so do I. With that, I then have to ask myself, why does he feel the need to make up lies about his conversations with Amy? The way he described her smoking habit, it was as if he was trying to make us feel disgusted by it, along with his description about her sexuality. He is absolutely trying to paint her in what he believes is a bad image. He wants all of us, including his own daughter, to think, ew, gross, this girl had problems. She must have stupidly fallen off or taken some risk to seal her fate. He doesn't want us feeling bad for her or thinking of her as this awesome, talented woman that others have described. He thinks he's doing himself a big favor by sharing his own story about his own daughter, but by trying to gain more sympathy from us regarding his daughter being bothered by people online, he stupidly admits that his own daughter has doubts about his innocence. I know there are cases of serial killers with families who never knew what was happening, but I personally don't believe that's the norm. I believe a lot of people would know somewhere in their gut if their parent or their child, sister, brother was guilty, capable of something like this. Of course, there are exceptions. In this case, I think it's very telling that she seems to be hesitant to believe him. If it were my father, I'd be yelling to anyone who would listen that there's NFW he would ever do something like that. Because after having many years of him as a father and his thoughts, actions, behavior, statements, it does not fit, not even a little bit. I know that was a rant, but I'm very glad we know this about her now, thanks to him. Even before hearing that part, though, I already didn't believe him. Everyone is so damn stuck on the fact that sex trafficking is a ridiculous conclusion, therefore she must have jumped or fallen. First of all, sex trafficking is not far-fetched, even for 98. People who think otherwise need to do some research before blabbering on about that. Well, what do you make a coincidence theorist? They don't do any research. But let's just remove the idea from the equation for a moment. Why does it only have to be two options, overboard versus trafficked? What if, God forbid, she was smuggled off the ship and then killed by him and or others who helped in order to prevent him from losing his job for fraternizing? It wouldn't be the first time. What I mean by this is that I don't think Amy had any intention of consensual sexual activity with this man. I very much believe he sexually assaulted her. She certainly had been drinking, it seems, and then had to do something about it. Or at the very least, he attempted something beyond consent, which would absolutely get him fired. He was in a tenuous situation. He was a musician of Caribbean origin working for a very lucrative cruise company that was likely quite dominated by wealthy white customers in the 90s. For him in his position, that would be not an easy income stream to replace. Although trafficking is supposedly pretty lucrative. I'm not trying to stereotype, it's just the reality for many people who live in countries that aren't anywhere near as wealthy as the U.S. For him, losing that job and that salary would likely be a huge life-altering issue for him and also perhaps his family. Even musicians from the U.S. have a tough time getting stable, well-paying jobs, obviously. He also lied about another huge thing, in my opinion. At one point, he mentioned how when the investigation began, no one was allowed on or off the ship. Every single TV show or video I've seen about this case highlights how frustrated and desperate the family was because they begged the people in charge not to let anyone off the ship until they could find Amy, and the management absolutely refused to do this. Yes, that's been corroborated, multiple sources. The family also always talks about how there was no real investigation. Some staff members basically walked around a bit looking for Amy, and that was it. They didn't even cover the entirety of the ship, nor did they inspect people or staff or cargo or anything that came off the ship. I've lost count of how many times I've heard this. They could have looked into every nook and cranny of the ship to search, but all they did was a cursory walk around. This was after Amy's family had already begun doing that for a while, so for him to say nobody could come or go is a flat-out lie. Along with him referring to the investigation that morning. No investigation actually happened until days later when the ship was in another port, not Curacao. Yeah, that's when the thorough search happened. Again, this is all my own opinion. This man obviously thinks he's tricky and smart with this interview. All it did was solidify for me that he played some guilty role in her disappearance. Interesting comment here. Oh, here's the rest of it for people that were scrolling and want to read it. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting comment. This guy's off. I don't know exactly what he's off about, but this guy's off. Lord Zed says, yeah, it's a thing about the way this guy runs his mouth makes me feel the body is gone. Duck and Felony says, sounds like he has plenty of reason to sue people if he's innocent, yet he just throws up his hands and gives up having a relationship with his daughter. Yeah, that's an interesting point too. And the need to tell everybody about it, as if he's this virtuous man who's not going to push to have a relationship. She could reach out to him if he wants, like he's not going to be pushy, as if trying to possibly overcompensate for something. I don't know. Again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue, but this is not how I would think a normal interview with an innocent party would take place. Pintosack says, Bruce livestream Q&A with Yellow with bonus footage of exorcism of Maxwell Powers. Wow. Wow. Clark Rice says he probably has an NDA with the cruise line regarding losses. That's interesting. That is interesting. Huh. That could explain some of the comments, but yeah, this is wild. Clark Rice also asks, wonder how surprised Yellow was when Renner tracked him down at his church. I'd say old boy is in hiding. I mean, yeah, this is really, really tough. There's actually a bunch of stuff we didn't even get to. We're going to get to it in the next episode. I got some more bombshells. Major bombshells. But I hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. We're going to wrap it up here. And we'll be back for more in the next episode in the most comprehensive and exhaustive series on this case. You want to help support the podcast? You can donate to our PayPal. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel. That way, keep up awareness in all of these cases. Justice delayed is justice denied. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Amy Bradley series, the most infamous cruise ship disappearance. This is episode 4, Inside Job. And we will be examining a very interesting new development via a comment on Facebook that I noticed, with some possible bombshell information if it can be verified. I mean, really potentially mind-shocking revelations here. Hopefully everybody has listened to the previous 3 episodes in the most comprehensive analysis of this case in typical MindShock fashion. If you want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in various true crime cases, missing persons cases, wrongful convictions, and more, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications, like and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patreon is your priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. And if you're not getting updates through YouTube, you could sign up for the free Patreon tier as well. You can get all updates through there. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube to help support the channel that way. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. Unless, of course, you are with us here live, drop them in the live chat. I will try to get to each and every one of them. Welcome. So hopefully everybody can refresh their chat and window if you've been waiting for a while. Sometimes YouTube servers are really slow and glitchy. and for whatever reason do not allow live streaming until the 20 or 50th attempt and many restarts and IP refreshes. But anyway, let me see, catch up on the chat here. On relevant discussion, let's keep it all to the Amy Bradley case, of course. If you want to join us for live general Q&As, that's an open Q&A for any and all topics. Here, of course, we are discussing Amy Bradley. I mean, in a lot of these cases, it's kind of weird how coincidence theorists, they have to pretend and hallucinate to know what's the most likely. Now, when you're solving an equation, if you need to solve for x, but you don't even know how many variables there are, you can't make the determination what's more or less likely without knowing those variables. I mean, this is logic 101. But for whatever reason, in true crime discussion online, a lot of coincidence theorist goofs, they just get all triggered at the notion that anything other than some kind of falling over the railing accident, even though this occurred, see, if this occurred out in the open sea, I mean, this was pretty close to the harbor. So, a variable we do know is that when people are thrown overboard from any kind of vessel, if it's extremely close to the dock, most of the time they're recovered. Maybe not all the time. I'm sure you could find a couple cases where they weren't. But most of the time, it's very likely if you fall overboard extremely close to the dock, they're gonna find you. So there's that. There is that. And then, of course, the coincidence theorists ignore all these sightings of Amy with yellow all these hours later after they were dancing. So that kind of goofery here that we have to deal with in this case. Now, obviously, human trafficking is just widespread in that area. And a lot of these coincidence theorist goofs hallucinate that just because she was an American, that makes it impossible. It makes it impossible that she was trafficked. Now, obviously, it's not common. There's not tens of thousands of Americans being trafficked off cruise ships. But there might have been one or two throughout history. And is this the one or two? I mean, that's what we're really discussing here. I mean, let's just go over this article real quick. Hundreds of human trafficking victims freed in 13 countries after vast Interpol operation. Interpol officers in Antigua, Barbuda, Aruba, Barbados, Belize, Brazil, Curacao, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad, Tobago, Turks and Caicos, and Venezuela took part in Operation Libertad. So again, this is a hotbed for human trafficking. So to think that one or two Americans or Europeans could not have been ensnared here. I mean, this kind of gophery by the coincidence theorists. Let's look at another piece of the article here. Nearly 350 victims of modern-day slavery across the Americas and the Caribbean have been freed after an operation by Interpol to spot human trafficking. In a statement Monday, Interpol said more than 500 police officers in 13 countries worked to arrest 22 people. That's not even a lot of people. Operations like this show the power of Interpol providing a platform for 13 participating countries, but what sits behind these numbers is the human story. Interpol Executive Director of Police Services Tim Morris said whether it's someone's mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter, there's an intensely personal story that is usually unfortunately accompanied by a lot of suffering. So again, to think that it's impossible that they wanted to perhaps, and again, what all these coincidence theorists goofs, these authority worshipping cultist bootlicker goofs, what they fail to realize is this might not have been intended to be. I brought this up in the first few episodes. They might have not necessarily intended to traffic her. If she rebuffed, let's say, Yellow's advances, there was some kind of altercation, he assaulted her, whatever, and he didn't want to get in trouble, and he has buddies that are involved in trafficking or drug dealers, whatever, would he want to make a quick buck? Because maybe he doesn't want to kill her, but maybe he doesn't want to have charges filed against him, so he hands her off to a trafficker. I mean, all the brain-dead goofs that hallucinate that this is some kind of an impossibility. Now, I'm not alleging anybody's innocent or guilty. Maybe it wasn't even Yellow. Maybe Yellow was the good guy who was trying to save her and then got scared of the guys. Whatever the case may be, one of the other crew members. Maybe this occurred with one of the other crew members, not Yellow, whatever. Again, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. The motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. So, I mean, just the level of brain dead in the online true crime community, and not being able to just to have the mental capacity to understand that sometimes things aren't planned. Sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes not good people do bad things to protect themselves from other criminal charges. This isn't rocket science, but just the level of gophery, not just in this case, but in other cases. I mean, that's wow. Okay. Bama Dog Mom says, did you get into her dad's boss last episode? Not a ton, but I went over him in episode 2. Was it 1 and 2? I went over him a bit in those episodes. I mean, there's definitely something weird going on there. I mean, maybe it's a red herring. I mean, I don't know. But that vehicle that was spotted, did I go over this in the previous episode? I might not have. Let me read this. This was, I was emailing James Renner about this. Did I go over this email on the previous episode? I might not have. Let me, okay, hold on a second. Let me go over that. Let me, go over that. I'm not sure I went over that on the previous episode, so let me just go over it real quick, because I asked James Renner, one of the most intriguing aspects of this case is that there was some kind of black SUV watching the Bradley's home in Virginia. In Virginia. So what that means, I don't know. It's just really weird. But James Renner had an extra piece of information regarding this that I did not have. Now the email's not coming up. This is weird. Does anybody recall? Did I go over this? Okay, I think I got it. Alright, I found it. Okay, so yeah, James Renner told me this. About the black SUV, I can confirm at least that the Bradleys were told about it by neighbors who saw someone sitting inside with a long camera lens pointing at the house. They believe it was someone possibly working for Royal Caribbean. That's kind of interesting. I mean, this is just James Renner relaying the information. Now, the first thing I thought when I first heard that story is that whatever trafficking op is going on, I mean, we're in the post-Epstein era. So, I mean, you know, I know this gives coincidence theorists conniptions, because they just can't handle any kind of trafficking operation involving government officials. I mean, the mental capacity's just not there. But if this is some kind of operation involving people in political circles, did they want to keep tabs on the Bradleys for this purpose? So my initial thought is perhaps these traffickers have some kind of insiders in D.C. and they were keeping tabs on the Bradleys. But the neighbors, and again, obviously the neighbors wouldn't necessarily be having that thought process, and since this was so long ago, this was pre-Epstein era, so they might have thought it was the cruise line. But why would people from the cruise line be sitting out in an SUV taking photos with long lenses of the Bradleys, unless these were the traffickers taking photos of either their son or whoever, and then these photos would be used to threaten the Bradleys? Maybe they never made that public. Maybe they did report it to the FBI. Who knows? Where they were, you know, maybe that's a threat that the traffickers are saying, we can get to you on your own soil as well. So so you better not be pushing too hard for this case to be solved. I don't know. That's just really weird. That's really weird. What does everybody think about this? I'm not sure I went over that email before, but yeah, that's what James Renner told me. So the neighbors were the ones who saw them. So the Bradleys might not have even seen them themselves unless it was multiple times. But the neighbors were the ones who saw a black SUV with at least one individual inside with a long-range photo lens aimed at the Bradley home. So I don't know if they got a license plate. I don't know if that was ever tracked down. But that's creepy stuff. That's pretty creepy. Oh, maybe it was somebody from the dad's company, too. We really don't know. There's so many avenues here. I mean, it's really tough. Clark Rice said, cruise line would definitely want to confirm it's not all a hoax. So, okay, are you saying the cruise line... That's interesting. That's interesting. So, is this a case of, like, somebody gets injured in a car accident, they wear a neck brace, and then the insurance company, if they fake the accident, the insurance company hires a PI to spy on them, and they get they're like filming videos of them, you know, doing a workout in their house without the neck brace. Then they put the neck brace on and get outside the house. Is that what you're saying, Clark, right? Yeah, I mean, I know that stuff happens. I remember that actually happened. I forget, there was some kind of true crime show with fraud involved, but it wasn't about that. I think it was about some other criminal activity. And they caught that in the middle. So it was some kind of a fraudster involved in a lot of different type of fraud. But that was like a side thing they discovered. It was crazy. Clark Rice says a cruise line insurance investigation would have occurred. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, they should have really taken down the plate. Because if I remember correctly, though, was that after they hired this Jones fella? Clark, have you seen the first 2 episodes in this series? Frank Jones, the supposed Special Forces top secret operator who hired a crew of other former Special Ops guys to find Amy Bradley. If I remember correctly on the timeline, that black SUV didn't occur until after they hired him. If I remember correctly, I might not. There's so many details here. I don't have that in front of me right now. Because that would be curious if that only happened after they hired this operator. I go over this in the first 2 episodes, so you guys can check that out. But here's what I really want to talk about tonight. This is not going to be a super long episode. I do have a much longer one planned with more info than I was able to find since removed from the internet. But here's a comment. Here's a Facebook comment. Pretty creepy stuff here. So this individual commented on the cruise ship disappearance on the MINDSHOCK Facebook. Yellow Alistair Douglas is a liar and will always be a liar. He lied on Renner's podcast. All you have to do is look and read the security chief's report on board at the time. It will tell you Douglas was seen by him at 3:30 a.m. along with Amy Lynn Bradley on the observation deck. So he was seen by the security chief? Douglas met... I don't remember that detail. Douglas met Amy at 6 a.m. or sometime around there. Oh, okay. So multiple people saw Douglas 3:30 a.m. with Amy, but then 2 other females, there's also a third one, which I went over in the first 2 episodes, who witnessed Amy at 6 a.m. with Douglas. They heard the music turn up louder, Yellow bringing up a dark-colored drink for Amy. There was also a third witness. I went over this in the second episode, maybe? Second episode. She was drugged. So 10 minutes, so he went up, okay. Yellow brought up a dark-colored drink for Amy. 10 minutes later, Yellow comes down alone. She was drugged and brought down the service elevator and put in a container and taken off the ship. A taxi was awaiting 50 yards away in front of the brothel, ready to transport her. This was according to the taxi driver, who was identified as a Deshi Cab 86. So they have the exact number of the cab, supposedly. We have his full name. So I don't know if this is an investigator that commented here on the MindShock here. We have his full name and was told by this individual here, this individual that supposedly is an ex-corrupt cop, that he was poisoned and died. So the taxi driver was poisoned and died? And just a sneak peek at the next episode in the Panama Hikers series, the Missing Panama Girls. Supposedly, there was also at least one cab driver who died under mysterious circumstances in that case as well. I will be getting to that. I know it's been forever, but I do have to get to that one. So this individual's commenting, we have his full name, and we're told by this ex-cop that he was poisoned and died. We tried to visit his home to speak to his wife this past October 2024. No one would come out of the house. We were then circled by a maroon pickup about 15 times by a black male looking at us and trying to make us leave. We did not leave. The next time he drove at our car, he deliberately tried to hit our car. They must have something to hide. We believe an ex-corrupt cop named this individual, this is all the same name here, told the male we were on our way. This ex-cop is believed to be involved in the abduction of Amy Lynn Bradley by providing security and information to the abductors. As of October 2024, the ex-cop told us that Amy Lynn Bradley was alive, but a very changed woman. The ex-cop also told the family since the year 99-2000 that he had info on the whereabouts of Amy Lynn, but refused to give the grieving family accurate info. So my first inclination here is, why would he even insert himself in this investigation? On the other hand, guilty parties often insert themselves, especially if they're cops, ex-cops that are corrupt, they insert themselves so that way they know what kind of information the family's getting from other sources as well. That way they can monitor info in, info out. They can give wrong info while knowing the correct info. So, and maybe slipping some real details in there just to appear credible. And that way they can control the narrative. So, I mean, this doesn't seem that outlandish. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over a comment left here regarding this podcast. What does everybody think so far? Is everybody still with me here? I mean, this is potentially bombshell info. If they have the exact name and cab number that was supposedly waiting on the dock and then transported Amy to the brothel, and this taxi driver mysteriously dies, and then the people looking to go talk to his wife are intimidated. If this is all true, I'm not claiming it is, but this is pretty wild stuff. We have documented evidence of conversations and written letters from this ex-cop confirming this. Why would supposedly he was high-ranking, why would a retired high-ranking Curacao police officer who at the time had retired from the police put himself in the middle of a missing case of an American woman? Because he supplied info to the people that kidnapped Amy Lynn and was paid off. We have credible info on who and why Amy Lynn Bradley was abducted. Douglas was paid from a man we know as Ali, a man that ran human trafficking and drugs out of Curacao and Aruba and also Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing was done on the islands without the knowledge and consent of Ali. But who is this man, Ali? We believe we finally know who he is. We believe he was involved in the Natalie Holloway disappearance also. And there's so much more to the Holloway case. I mean, it's just so crazy how a lot of goofs think it's impossible for more than one individual to be involved. I mean, it's just crazy, especially with Vandersloot's father being involved at like some kind of political ambassador, advisor in high-ranking circles. I mean, that case is crazy too. And I just want to reiterate again, like a lot of the coincidence theorist goofs who think that Amy would never have been allowed out and about with or without handlers. If they got the cops in their pocket, why would they be afraid? So on Corsa, that was my initial thought. Like all these sightings of Amy on this beach, not too far from where she was abducted from that dock. I was like, why wouldn't they take her elsewhere? But if the local cops are on the payroll, involved with the trafficking itself, why wouldn't they? They have nothing to fear. So yeah, I mean, the more I look at this, I just find Frank Jones. The way they tried to just outright discredit Frank Jones. Again, go back to episode 1. I don't want to go over all that info again. But Frank Jones and the special ops operator. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Because Frank Jones, he hired actual, like, verified former special ops guys. Why would he do that? Why would he do that if they could easily tell that Jones himself was a fraud? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. Because they'd be able to tell that he was the fraud. So what if that operation was all legit? This is Frank Jones here, and the hit piece that everybody put out on him after all of this, saying he was a fraud and he was defrauding the family for money. Maybe he was, but what if he wasn't? What if he really did see Amy, and he really did know the house that she was being held at with armed guards? And those sightings were all real. Again, I went over this in the first 2 episodes. Check those out. Just something doesn't seem right about the entire Frank Jones situation. I wonder if he really was some kind of CIA operative involved in certain operations and they kind of threw him under the bus to cover it all up. Would that be that surprising in the post-Epstein era? Anyway, continuing here with this Ali fella. So who is this man Ali? We believe we finally know who he is and was. We believe he was involved in the Natalie Holloway disappearance as well. But my issue is why a retired corrupt police officer from Curacao would torture the Bradley family for 24 years. Is he that evil, or is he nervous that his name will come out like his brother who worked for the newspaper vigilante in Curacao? You can't make this stuff up. If this really is a corrupt cop and his brother works for the newspaper to control all the information, to control all the information in the media? I mean, that's kind of that's a perfect recipe to keep all this trafficking on the down low. We want to make sure that the people involved in this crime will not be forgotten about, and we will find you, I guarantee that. So yeah, this is quite the damning comment here. And this is kind of in line with a lot of rumors. What does everybody think here? Now, I don't want to get too dark. Is it possible that the cruise ship itself, and I'll be going over this in the next episode, there's some high-ranking internationals involved here with connections to the McCann disappearance and many others. And possibly several degrees. Not even that many degrees, possibly only 1 degree from Ghislaine Maxwell. Clark Rice says 99% of bordellos have police protection. It would make sense, otherwise they'd get busted so quick. I mean, how would they stay in business? Lord Zed says, I'd bring up some cult theories and stuff, but I don't want to sound like I'd just say that about everything. With Damien, it's 100% sure. True here, I don't know, seems weird though. BB asked, do we know who posted the letter on Facebook? You mean this comment? I don't know who this is. Let me see if I can find anything. I don't know if this is an investigator. Possibly a missing persons advocate. Give me 1 second. Let me double check. Yeah, I can't really find too much here. Yeah, I can't find too much on this individual. Yeah, I don't know if he's officially connected to the Amy Bradley case or is just relaying information from others. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know if that's their real name they're using, but, yeah, I don't know if they're officially connected to the family or maybe they're working with people working with the family in a PI capacity. But a lot of this matches what else is known. Let me bring up a map real quick. Just so we can get an idea here. I think I'm the only person that just finds something shady about the entire Frank Jones situation. I got some maps here from episode 1 and 2. Well, here's the Frank Jones piece here. Conman dupes family in hunt for daughter. So this Salinja neighborhood is where he said she was being held with armed guards. Again, like, look at this hit piece on the mainstream news regarding Frank Jones. So the Bradleys got an email from self-described soldier of fortune Frank Jones in the fall of '99. Amy disappeared the previous March. So not that long after. So basically, Jones said he heard from a witness she was being held by armed Colombians. So Jones told the family he was a former U.S. Army Special Forces officer with a team of ex-Army Rangers and ex-Navy SEALs who might be able to rescue Amy. So he was right about, I mean, he did not, apparently the identity of all these guys was verified and they're legit. The allegations is that Jones is the one who's not legit, which begs the question, why is he hiring legit guys if they'd be able to tell that he wasn't legit? Doesn't make any sense. So they're saying that he was attracted by the $250K reward, which maybe he was. Maybe he wants that reward. How does that automatically mean he's lying? I mean, there's plenty of, it's kind of like those, bounty hunters, etc. They're looking for convicts or whoever, people with warrants out. They're not lying. They really want the money, but they're legit also. They're also legit. So if we look at the map here, so this is the sighting. Quite a few different sightings. So the wharf, and then you could see the brothel here is not that far from the wharf, the Stellaris Hotel, and that burned down coincidentally. Coincidentally, that burned down. The other ones didn't burn down, but the one where she was spotted at burned down coincidentally. Kind of strange, none of the other ones burned down. But anyway, so at Playa Porto Marie is where she was spotted at that beach. And then in Salinja, this is where Frank Jones, and I also went over the other witness with the drink. There was an additional witness here with the drink. I'm not going to go over all of it, but And keep in mind, supposedly they also identified Yellow in this Playa Porta Marie sighting, that Yellow was with Amy. So make of that what you will. But the Frank Jones situation, that was in... So he's saying she was held in Salinja, not that far from the brothel or the wharf, or even the beach. The Playa Porta Marie beach that's top left here. So this is all generally kind of close together. What does everybody think of all of this? Clark Rice says there's a fairly active group of ex-operators working in the area. Lord Zed says it burned down like the Columbine cafeteria footage got lost, yeah. Lord Zed says they probably found her passport in the ashes like 9/11. Alright, Lord Zed, let's try to stay focused here on only this case and the details here. So what's kind of crazy is that Yellow was also spotted at the beach here. And they reenacted the photos here. They were kind of trying to say there's actual photos that Jones had here that supposedly showed Amy, but they're not showing the photos here. So this was like a reenactment here. One would assume. Now, the people that Amy was spotted with, again, if you haven't checked out the previous episodes, they coincidentally match actual traffickers who were arrested here for I would go over this in episode 1, episode 2. Just what a coincidence that she was spotted everywhere from San Fran to Barbados with these same guys and who just happened to match the exact description of Alfred Cotton as one of these guys. Look at that. You can't make this stuff up. The coincidence stack is insane here. And, yeah, this is just so crazy. All these sightings. So there's a lot of places here, like this lounge with shady individuals. All of this is just really, really shady and coincidental. Let me see what I went over. I think I went over more of the Frank Jones situation in episode 2 as well. And coincidentally, the crew members on the ship wanted to take Amy to Carlos and Charlie's, the same place that Natalie Holloway was last seen at. What a coincidence. And further coincidence, this individual who looks exactly like Jazz from the website, who many people think is Amy, she's in the background in a Carlos and Charlie's photo in 2005. You can't make this stuff up, people. The coincidence stack is a mile high. This is so wild. Let me actually play some of this from episode 2, because I think this is all quite relevant. Alistair Douglas to be part of the program. He declined. After the program aired, what does that mean? For whatever. On the upper deck with Alistair Douglas between 5:30 and 5:45 a.m. Now, this is very, very interesting because, again, a lot of the Dunning-Kruger crowd that hallucinate that Amy Bradley definitely never left the family suite. She either committed suicide or accidentally fell over this high railing while drunk, and somehow that's definitely what happened. They completely ignore all of these witnesses, some of which have passed polygraphs. Again, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it's kind of hard to completely write them off. I mean, you know, so they clearly believed, unless they're some kind of sociopathic, psychopathic masterminds. I mean, some of these were college girls. There was also another random middle-aged woman. So we'll be getting into that in a moment. They passed polygraphs and they testified in front of a federal grand jury. It wasn't just an offhand comment to some news thing for attention, because they clearly have not come out with their names and done all these mainstream interviews and wrote books for fame. Clearly that's not the case here. So what kind of a goof would completely ignore and write off these witness statements that Amy was seen with Alistair Douglas, not just by herself, but with Alistair Douglas between 5:30 5:45 a.m. Now, here's another thing. So, supposedly this camera, I mean, I'll get into that in a moment, but yeah, let me finish here. Rhapsody of the Seas entered the Kattegat Bay and turned 90 degrees to the right. The ship proceeded to back into the specific dock assignment at the Bunker Wharf location. Rhapsody of the Seas had completed docking procedures by 6 a.m. when Ron Bradley went to the upper deck. By 6 a.m., Amy had already disappeared. Now, here's another thing we didn't really talk about. Nobody really talks about it. All of this happened in the time span. This isn't out in the open ocean. This is all basically within the canal. So this is all through docking procedures, which is, of course, not a fast process. I mean, this is kind of weird. What are the logistics and how do they affect what happened? I mean, this all happened in this tiny area in a certain period, in a certain window of time. So, all right, let's continue here. So here's an image of the upper deck of the Rhapsody of the Seas. Witnesses testified for a federal grand jury in Richmond, Virginia, that Amy was seen here with Alistair Douglas minutes before she disappeared. Amy had her camera with her, and it is believed she went to the upper deck for photographs of the Willemstad Canal. She was not wearing shoes, and she did not run through a parking lot looking for a phone. So this is according to this website here. They are claiming here that the cab driver's account is false and only, for reward money or whatever. But so she's going to take that is interesting. She's believed to have gone to take photographs of the Willemstad Canal. Interesting. So the question is, did she when she was dancing with Douglas, what kind of words were exchanged? Was there a plan put in motion to meet up in, X amount of hours on the upper deck for whatever reason? Or was this an accidental run-in? Did Alistair Douglas also want to watch the sunrise, whatever? He happened to be on the deck, and also curious as whether or not he does that every day. And he happened to see the girl he was dancing with mere hours before, and then something happened from that point on. I mean, it's very difficult to make heads or tails of this, but this is the information we have. So ignoring all of these federal grand jury witnesses in the past polygraphs, I mean, that's kind of a weird thing if you're trying to be logical, objective, and neutral here, and actually caring about the truth instead of just assuming it had to be a suicide or an accidental fall over the edge just because one is too mentally weak to face the harsh reality that human trafficking is unfortunately a very real thing. And also, not all criminals are experienced masterminds. Some of them are really dumb, and they might actually attempt to traffic an American woman traveling with a family, especially if it was to cover up another crime. So here is AMW.com. There's a quote here. The FBI has had little success. We've pursued every angle from whether there was foul play, a suicide, or an accident, and we have basically not gotten anywhere, said James K. Weber, special agent in charge of the office in San Juan, Puerto Rico. FBI agents with trained dogs searched the ship Friday and Saturday, but turned up no trace of Bradley, FBI spokeswoman Sarah Lemma told television reporters. The agents took deck furniture and other objects from the cabin for testing. Steck said, "That's curious." FBI officials and family members said they never received any ransom demands. They believed she left the cabin and was kidnapped somewhere on the ship. So according to AmyBradleyIsMissing.com, Amy was probably removed from Rhapsody of the Seas through the cargo doors in a container or laundry cart. There is a service elevator from the upper deck where Amy was last seen to the cargo area. Witnesses testified for a federal grand jury in Richmond, Virginia, that Amy was seen on the upper deck with Alistair Douglas minutes before she disappeared. Amy had her camera with her, and it is believed she went to the upper deck for photographs of the Willemstad Canal and coffee. Witnesses testified that Alistair Douglas was seen giving Amy a drink that contained a dark liquid. Rhapsody of the Seas has a glass elevator. Witnesses on the upper deck testified for a federal grand jury that Amy and Alistair Douglas arrived in the glass elevator at the same time. Witnesses also testified that Alistair Douglas was seen leaving the upper deck alone in the glass elevator. Okay. So this detail was mentioned. We went over this in the first episode. But they specifically saw that they arrived together. They arrived in the glass elevator at the same time. Then he was seen leaving alone. What does that mean? The FBI gave Alistair Douglas a polygraph. The results were identified as inconclusive. When Alistair Douglas left the room, he flashed a thumbs-up sign to his friends and Ron Bradley. More info here. This is the canal in Willemstad. It is not part of the ocean. Rhapsody of the Seas passed through the canal to dock at the Bunker Wharf in Kattegat Bay. Passage through the canal required about 55 minutes. It is believed that Amy went to the upper deck for coffee and... Let me just pause this for a second. Look at this photo here. So if she went overboard in these extremely calm waters, they don't look that deep either, she would be found here if she fell overboard. But again, you'd have to ignore all the accounts of these witnesses. These were two college girls and a middle-aged or older woman that testified in front of a grand jury and also passed polygraphs. So, let's continue. To take photographs of the historic buildings along the... She wanted to cover the top of a trunk with that Douglas... It appears Douglas may have previously told Amy about the vantage point on the upper deck for photographs of the canal. So, yeah, this is tough. Because how exactly, when would they have taken her and where? Is it possible they went to the elevator? Supposedly there's a service or staff elevator next to the elevator. Is it possible he said, I mean, what could have happened? Even if he drugged her with the drink, then what? He led her away to the staff elevator? Took her to some staff quarters, which were supposedly not searched in the initial search. And possibly not in the second search either. We don't have that information. And then he went back to the main elevator, and that's where people saw him leave alone? Is that what happened? So, yeah, I mean, this is really dark because if he's just setting this up as possibly an assault, possibly not even against her will, but if she's not going for it, did he drug her and then that happened? Or was this all a plan for the very beginning as a human trafficking cell? Disappearance. And his reputation had been damaged. Now, here's another curiosity. If he's guilty, would he make that phone call? Now, if he's guilty, that also doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't even want to do the show, right? I mean, there's all kind of Was she really chummy with them genuinely, and they weren't genuine? To the fourth deck photo gallery to view pictures of the vacationers that had been taken earlier in the evening. Would her family randomly lie about all of this? If you remembered seeing Amy watch 2 days suicide or something, but again, I mean, what are they alleging? They paid off three witnesses to the point where they not only passed polygraphs but testified in front of a federal grand jury. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. Let's get into one of these witnesses. Elizabeth was a witness the morning Amy disappeared. Elizabeth was not one of the two college students who saw Amy with Alistair Douglas in the glass elevator. Elizabeth was a young woman who was on a cruise. A few days before the cruise departed, Elizabeth had been sick and she was on strong antibiotics. Because of the antibiotics, she couldn't go into the sun. She discovered that if she spent time in the disco area, she could see everything that was happening all over the ship. The disco was never closed, and there was always someone to talk to. Elizabeth was in the disco area early in the morning that Amy disappeared. She watched Amy and Alistair Douglas get off the glass elevator and enter the disco area. Alistair Douglas turned the music up, and both of them walked to the bar in the disco area. Elizabeth watched Alistair Douglas give Amy a drink that contained a dark liquid. It could have been Coke or coffee. Elizabeth was waiting to take an excursion into Curacao. She left the disco area and waited to disembark from the ship. She recalled seeing a lot of Arab men in their white clothing walking around the cruise terminal. There was an Arab oil tanker docked near Rhapsody of the Seas. Elizabeth returned to the disco bar the next morning. The bartender had previously been very friendly, but he was now being aloof. Elizabeth asked him if he remembered seeing Amy with Alistair Douglas in the disco bar the previous morning. With that, a young Hispanic woman who was working at the bar became very upset. She started telling Elizabeth that, who's ready for this quote? Quote, the señorita had been kidnapped, end quote. So what do all the coincidence theorists make of this account? So Elizabeth, who testified in front of a grand jury, said that as soon as they left, and, however many hours later, the bartender was, this is right out of a horror movie, the bartender who was previously friendly was now acting dodgy and aloof. She asked about Amy, and then all of a sudden, another crew worker says the señorita was kidnapped? What is going on here? Like, what did the coincidence theorists allege? That Elizabeth was paid off by somebody to lie and make up this story? Again, this is from episode 2 in the MINDSHOCK series. I don't think anybody's covered this. I think the Arab men might be a red herring, though, just given all of the issues with the local corruption, etc. Elizabeth received a subpoena, and she did appear in a federal grand jury in Virginia. She testified that Alistair Douglas was with Amy before she disappeared. Okay, so we're getting to all new levels of creepy here. We are so firmly in MINDSHOCK. This is straight out of a horror movie. Everybody's friendly, everything's nice. As soon as something happens, all of a sudden nobody knows anything about the missing person, and then you even have someone becoming upset and stating that she was kidnapped. Not friends, and he repeat that many times during the to kind of get him to stop. He took 15 rolls of film with her to make a collage. Didn't work. Bradley case, the one where the girl on the cruise ship disappears, but do not believe she fell overboard. The boat was preparing to dock and was extremely close to the shore. Amy was captain of the swim club and a trained lifeguard. Also, at this time in the morning, people were surely up and would have heard something. The surrounding waters were checked. The next known sighting was by a cab driver who told the Bradley family that Amy approached his cab in a panic and said she urgently needed a phone. Had the plan to kidnap her taken effect, she was trying to contact her family to tell them she already exited the ship or for help. Why didn't she tell the cab driver she was in trouble or anyone else? Question mark. I have a feeling this cab driver might have been mistaken in who he saw. He said he remembers her green eyes, but I'm not sure this happened. If it did, her captors caught up to her for a second time. If it did happen, she was already kidnapped at this point. The next known sighting was in August of 98 in Curacao, 5 months after Amy's disappearance. A man claims a woman walking on the beach heard him speaking English, so speedily walked up to him, but he was grabbed by 2 men and led to a cafe. The man followed, and the woman made obvious attempts to show her tattoos off to the man, and the man listed the tattoos that they matched Amy's. Next was a naval soldier who visited a brothel in 99 in Curacao. A woman came up to him and said her name was Amy Bradley and she needed help, that she couldn't get away. Out of fear that he would get in trouble, as he was not supposed to be in that brothel, he waited 2 years to report the incident. A woman named Judy said that she saw Amy in 2005 in a bathroom in Barbados. She was in the stall and heard them saying a deal was going through and don't try to ruin it for them. When she came out, the woman said her name was Amy and she was from Virginia, that the men came in and grabbed her and Judy ran. Here's my theory on that. We all know by now that the pictures from 2005 that were on a website of an escort named Jazz that bears a strong resemblance to Amy Bradley that provides adult vacations. It is now under new management and has moved locations from Curacao to the Dominican Republic, stating on their website that Venezuela, where Curacao is close to, does not like Americans and was giving them grief. In actuality, the first place burned down. What Judy might have witnessed was this organization selling off some of the other girls to this Barbados operation, because now on their website they only have local girls from Dominican Republic, or so they claim. So that's where we stand. I also examined the pictures that were on the website of Jazz and painstakingly compared them to every picture and video of Amy Bradley I could find. Although it has been a few years, I examined every inch of the face and they are exactly the same in every feature. The only thing I would say from the pictures that are not 100% is Jazz's nose at the tip seems to bend slightly up while Amy's slightly down. This could be the angle or makeup, however. Also, they strategically cover all of her tattooed areas with hair or camera positioning. An FBI investigator examined the pictures and stated unequivocally that it is her and that he would stake his career on it. So there you have it. The only question is who led Amy off the boat. On Alistair Douglas's Facebook page, it claims how religious and spiritual he is almost ad nauseum. Although he was questioned and given a polygraph test, he was not detained. Could he be the spotter for a human trafficker? He allegedly said to Amy's brother, quote, "Sorry about your sister being missing," end quote, when only the family and the captain knew she was in fact missing at that point. However, I did read that the captain looked around the boat and one of the first places he went to look was the band's quarters and asked them if they saw her. Did the captain tell them she was missing? Why would Alistair word it the way he did? Hopefully Amy will be found in soon. Sorry for this being so long. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's the other thing. Someone, also the woman Judy in 2005 and the other two gave composite sketches of the girl that they saw. They can be seen on the Charlie Project website. The sketches from the witnesses are identical to Jazz. That's another good point. That's a point that it's hard to write off Judy's sighting in Barbados because it just happens to match Jazz on the website in 2005. She did not give a description of the way Amy looked in 98. Another post here. The more I think about it, it seems as though Amy had planned to meet up with someone. Either that or she just got up to asked if Amy would go with them after one time and they're both going in. The 7th this arrangement? Okay. Ron awoke again at 6 and Amy was gone. She did not have shoes. She only had her Marlboro cigarettes with her. By 7, the Bradleys were looking for Amy and they had reported her missing to Royal Caribbean. The family assumes that Amy went in search of coffee. At about this time, one of the waiters approached Amy's brother, Brad, and told him how sorry he was that his sister was missing. It was impossible for the crew members to have known that Amy was missing at this point in time. Unless, of course, again... Wait, if this was before they informed the captain. So there's several different accounts of when they informed the captain. Some of them are closer to 7:30. So did this encounter take place before the captain knew? In the meantime, there was a female passenger I will refer to as E. So this is Elizabeth. Elizabeth became ill a few days before the cruise. She was on heavy antibiotics. She couldn't go into the sun. She discovered that if she spent time in the disco area, she could see a lot of what was happening on the ship. She was away. Eventually returned to his native Grenada. Spanish. From the Royal he's docked there on said that the man in the ball cap then guided a disoriented-looking Amy into a taxi, leading her much like a policeman would direct a suspect in the back seat of a squad car, according to Hall. Hall won't say more about the alleged abductor or the eyewitness for fear of harming the investigation, he says. Though he adds there is a suspect in Amy's disappearance. So what happened, and if Amy was abducted, and there's a suspect and a witness, why hasn't there been an arrest? For starters, The Bradleys called the FBI agents in St. Thomas investigating Amy's disappearance and faxed them the Puerto Rican's witness name and number. More than 8 months later, the Bradleys learned FBI agents never interviewed the man. Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, if this is true, okay, wow. I mean, this is insanity. This is complete insanity. And combine that with the ever-changing FBI listing on Amy Bradley, with and without age progression photos. I mean, was this really that shoddy of an investigation, or is there something more than meets the eye here? I mean, are they intentionally not trying to solve this, or did they already know exactly where she was, so there was no need to investigate the witness? That's the only thing I can think of. If the FBI are above board in this, I mean, you would think they would still interview the witness, though. But I mean, I don't know if they are. Let's say they had eyes on her and her abductors at that moment. Now, the FBI obviously can't operate outside the U.S., but they could give the lead to Interpol or whatever. If they have sources, etc. People giving the Department of Justice ready. Then all of them, or took her out through some kind of Yellow approached him on the deck, then went to go get another, because maybe he doesn't know what happened, but he hears the only person to be publicly named as a suspect. A Royal Caribbean spokesperson said that's not the truth, because apparently from other sources it stated that it was not inconclusive. So the Royal Caribbean cruise line spokespeople, lawyers, they're definitely shady, especially if they're sending lawyers all the way to Canada to intimidate Carmichael about the sighting of Yellow and Amy. Ship employees told the Bradleys to wait in their rooms for the chief security officer. He asked some questions, asked for a photo of Amy. He told them she was probably visiting in someone's room and would show up. From 12:15 to 1 p.m., he told the Bradleys ship staff had searched every nook and cranny of the ship to no avail. In actuality, the Bradleys would later discover the staff had only searched the common area and crew area, leaving out all passenger sections and other areas of the ship, according to the lawsuit against Royal Caribbean. Now frantic, with more than 7 hours having passed since Amy's disappearance, Ron and Eva demanded that Captain Jetel Gjerstad pass out and post Amy's picture and alert other passengers to her disappearance. He refused, saying he didn't want to upset the other passengers. Then the captain presented him with an option. If Amy wasn't on the ship, she was probably on shore in Curacao or in the water. If they stayed on the ship, they might lose a chance to search the island. Eva asked the captain if he was absolutely sure, if he thought beyond a shadow of a doubt that Amy was not on his ship. She says the captain said he was certain she wasn't aboard and that the best thing to do would be leave the ship. Okay, so here's the problem I have here. If the captain is guilty and he knows she is on the ship, and we have the supposedly more verified sighting of Amy in San Juan by the aspiring police officer who notified the family within days, as soon as he found out about her, within days of the sighting. That seems to be more reliable than the cab driver who came forth months later claiming he saw Amy in Curacao, looking for a phone or whatever. Yeah, this is rough. But if the captain is complicit, I mean, this is really shady. This is, again, straight out of a horror movie. Like, just the vibes. Bethel was months after that in early 99. So is it possible she was taken somewhere by the Middle Eastern people and then returned for whatever reason? Yeah, that's tough. So the trip also just so happens to be to San. I mean, out of all of the cities, I mean, yeah, San Fran's a popular city, but it's not the only one. Sprinted off the ship while everyone was looking for her. Foreign nations such as Liberia. Yet crime does happen on board. Rich are directing their grief at Royal. I don't know that that's not found. Okay. And stick-to-itiveness. She's left Aruba. Okay. So that's just some of the shady business going on. It looks like I didn't go over Frank Jones too much in episode 2. That was mostly episode 1. But yeah, I mean, so where's everybody at right now? Because if she really did, I mean, so supposedly there is security footage. It's never been released. But supposedly it does exist, so it would reveal that Amy was potentially with Yellow to corroborate the statements of these 3 witnesses that passed Polly's and testified in front of a grand jury that they saw Amy with Yellow right before she disappeared, hours after their disco dancing, which is on video. So, that's curious. What else would the security footage reveal? How many security cameras are there throughout the ship? I wonder if it would show some of the crew members with an extremely large suitcase or something, putting something, or putting in a laundry basket or something, and then getting off the ship. But this comment here is saying, if the Po-Po are corrupt, that actually does, that adds up. And that would add, everything kind of would add up if that's true, and corrupt police were involved in this entire thing. Clark Rice says, I don't mean to be dark, but realistically, how long do you think it would take for an abductee to start giving up resistance? I'm thinking Bonacci, Gosh, maybe Amy. Well, we also have to think, if this is a non-MK Ultra trafficking operation, because the Gosh case is completely different, as well as other cases. Like, in this case, if she's just drugged, it would depend on how heavily she's drugged. So if she's not that drugged, perhaps she would be trying to show off her tattoos and mention things like... Because how often would she... I mean, who knows? Like, the opportunities could have been few and far between, but she could still take them. Now, who knows at this point? I mean, who knows what the situation is? But the first year or two, it also depends on how she was treated. If she wasn't treated that horribly... I mean, who knows? And if she wasn't drugged that severely, but I mean, it's also about opportunities. I mean, if there are no opportunities, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question, but without knowing all these details, it's kind of impossible to answer. With MK Ultra, it's also a little different because of the fractured personalities. I mean, I don't know. You do hear stories, though. Even, I mean, look at some of these POW camp stories from all over the world in many different wars where they escaped even after a year or two. I mean, they were starved and beaten. I mean, just the human will to survive. I mean, obviously it varies person to person, but I mean, I don't think it's possible to really answer that question. I mean, I really don't. I mean, some of those POW stories are crazy, but they were still trying to escape. They still had the will a year or two in. Or even longer in certain cases. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's person and situation dependent. But it is pretty dark to think about, yes. I mean, I'm assuming the better conditions they were kept in, because if she's not drugged that severely, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, over decades, I mean... It's kind of hard to really, you know, personality changes. If she was made some kind of madam or kind of a boss in charge of other things after X amount of years or decades, I mean, yeah, that's tough to consider that. But within the first year or two, especially if she wasn't treated that badly, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, let's not get super dark with that. I don't know. The Frank Jones situation is extremely problematic for me. And the way he was kind of painted as the scapegoat when he had verifiable... I mean, if you guys want to go over that, I mean, I kind of want to wrap this up here. I mean, this wasn't supposed to be a long episode. I just wanted to go over this comment here. It looks like there, you know, police corruption could very well explain a lot of things. And why they were confident in keeping her in that location. Clark Rice says that news story was a hit job on Joe. I mean, it just smells like it. I mean, that's what it, because they were also putting out all this info before he was ever even charged. Like, the timeline doesn't make any sense. And why would he hire legit guys that would be able to tell that he was a fraud? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Because if he just wanted the money and make stuff up, why didn't he hire just some of his buddies or locals for pennies? Because, I mean, obviously real Special Forces guys, they're not going to work for pennies. But some random schmoes might. And why does he even need to hire anybody? He could say, you know, because if he was lying, so he took money from them and said it was to hire people, why not just pocket the money if he's a fraudster? Like, why hire legit Special Force operators? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, that's it for now. I do have a longer one. I'll try to get to the Panama Hikers case. We got to go over a lot of stuff there. That one's a tough case. Really tough. But thanks again, everybody, for joining us here for another edition of MindShock True Crime. You want to help support the podcast? You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.